Good evening, folks, and welcome to another night at TCH Live here in Dallas, Texas. For the third time, I'm getting the opportunity to do a fun Big O stream with my man, Mr. Greg Vail. I'm going to put you on camera real quick, say hello to all the folks out there. But this is Greg Vail, who's written lots of books on this subject matter. He's got a link, doublesuitedpoker.com, where he has a lot of awesome instructional videos. But if you were wanting to learn about the great game of Big O, this is your opportunity to learn about 5-card high-low.
Let's go.
All right, let's have a good night, folks. Join us in the chat. We're off with our first bomb pot of the night. And welcome back, Greg.
Thank you. So last time I was here, we saw quads get beat. Remember that one? Flopped quads get beat by a run-out straight flush.
That never happens, right?
No, never, no. Although the couple times I've been here, we haven't had too many crazy, setups. We've had a couple, a couple real wild hands, but hopefully the deck is all ready to go.
Right, and this will be just a four-handed PLO bomb pot here. We'll get to the high-low here right after this. We've got Erica Walling joining us in the chat already, saying "Go Bulldozer." I'm guessing that's Big Tony's nickname. She says Iowa loves you, so thank you for that in the super chat as well, Erica.
So we got Becca in the one seat. We know Becca from all sorts of streams.
That's right.
Steve-O, he's been in the two. He's been on every single one. In the three seat, that is the one and only Jeremy Govert.
You know a thing or two about Mr. Jeremy.
I do know a thing or two about Mr. Jeremy. He and I have played lots together over the years and play very, very similar games. Who we got in the four
Four is going to be Ned. I met Ned just before the stream. Rebecca was excited to have him on. He's supposed to be a great guy.
There's a couple people I don't think I've met or played with on this table, so it'll be interesting. See that in the 5 seat, I just met that gentleman. I think his name was Rich. Is that what I heard? I just met him before the stream started.
Looks like we had a 9-high straight on the one board, which he started out with a top set of kings there, ended up with a 9-high straight and queens on the bottom there. All right, well, here we go. We are off to 5-card Big O.
So what are we doing, 5-5-10 today?
Yes, 5-5-10.
Okay.
And got our man John doing the dealing tonight, so shout out to John. And it looks like everybody bought in for pretty different amounts. We've got some folks buying in for $5K and some folks buying in for $2K, $2,500, $3,000. So definitely a wide range, but I'm sure it's a match the stack game. Players can add chips if they'd like. But could see some juicy pots tonight. Looking forward to it.
Big O generally plays deeper than other games.
And you scan again for it?
So this is not uncommon for people to be buying in for 1,000 big blinds. Not uncommon at all.
Usually it lights up.
Jason Meyer checking in from Portland, Oregon. Howdy. And Brian Williams says, down with all the nits.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I know who was doing it, Bryson.
Me too.
Someone else, right? Who was it? Bryson.
We've got Todd there, who's been on our stream, and of course JP, friend of the club and plays a lot of PLO and Big O. Glad to have JP back on. He's been in here in the booth before as well.
I remember when they were doing it last week.
Jeremy getting a little adventurous here to start, and that's going to work. The adventurous hand usually is going to like the Jack 10-8 flop. So Becca's going to bet right in with top set. Jeremy's going to just flat with the nut straight. That is normal. You don't want to get out of line here and get redrawn by a better hand. Jeremy's going to improve to the flush. Goes check, check. Again, not uncommon. You really don't want to sell to your opponents that you have a non-nut flush, get check raised by something better. Jeremy also knows that Becca's not going to pay off with less, so makes sense to me.
You're saying the Queen 9-6-3 deuce.
It's a little below average, especially for Jeremy, but it's as me and him have talked about in length. The better you are at this game, the less we care about the pre-flop stuff, because I don't have to worry about you making drastic,
The
disgusting
big mistakes.
mistake, big
Post-flop.
mistakes.
Okay.
You know, if you're in, you know, if I have to worry about you getting involved with, you know, kings and fours when you have like a 2, 3, 4, 5 king or
Anybody's
something.
back starts hurting. I have one of those.
You know, flop king 9-4, and you're gonna, if I think you're going to get in trouble, we can't play that hand pre-flop. But Jeremy's not going to make those kind of mistakes. So Jeremy is one of the best out there as far as post-flop decision making. So he can get a little bit out of line here and there and get away with it, just as better players can in other games
Right.
too.
Saw you in the chat, Sassy. Howdy. I know Sassy,
Hi, Sassy.
and Brian Hammer were in the chat last time, and we're really asking some cool questions.
Yeah.
Want to know more about the game, so
Ask away, everybody. This is your chance. We like to see those interactions, people asking questions.
Raise off 40.
Todd coming in for a pot-sized raise. Ace 2
Call.
double suited. We like to see those. Jeremy and Becca both calling.
Four of it.
Now, Becca does like these high rundown hands like this. She's a big fan of these. Oh, Todd's gonna like that flop.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's got the nut
got-
low draw. He's got
Just about everything.
just about everything.
Here-
Open-ended straight flush draw.
Here he has a choice. He has a choice between a push and a pull. If he pushes, he's relying on the value of his aces. If he pulls, he's relying on the value of his ace 2 and ace high flush draw. It is a choice. You can do either one. A pull would be a bet of like 80 to 120, trying to encourage calls and raises.
Right.
A push is come get some.
Yeah.
You know, and
I've got it. Come
Yeah,
get some.
come
yeah.
get some. And, you know, you generally push when you don't care if you're check raised by a set. That would be a perfect example. If somebody were to wake up there with a hand like just two tens, they're a large underdog to Todd's hand. So he would welcome, you know, crazy action like that. So he wouldn't mind the push and getting action.
All right. Well, we do have the overhead audio on tonight, so as we go through the stream, this is a talkative group. We'll try to listen in to some of what they say too, and we'll be able to let you respond, especially if it's related to the actual action and not just comedy, which
Or like-
this group is full of. you
Or
know.
like Sean Rice talking directly to me from the table last,
Right.
last time. He's like,
That was great.
I didn't misread my hand, Greg. Yeah.
I forgot Sean was on last time. Yeah, another great big O player, and
Yeah.
poker player in general. That was cool to have him on.
Poor guy, he was just carding it all
Yeah.
day long. Becca's turn with the ace 2.
Rebecca normally hosts her own Big O game every Tuesday. I'll put the flyer up that shortly. It's normally on Tuesdays. They start around 1 p.m. So if you're wanting to play this game, it is a game that's run every Tuesday here at TCH Dallas. We would love to get more games going.
Jeremy flops bottom set and a pair. You're going to see a very standard way on how much bottom set is worth in these situations. It's not a whole lot. But since Jeremy's going to force Becca to have it, and they both do, quote, have it at this point. Now Becca turns the ability to bluff, and it's probably going to work.
With the ace of clubs, yeah.
Ooh, Jeremy doesn't believe her. These two play a lot together. There's a lot of dynamics going on between the two. I expect this to be a large bet from Becca.
765.
Yep, that's what you're supposed to do. If you get a call on the turn, nothing changes on the river, you make your low. This is the time to bluff with the naked ace, just like that.
And Jeremy's low would be ace 6, right?
Be ace 6. Now, you could make the argument that if you're calling turn, you should be calling river. But that's a lot of times Becca's just going to have, you know, exactly what she's representing. She did bet 3 times. Almost very few players triple barrel in this game. It's very, very rare. But that was done properly.
Nice.
So well played, Becca.
All right, Sassy says she's been getting into some Big O. That's great to hear.
All right. I wonder what Jeremy would have done if the river was like an offsuit king.
Yeah. Big
Does he call another barrel?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I'd be interested to ask him
Like
what
you
the
said,
plan was.
Great card there for her to just go
Yep.
huge. Yeah.
What if the river's a 10 or a jack or something? What What does he do? Does he still call? That'd be huge.
All right, well, that beautiful lady right there on the screen is the same lady in the 1 seat. That's Rebecca Thompson, our TCH ambassador, host of this game and the Tuesday Big O game. She also hosts a Dramaha game on Thursday, starting at 1 p.m. So check in early, get yourself on the list if you're interested in playing in that game. A lot of the same folks, but if you get there early, you can get your seat. Play with a new crowd. We're always looking, like I said, for some of those games to start increasing and the number of tables we have going.
You ever play any Dramaha?
Dramaha, no. I'll stick around when they have the mixed games going, and if that's one that's included, I'd like to pay attention to that one because that's a fun one. But when they have the actual mixed games running here, there's all the Badesi and Badoogie and all this stuff. It's just too much.
It's all the same stuff. There's only 5 variations, right?
Right. Yeah.
Flop, draw, and stud. Split pot, single pot. Yep. That's it. It's all just the different combinations of the exact same thing.
If I could win 3 hands.
If you can play this game, you can play them all.
I'll be great.
Nobody's got a king. Oh, that king. There you go. King, 10. Okay.
Maybe people could be higher than yours.
Pretty standard when you get check 2 with aces and a little bit of something here. You're gonna make a continuation bet. Pretty standard for Jeremy. Doesn't want to get check raised, but you definitely don't want to give somebody a free card there.
We got a few more folks that have joined us now. We're almost at 80 folks in there, and I know I've had the pleasure of having you in here twice already, but remind everybody just a little bit about where you're from and how you got into Big O and kind of what your goal is. I know you're trying to increase, obviously, the visibility of this game that is dear to you.
Always. Yeah, I started my poker career back in 2003, like a lot of people in my generation.
Right.
And found different games in 06, 07, 08, and discovered that I won more in those games, and I couldn't figure out why. And once I realized there's just more skill involved in split pot games and mixed games, I moved on.
Awesome.
And so I coach specifically Big O and PLO 8 a lot, but I've moved into other things. I do professional consulting now with career people who play for a living, and mental game too. So I use the scientific method to make you better.
Awesome.
Just absolutely make you better and make no apologies about whatever we do. We're there to make more money.
Learn more about Greg Vail. He's obviously on social media, but it's doublesuitedpoker.com where he has his content. And you've got 4 books?
4 books on this game, yeah.
And
four
then
books.
How much content do you have right now?
I have north of 500 instructional videos on my site.
Awesome.
And with plenty more coming. And just finished volume 2 in video form of my books. I have 4 volumes of Scoop.
Awesome.
And we'll put them all in video here soon. And I also cut these hands up and use them for instructional value. So top set against a nut straight. Here, nobody has much of a low component here, so things could get weird if the river's an ace or a 2. There's a bet and a call again.
Does that change Jack 8?
The nut straight increase. That's a sneaky check. Went from number 1 to number 2, but yeah, it's a sneaky check. I'm not sure you're going to get a bet from less, but that would be a good candidate for a down bet to force a set to call. I'd be curious to know what his plan was if his opponent bet the flop there or bet the full pot there. But yeah, generally that would have been a good candidate for a down bet. You want somebody with an 8 and a piece, to make an easy but wrong call. That would be, I forgot what the bet size was on the turn, but, 1/10 to 1/5 pot would probably suffice just fine. You have to force a hand like a set to pay off or an 8 and a piece to make an easy and incorrect call.
All right, Erica back in the chat saying, great books, Greg. So already getting a shout out.
Oh, thank you.
I mentioned my buddy Mike Dries is out there in the room right now, and he was going to bring his book, try to get it signed by you, but another fan of the book. So if you're wanting to learn about Big O, folks, Greg's got some great books, and it's cheaper on his website.
Much cheaper, yeah, 20% cheaper on my website.
And if you go to Amazon, so check it out again. I keep staring at your shirt so I can not say it incorrectly, but it's doublesuitedpoker.com.
Okay, Todd flopping trips here. It's not as strong of a hand as you might think. with the low draw available, the flush draw available, and if you know ace-3 having you dead right away. So this is a tough hand to play from out of position, but Todd's got plenty of experience in the matter, and nobody else has much of anything. Becca, one non-believer.
Check, check.
Ah, Becca missed the opportunity to bluff there. Generally, when somebody leads on a turn like that and then checks the river, they're trying to get value out of a 3. That is a perfect opportunity to throw in a pot-sized bet there, represent a jack. They're rarely checking jacks full, almost never. When you bet if you bet the turn with a hand like jack 3, you're definitely betting the river. So that was a missed opportunity for Becca there to steal an easy pot.
So on the turn there, I noticed Tony's got the nut low draw, right, but nothing else to go with his hand. Small pot out there. Is that kind of just a standard fold if somebody's betting? Like, that's all you have as a low draw. There's just no reason to just chase half the pot?
Yeah, for the most part, it violates the principle of I want to risk nothing to win something. In that case, it's inverted. You're risking a lot to win not that much. You can only win half the pot, which means you can only win half of the bet that the third person puts in, right? So in this situation, that was what, 15 bucks?
Yeah.
So that's the most you can profit from this situation. That's even if you get there, which is not a guaranteed thing. So you generally want, in this game, you want to risk nothing or a little bit to win a lot, not the other way around. And drawing it half the pot, heads up or 3-handed, can lead to risking a lot to win a little, which is the opposite of what we're trying to do.
Handsome Andy joining us. What's going on, Andy? How are the PLO streets treating you, man? And you gonna start splashing around in some Big O, maybe?
Steve-O flopping a big hand here. He flops nut, second nut. Or, well, the second nut flush and a draw at the nut low.
Yeah, Becca bet 30, AC2 call.
Emotional.
Oh, emotional distress.
Both
Becca.
the 10 of spades and the 5 of spades are out there, so that Todd's
not going to have it. He got out of the way there. Becca does have the nut flush here. So Steve-O's going to need to make a low to catch up.
Bet 50.
50. This is a sneaky bet from Becca.
You either really get along with them.
This is not usual. This is not normal for somebody with a naked nut flush to bet a small amount and allow somebody to draw here. Low's going to get there. This is going to function as a chop. I imagine Becca's going to bet close, about half pot, a little less than half pot. Trying to get action from another ace-4. It's not going to work. I'm actually surprised. That is a very good time for Steve-O to put in a raise there, because that line of, small bet, half pot, and a little more than half pot doesn't really scream nut flush, right? So sometimes there you can put in a raise and get some value out of a hand like, a jack high flush and ace-2 some of the time. But I'd imagine that they have a lot of history and they know each other better than I know them.
question for me there, if the card comes out is a board pairing type of card, is that an opportunity for him? He's got 2 of the deuces in his hand. He's got the nut low.
Well, if the board pairs on the river, there wouldn't be a low.
Right, that's right. There's not a low.
That would then the action would depend on what he thought Becca's chances of folding would be.
If he thinks she's going to fold a flush.
Yeah, and if he thinks she's going to fold a flush 2/3 of the time, then he has to bet. Give her 2-1. He has to bet pot. But if she's going to fold 9 times out of 10, then you can make maybe a half or 3/4 pot bet and get away with it.
Right.
But if it's somebody who never folds a flush there, then you just got to.
I convinced myself that was an 8, not a 9. So.
Yeah, you got to just check it back.
Yeah.
With somebody who's just not going to fold. But if we do end up getting caught there, then we log it for next time. We know that they're not folding a flush on a paired board. We can value bet them all day. But probably multiple times more end up profiting in the ordeal.
I am.
He's turning over a new leaf.
He's why the mics are not here.
What's that?
Is that a $20 straddle? Is that what's going on here?
That's not nice.
Not nice, but true.
I have
And finally, one hand in the muck. All right.
6 of you?
2 hands in the
Does
muck.
not know what the pot is.
Queen 8 deuce. Decent flop for Rick. Or Rich.
25 sounds great.
Rich? Reach? What are we going by here?
Reesh.
He introduced himself as Rich.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go for that.
Lumpy kitty.
Pretty good flop for him with top 2 in the second nut low draw. Todd has the nut low draw in a pair. Jeremy with a pair and a gutter. Couple of back doors. I doubt he'll be peeling. Maybe he might be in last act. Yep. Okay.
4 of you.
I went to, left out of,
Galveston?
no.
Top 2 for Jeremy
Went to
now.
Orlando, went out of that.
Fortunately, he can't lead hitting top 2 there because there is a straight available.
Cape Canaveral.
Cape Canaveral, yeah.
That's where I grew up.
Cape Canaveral, yeah.
Rich picked up the nut flush draw and chooses to check to the button. All right, Jeremy should be relatively confident in his top 2, but just improved to the nuts. 100 into 335.
Aqua.
It's giving somebody a decent price to call. Give him a little over 4 to 1 to call here.
Almost 35,000.
But the problem here is that nobody showed any interest in having a Jack 9. So with no Jack 9 out there, it's going to be tough to get even that small of a bet called.
Like they kept sending him free stuff and he didn't even dump them.
All right, got some more. Got Amanda Chang joining us, saying she can vouch for Greg's books.
Thanks, Amanda.
They told me that.
And yeah, she heard the rumor.
Oh, Mo, that is
Mo
my,
heard the
that
rumor,
is my
the
lovely,
lovely
better,
wife.
my lovely better half. Yeah,
Yeah.
much better half. Emphasis on better.
Greg and I were just talking about that, Amanda, and
Offers a
I
casino.
put in some good words. Been listening to some of that TCH Social in Austin stream, and excited to hear that you're going to be having an opportunity to do one of these streams in there. And
September 3rd, and then the Austin site.
awesome.
They're not gamblers, those Nordic people.
4 card forever. Is that Kenny? What's up, buddy? Good to see you. We need another TCH Austin. Yep, soon. In November, or September.
September, yeah, right around the corner.
Hi, Mindy. Always a pleasure. All right, Ned waking up with a decent double-suited hand under the gun. Chooses to limp. Not uncommon.
I didn't know
Not my favorite play, but not uncommon.
Oh, okay. I'm doing one at a time. To be honest, I didn't know for sure.
A lot of people in this game that don't play like very seriously, take it, study it, believe that raising pre-flop is futile, right? And it's an incorrect assumption, but it is a common one, and it is something that I generally have to deal with a lot in coaching, is people trying to understand what the value is of putting money in pre-flop when so many people see every flop, right? But I could write a book on that alone. JP gonna flop a naked nut straight. Ted pairing his bottom card. It's the quickest way to trash a good hand is to pair your lowest card. In this case, pairing his deuce.
JP's got 2 of the 5s, 2 of the 4s, and a 7, just in case one of those hits.
And no diamonds. So he's probably going to step on this just a bit. There's nothing to give him any action. And that's not necessarily a bad thing when you have just a naked nut straight. Betting here and getting it taking it down is all right. It's really scary there. You bet there and get 3 calls. Oh, God, here we go.
Yeah. What's coming next? Yeah.
Yeah. The one very frustrating part about this game is that you can actually quantify how hard it is to break these, flop straights.
Yep.
And if you flop a 10 high straight with 8-7, 6, 10, 9, you can be as much as an 11-1 underdog to hold it. That's just to finish with the nuts.
Probably getting them demonetized on YouTube.
It can be pretty bad. Now, the higher or lower the straight is, a wheel is harder to break than a 10 high straight is to break. But, in Broadway, and vice versa and all that. But it is, you flop a 7 high straight, 8 high straight, you might be 6, 7, 8 to 1 against to finish with the nuts.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
And that frustrates Hold'em players, and that frustrates people who are new to the game quite a bit. And understandably so, but it's part of it.
I got it in good.
Yeah, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
A little different this one.
The nut straight has far less value in this game, especially early in the hand, than it does in other games. Huge hand in Hold'em, but this game not so much. PLO players know what I'm talking about.
30s bet?
Todd coming in from low jack here. Respectable ace-3 holding. Jeremy choosing to flat with the ace-ace-3 holding.
Flop for Rebecca's hand here.
She didn't realize she didn't.
Yeah, Becca's going to like that flop. A little mini, what do we call that, a 1/3 wrap, sort of.
75.
It's a half pot bet from Becca there. That tells her opponents that she's not playing a hard hand like a set or top 2 pair. You're generally going to bet bigger with that, so most players are going to be aware that that's likely going to be a hand that's wrapped around the 10 and the 9. I suspect Jeremy will lead here. Yep, sure will. Becca's betting on a soft hand. He's going to represent the hard hand and lead right into her. That is experience right there. Jeremy likely saw the same thing I did, that that's probably a soft hand. There it is. Well done, sir. And when the board pairs and you change momentum, the draws are generally don't call. Well done, sir. Well played.
Hard hand, soft hand. What's the real?
So a hard hand is the pairs, 2 pairs, sets,
Right.
full houses. The hands that only improve to similar types of hands.
Right.
Soft hands are the draws.
Gotcha.
So the straight draws, flush draws, low draws, things that don't need something very specific to improve. You have 2 pair, you have to hit one of those 2 cards to improve. Draws have a, soft hands have a slew of cards that you can get there with. So hard, already there. Soft, we're on the
Tina
combo.
showed me earlier. I was like, yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
You rose.
A little easier to clean up the vernacular, you know, when we're talking, you know, a draw, because what do I say? Oh, he flopped a draw. Well, everything's a draw. Everything's a draw all the time. So we have to specify, you know, we have a hard hand, but we're drawing. Okay, is that bottom 2? You know, but we're in a soft hand, you know, on a board of 10-9 deuce. The soft hand is going to be the queen, jack, 7, 8. That's it. There's not much else. You know, or king, queen, jack, 8 or something.
Like you said, an experienced player like Jeremy's going to sniff that
So
out.
sniff that was a soft hand betting on the flop, because a hard hand would probably push a little harder.
Right.
Pardon the pun.
Absolutely.
Jeremy with a mega premium. He's going to go ahead and raise out of the blinds, which he doesn't normally do for reasons we're not going to get into here. Just flops gin because easy game. Why not?
25.
And he brings his bet down to 25, adding a little ambiguity. Turns number 2 low. Pick it up to probably 75 here. Yeah, 75. Me and Jeremy play a lot. We think very similar.
Tell him Rage the water's warm.
Yep.
Come on.
And you have to keep firing there. You can't just you can't give him a free card and, you know, peel a deuce or, you know, worst peel a 7, you know, and just have to check call and check guess. You have to keep it moving there. That's the power position, or I guess the handcuffs of being out of position.
Yeah.
You know, is that playing from out of position this game is real difficult.
4 cards saying that he thought Jeremy was Mike Mattisau for a second. Yeah, little different style of play, I think.
Little different, a little different on the talkative spectrum.
Tony, I've told you to Florida.
I don't think I've ever met. No, I have met Mike.
Have you met Mike?
Yeah, but it was like 2 decades ago. It was a long time ago.
CW and I
It's like 08 or something. We played a mix game together.
Just seen him, you know, start to make a couple appearances recently.
Yeah, he's a character.
He is.
I don't know enough about him to have an opinion one way or the other.
Nor do I, but I'm just happy he's still alive and rocking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game benefits as a whole from people who have been around since the beginning.
Right.
You know, and by beginning I mean Poker Boom.
Yeah.
You know, and then people like Sean Sean Rice have been playing since since Nirvana was, you know, like touring.
Yeah. Touring small gigs.
Yeah, touring with Kurt Cobain.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a while. But I think the game benefits as a whole, you know, with those kind of people still around. It's not like I'm not going to call it a sport, but other professional endeavors where, you know, the turnstile of who's who goes quick, you know, like in like football or baseball or something, that turnstile goes pretty quick. Right? You know, to last a decade's kind of a big deal, where in poker, you know, people be around for 2-3 decades or more.
Yeah, we literally have had TJ Cloutier make several final tables here recently
he's
on our Saturday tournaments.
Been, you know, around since the 70s.
Yep.
Todd.
Middle set for Todd.
Oh, and Jeremy turns the card he doesn't want to see. But a check from his opponent is a good sign. I would imagine he might not get this through. 75? Yep, got away. A lot of times you can sniff that out with a second, third, or fourth nut low, because he bet the flop, checked the low card that didn't change the high, the board paired, then he bet again. It's generally a full house, generally. And so there's not, if you're not betting the turn, he's not going to have better than like 4-5. Usually if a set and a 4-5 is going to bet the turn. So he's going to have a set and less than a 4-5. Pretty easy to make a call there with 4-5 or better. Pretty darn easy.
Yeah, yeah.
But Jeremy had I think a 7-2. So not so easy, because he could easily have a hand like 10-10-6-3 or 10-10-6-4 or something and scoop him.
Todd's part of that crew that does play with Jeremy and Rebecca almost on a weekly basis.
He
you
knows.
see him in the room, so a lot of hours spent at the table between those two players.
It's kind of when you make a hero call and hold them with like ace jack high and they show you ace king, you go, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
Same kind of situation.
Yeah.
You don't really want to make that call and go, oops.
Oops.
And you feel real dumb. I have a lot of experience feeling real dumb on making bad calls like that.
Have you truly played the game if you haven't had that experience?
Nope.
Right? Yeah.
Nope. We all do it at least once. Couple of low draws, not much by way of high. Todd's kings are still in the quote lead, but that's a little weird when everybody has this many cards. We don't really say who's got the quote best hand. We talk about who has the most equity, who has the best chance to win in this game. So vernacular is a little bit different. How we think about things is a little bit different. Jeremy's going to go ahead and take the lead. Tony says, not so fast, sir.
Not so fast.
All right. Uh-oh. Danger. That is danger for Tony. He got what he wanted to, and he got what he wanted, and what he wanted is going to get smacked in the ear.
Yeah, the 7-6 for Jeremy.
Yep.
Big straight,
Both ways.
same low, right?
Now Jeremy's going to bet and see if he gets a quick call, which he does. That's going to signify his opponent's going to have an ace-2 most of the time. I'd imagine he's going to bet pot no matter what the river card is. Yep, changes nothing. I'd imagine this is going to be a full pot bet. So if he called turn, he should be calling river. 600. Yep. Pretty close. Is that what I heard? 600?
600, yeah.
Pretty close. A little bit of space left, but
West side of 35.
Jeremy betting about 80% of the pot. There's a sneaky little math trick for this one, is that there is a way, to force your opponent to lose the same amount whether they call or whether they fold, and Jeremy might be trying to get pretty close to that number.
Tony is getting a count of what the pot was.
Yeah, and he calls with 300. See that, folks? That needs to, I know I'm getting quartered. Here you go. The bet's 6, I'll call with 3. Here you go. That is experience.
Yep.
Both players, well done.
And you mentioned the speed at which Tony called on that, on
Yeah,
that card.
yeah, and
on the turn.
that's a major difference between a professional player and everybody else, is that you tend to notice the time in which it takes for somebody to make a wrong move.
Right.
Because, and we've talked about this before, if your opponent takes 30 to 40 seconds to make the wrong move, you probably bet the right amount. But if they call really quickly and you're value betting, you didn't bet enough, right? So like in that situation, Jeremy's probably going to notice that it took him 10, 12-ish seconds to make the wrong call, and then called knowing he's getting quartered. So Jeremy's gonna take, if I see that, if I'm sitting in Jeremy's position, I'm gonna take that as I bet about the right amount. And he's also aware that now that his opponent is aware of the bet sizing.
Right.
Because he asked how much is in there and if I'm gonna call and get quartered. And
Here you go. Here's the 300.
yeah, people who don't even address that's different. Then it goes on field. That's different. That's a different equation.
Yep.
But now that his opponent asked, he goes, how much is in there? Because he lost track. He's going to know he's aware of it. So now he's probably going to keep doing that to him if it keeps coming up. So well done, Jeremy. Again, well played.
All right, we've got Elite FN join us saying, let's go, brother. Well, let us know who your brother is so we can give him a shout out. Jedi Master Ted joined us, and Lexi spotted that right away when Jeremy hit the nut there.
We have another Tony fan.
Big Tony fan. All right, Elite.
Well, I am not going to pretend I'm not always rooting for Jeremy and Becca. I always root for other pros, but I'm also very good friends with both. But that's okay. Bias is all right some of the time.
Right.
and they can take care of themselves.
They-
They don't
they
need. They don't need
absolutely
my
can.
help. You know, they can take care of
Zero.
themselves.
Todd harassing somebody about VPIP.
Oh, that shouldn't even be allowed.
Needle and Todd.
But he has to play her hand. That's a penalty.
I do believe last time I was here, Todd had the lowest VPIP, and it was 35%. If I remember correctly.
Those in a hold'em game, those are great numbers. 'Cause
Yeah.
we've got guys that go below that. We call them Mendoza line. The under, 200, under 20%. That's batting under 200 in baseball
God, that's
terms.
so boring.
Yeah,
That's
very
so,
boring.
So boring.
But 35%.
And that's the worst.
Call me a nit if you want. If
Yeah,
I'm the worst, at
and that's the
35,
worst. That's the worst of the bunch. The tightest of the bunch is 35.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, Big O's better. Play Big O, people.
Todd just got himself out of a little Stucksville there. Tony, the only one down a decent amount.
From that last spot.
But yeah, super early. We're only 35 minutes into this stream. Thank y'all again for joining us. If you're just tuning in, again, this is a 5-card Big O game. I got Greg Vail. Don't do it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Yep. Did y'all lose internet? We're just frozen right now.
Oh, no.
Don't know if anybody can hear us. And now it went out.
Oh, no.
Do I need to refresh or anything?
This better be a lightning strike at least.
Right.
What's your chip?
Call.
Hey Todd, I seen your buddy the other day.
Raise the 50 from Call. Call. 3 of you. Check it. Okay. It's on 6 now, about 75. It's on 1.
There we go. Welcome back. Greg Vail and I are back. Let us know if you have everything, sound, video, audio, all the above. Thank you guys for sticking with us while we had that little lapse there. Lost our live feed for a minute. It went off into outer space, and it's back. So Greg and I are back.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Wish we had any answers, but you have all the same information we do. Whoops.
Thanks, Jason. Hope you had a good break. Got a good beverage in. A couple of snacks, maybe. All right, on to the next hand, hand 25. They were able to keep playing and tracking the win-loss stuff. So you see there, Jeremy, Ned, and JP are all in the profit. Everybody else on a little struggle bus so far. Big Tony down there at the bottom.
Looks like he and Jeremy played a pot while we were away. That somebody else chopped. But other than that, not a ton of movement yet, as of yet. Mr. Brian Dowd, how are you, sir?
Perfect timing, Brian, because we just got the feedback, thank goodness.
Man, that was... I thought I flew all the way out here for 30 minutes of stream.
Raise.
All right, Tony coming in, opening from the small blind. Never fun.
3 calls, heads up.
Being first to act post flop on with Jeremy to your left is never a good time.
Check it.
Yeah, both players not too terribly upset with that flop. Checks to Jeremy. He's going to go ahead and take the lead here with top pair and nut flush draw. Top pair being the aces. We generally call all the over pairs and all that being top pair. That's going to turn the nuts for Jeremy.
Absolutely, great card there.
Very disinterested Tony here from that turn card. Check. 275 is the bet Jeremy thinks he can get called, and he is correct.
And I was 55 days sober until then.
Low does get there, but Tony's not going to play any of it. And
I feel bad for
Jeremy made a big full pot size bet trying to get anything but the nut low to fold.
Another 515 in profit for Jeremy.
I should have said, no, we really don't need this.
A lot of times when you get check called there on that turn, a lot of times you're looking at a hand like 2 pair and the nut low, or like an ace 3. Most of the time. So it can be a very tricky endeavor to navigate that river bet. It's like you know if your opponent does have the nut low, there's nothing you can bet they're going to fold to. But if they have an ace 4 or like an ace 5 or a 3-4, what amount do we bet to try and get them to fold?
Right on.
Or do we even need them to get to the fold? Like, you might have a number 2 flush and know like an ace 2, king, king, queen kind of thing with like king X of diamonds. So like how much you can't want to blow them off the pot, right? So it can be kind of tricky. A lot of times there you have to just make your best guess.
JP giving us the thumbs up.
Is I'm taking 3 women.
And Susan is joining us saying good luck to her friend JP. Howdy, Susan. Hope you're doing
What
great.
if I identify?
She got me all excited about going.
I'm
Take
sorry.
my motor home and
40 to go.
Hey, you know, you can still go down there.
Before we had that little internet blip, check out our Poker Atlas Tour schedule because I think we've got a couple of mixed game events, including a Big O event. So put that out there for y'all to check out. But it's on the Poker Atlas website as well as TCH as far as that calendar goes.
Trina, and then
Rich is going to min-click that $20 open to 40. That is a pretty clear sign of a low rundown hand.
It's a live stream in Austin.
are we heads up? Oh, okay.
For those of you who like body language, that little endeavor there. Oh, are we heads up? That is generally a sign of weakness.
Got 50.
JP going to take the opportunity to bet his aces up now.
No, because it's
And it's gonna work.
Weekend, or it's for that week.
Would have liked to see
I don't know when he's leaving.
Rich bet the flop there. You know, if you make a C bet there, you're not going to give your opponent's going to be folding there. That instinct to be a little more careful, ironically, is going to end up costing you the pot in that situation. Ellen, hello.
She's played a couple times.
Good to see you.
She's from Fort Worth.
There's my wonderful editor.
Oh, is she a dealer or something at the port?
That first women's game.
Thanks
you
for
had,
joining us.
Nobody had more fun.
There you go for you big O players. Looking like August the 24th is going to be the Big O event.
I think Law might have outdrank her.
25K guaranteed. Start with 30,000 in chips, 30-minute levels. It's a $500 buy-in.
I'll take the over on double that prize pool. Everybody always underestimates big O player pools.
Yeah.
They think, well, we'll guarantee 40 or 50 players and then 120 show up.
Yeah, they got a deuce to 7 single draw.
Throttles out.
PLO tournaments as well. So a lot of stuff going on. Triple draw. So check out that schedule. That starts in just a couple of weeks, folks.
This thing started out pretty stout. I mean, y'all might have started drinking at lunch.
Yeah.
If you heard that accent, you'd know exactly where he was from, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Love us some JP.
Not North Dakota.
That's right. Or Boston. Or,
Yeah, not from Boston.
Somewhere down in these parts.
I tell you what.
Yeah, that's right.
I went there to Altoona or whatever.
Remember that old
the
bit
name
from
is
Jeff
on
Foxworthy? I think he said
to the track.
about the Southern dentist or whatever. He's like, it's not the most intelligent sounding accent. You don't want that being on your dentist. You know. What we gonna do is.
But you're like, the man's actually brilliant, but
Yeah,
we're just,
no, it's like
he just doesn't give off the vibe when you
Yeah.
first meet him.
it was a bit from a long time ago. That was a good bit. Gonna rip them there molars out.
Yeah, them there.
Look, I didn't straddle shame him last time. I'm probably not going to do it again.
Well, I mean,
We got some characters in this room, and JP's one of our favorite.
Do it, like myself. So like, I'll straddle shame
Well,
Todd.
you can always shame Todd.
Decent high rundown hand. Generally, you don't want to be the first one in the pot with a hand like that. So I approve of that fold.
Everyone except for you and the guy that's
Because when you open with a hand like that, you never know what you're getting called with. And a lot of times when you flop hands like two pairs and with three people behind you, you don't really know what to do. It's kind of an awkward spot. So generally, if you're the first one in the pot, you know, in early to mid position with that, those kind of hands, generally just get out of the way. Rich flopping straight, but on a scary, scary board.
Ned flopping top set.
Tony with a straight flush draw. That straight flush matters. But nobody else has hearts, so any flush is a good flush in this situation.
It's a bounty, though.
It's tough to know in real time, though.
Okay, I was thinking it was a.
Well, let's add some more draws to the board. Nobody with a real decent low component here.
Guy comes to a poker game, brings the live stream,
Now with this,
crown, and he's gone.
and with another bet here by the same player, that's going to be the nut straight almost every time.
Oh, you just put it in the record that you had it? There you go.
Tony doesn't seem to mind. I'll draw against that hand. This is something you see quite often, actually, in this game. Players seem to overvalue, straight flush draws. It sometimes forces them to make mistakes that they wouldn't normally make. That's a good fold there by Ned. Ha-cha-cha.
Flush gets there.
Yeah, and an insta check right there. That is a green light to bet any flush jack high or better, because if he has jack 8, and hearts, he's probably not going to check. But Tony having the 8 of hearts in his hand reduces those combinations down just a touch. But that is a free pass generally when it goes pot, nothing changed, and then the front door flush draw gets there and they check. It's also a free pass to bluff. If you have like a naked ace-2 4 here or something, like a naked ace-2, you make the exact same bet, whether you have it or not. And that would be risking nothing to win something right there, whether he has it or not. If you have the nut low there and that your opponent checks the river, you're generally going to bet. Call that free rolling a fold. If he calls, we chop. If he folds, we win all of it. Now, that's not what the situation was here. Tony obviously had the best hand, but in a hypothetical, if you have the nut low and your opponent checks them.
Good hand for Tony there, and Elite letting us know that Tony is the uncle, so glad to see you're getting to watch your uncle play.
Question from Mr. Garrett here. What is the max low hand to win? I'm assuming you mean the minimum low hand. If we're talking about the minimum hand required, you have to have 3 or 5 unpaired cards, 8 or lower. There must be 3 unique unpaired low cards, 8 or lower on the board for a low to qualify. There will be a low slightly more than 50% of the time. Depends how you calculate it. About 54-ish% of the time. That's because there is one more low card than everything else. Aces play both ways.
Ellen was almost taking offense to our
Floor on 29.
our twang, but I'm a Southerner, so trust me, that's my accent too. And,
oh, I meant no insult.
Absolutely. I've yet to go to Kentucky. I want to just so I can get one of those cool shirts that's getting lucky in Kentucky.
Oh, nice.
Never been to Kentucky.
Just driven through it a couple of times. Never spent any time there. No, I happen to quite enjoy Southern accents.
Oh, they're great.
It's like Southern to the American language is like Irish to proper English, where it's like when you're Irish and you tell a story, if it's not funny, it'll be funny.
It'll be funny.
You know, like
and
when
it's funny, it'll be hilarious.
Way funny. And when a Southerner with that accent tells the same story as somebody from wherever, it's just funny. Like it just I like it a lot. I really enjoy it.
That's funny.
I really enjoy Southern accents.
Like JP from Texas's jokes are going to be way funnier than Bob from Nebraska when he tells them. You know?
It's just funnier in a Southern accent. I don't know why. It just is.
That's it. What about my straddle, Butcher?
Out of my tilt now, guys. Let's go.
Everything's good. Everything's good.
Yo, it's really good. That's awesome.
Shout out to the floor there, Butcher. Keeping these guys in check. Says Tony wins, but the hand isn't over yet. There we go.
There's the other hand.
Graphics getting caught up.
150 is about speech out there about the straddle.
Becca flopping top 2. Tony flopping middle set.
Now he's hit 2 big.
Oh yeah, huge.
And for those of you out there that think, well, if you have top 2, you're blocking out the top 2 sets. No, you're not. Here's a good example. You deal out most of the deck in this game. Blockers mean something. They don't mean everything.
I wonder what the RFID would say about your 6 card.
Nobody likes that heart. But if this goes check-check, that should be a free pass for Tony to bet his hand with having the naked queen in his hand. Also, again, free pass for Becca to bluff. If your opponent checks twice, one of these players has to take this down without a showdown. When your opponent goes check-check on the river for the second time, Becca's got to bet that. The straight's going to fold most of the time anyway. So that's a free pass. He's not checking a flush twice, and even if he is, it's gonna be like a 7 high, 8 high, or something. You got to steal that pot away.
Tony will gladly take it though, trying to get himself unstuck. I did see, look, he added a little bit more chips to the table though, so this stack has swollen up to just under 6K. He's wanting to play some big pots tonight. We're here for it.
I was told the man enjoys playing big pots.
Yeah, he likes big pots, cannot lie. Came all the way from Iowa to join us tonight, so glad he's here.
I don't know, Tony.
Yeah. How did you let me do
Well,
that?
you went over one hand.
I've got my
Why'd you let me do that, Ed?
freaking Queeg over here with my worry beads.
I was more worried about what the waitress is doing. Count your goddamn
Well,
yeah.
Well,
Straddle and a re-straddle here.
I heard some talk about some Crown Royals, so if these guys can get a little bit of that in their veins, we might get an even more talkative, fun group tonight.
Don't put it in your veins.
Yeah.
That's a figure of speech.
Don't mainline it, that's for sure.
You know, when I was at Arizona State, somebody died doing that. It was a nursing student.
I've heard not that story, but I've heard of somebody dying doing that. The guys in Motley Crue notoriously said they got bored drinking and decided to mainline Jack Daniels.
Oh, yeah, I'm surprised you
not
lived.
smart.
Yeah, apparently a nursing student put a shot of tequila in their vein, which I found. What's the Darwin Award?
Yep.
You know, if you're a nursing student, you go out that way, you
meltdown for $5 right there.
pretty good.
Yeah, glad you're not my nurse.
Yeah, don't. Yep. Wrong profession. Jeremy flops the real hand here.
Absolutely.
Hey, Steve-O's gonna try and navigate bottom 2. That is a very difficult hand in this game.
Because his last
I routinely complain at home when how's your day going, honey? And I'm flopping bottom 2 pair all day. Oh gosh, how much you stuck? It's a tough hand to play in this game. Most players just get out of the way, which is that's generally what you want to do. You don't want to flop 2 pair in this game. As plan A.
Yeah.
That's the important part. If 2 pair is your first plan, you done made mistakes.
You love Todd?
his last card would have been a burn. Oh yeah, you're 10.
You love Todd?
When I used to
Is it like something from the Fresh Air Fund where you have to pick a kid on the weekend?
Fresh Air Fund.
Poor Todd. He takes it well, though. I love it when you're with a group of friends or folks that you play cards with, whatever it may be, and you got those guys and gals that they'll dish it, but they can take it too. You know, Todd's got thick skin. You kind of have to be a poker player and play with the same group all the time.
Yeah, and you know, Big O's different than other. It's just a different table dynamic than other games. And Hold'em, everybody's trying to be so serious and tank about everything and take forever. And in this game, people are just a lot more freewheeling, a lot more loose and talkative in this game because there's a lot more going on, and it'll overload your brain if you try to take it too seriously.
Right.
Oh, the yellow was, this is much better than the yellow.
That's the fun part for me. But the more variables, the more complicated a system is, the more I like it.
You know what color it is?
Steve-O with all the low cards here. We got what, top 2 for Tony?
No, he's not talking about.
Naked ace of spades for Rebecca.
Steve-O's
She has top 2 as well.
Good spot here. Tony threw his top 2 in the muck.
Rebecca has that kind of small open ender there to go with it. Spades.
Oh, and Becca turned the ability to bluff if she wants to.
That is not the queen of diamonds. There we go. King of spades.
For those of you who like body language, see that double check that Becca just made at her cards when that spade came out. In this situation, that's generally checking if she has the naked ace. Because most people remember the suit that they have, their primary nut suit. They remember that right off the bat. So if they have to look back and check, they're generally looking to see if they have the naked ace. It's a pretty reliable tell with better players.
They want to know why I'm massaging in a circle here.
Well, I can tell you why.
They're jealous?
But we are
There's a
getting
certain
some,
spot on the
some
tummy.
ratings. I probably should have the booth.
Here we go. Got our viewership back. We got about 125 folks tuned in currently.
It depends who's
Had a little
sponsoring this. It would
internet
be really
crap
the
out for a
best.
second earlier, but you guys all came back, so thank you for joining us. Ben Nelson joining us, saying let's go Tony. So I guess the rumors are true. Tony's a well-known man in the poker scene, and heard a lot about him, and glad to see him down here and have a lot of friends that are joining tonight to watch him play.
I'm not sure I've ever met Tony.
Whether they're rooting him on or rooting against
not,
him,
I'm not sure. I'm good with faces. I'm not sure I've ever met him before. And I get around the Big O streets.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So is Iowa a place that you've played? I know we talked about
I
Council
played there
Bluffs.
once. I played in Council Bluffs one time years and years ago, just on my way to Chicago. Like that was the only time I've ever been there. I liked it. It was fun. It was a super deep no limit game. It was like a 1-3 game with no cap on it.
Wow.
It was like just $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 stacks. Like, oh, this is fun. I'm like, I'll take this. It was one of my few thousand big blind winning sessions in Hold'em. Was that day.
Big flush draws here. Ned with the naked ace.
Big flop for Steve-O, too. He's got a couple of pairs, the naked ace of spades. Now, he's not going to want to put too much stock in that naked ace of spades. The low's already there.
Wild Bill Levy, who's
Another guy.
And he got right out of the way. Not a lot of players will fold there. A lot of people will peel there with 2 pair, the second nut low. And I think he had a gutter in there somewhere. That's a common place for players to peel. That's a decent amount of discipline to fold there.
Oh, really?
Well, the reason why he folds is important. That would, if the player was a client of mine, I'd ask him. I need to know the specific reason, because if you fold because I'm not feeling it, that sucks.
Yeah.
But if you can articulate a good reason why we're folding there, then in this situation, well, and along with others, the reasons why you do something are just as, if not more important, than what you actually do. I'd imagine that applies to a lot of things in life, not just poker.
Yeah.
You know, reasons matter, intent matters.
I would never allow that to happen. I'm a professional.
10 to go.
Now Ned again with a strong hand in early position. He's chosen to limp in every time. So far with these, that is a pattern you can rely on.
That's the first one I missed.
I know, I said, I
like
lost
it
money
when you
there.
fold, so I can actually hold my cards the way I like.
Raise to 50.
You know you already had $10 in there, right?
Heard raise. Where'd the raise come from?
I think it came from Steve-O.
Steve-O,
Yep,
okay.
Steve-O with the Ace-2-9-9 queen, double suited. I like those hands.
Oh, hey, you're supposed to fold.
You're likely to flop a push with that hand. Likely means like top pair in the nut low draw. That's the most probable thing, or you just flop middle set. That's not what you're looking for with this. You want like a hand like 9-7-X. You don't want that ace on board, but this can qualify as a push if he chooses to take that line. That is a dangerous one because he has a set and nothing else. He's gonna split the uprights here, go right in the middle with a $100 bet. It's neither a push nor a pull. Let's see what happens here. Steve wants to see if he gets called, he'd like to see a blank paint card there. But taking it down right there is not a bad thing. That is a privilege when you flop a naked set like that out of position on the field. I'll gladly just take it down with no resistance. Because you know you're getting called by all the soft hands,
Yeah.
all the draws, all the spades, all the lows, all the everything. You never know what you're getting called by. So like if the turn's a 6 or a 10, are we betting again? I have no idea.
Tier 1 holdings.
Hold'em player.
Jeremy slowly and steadily climbing up the chip stacks.
6-12 mixed up.
He is very good at that. He is very good at the consistent, you know, what some players would call a grind. I don't like to use that word. It's consistency, reliability, making good decisions, not trying to go for haymakers like that. He's just slow and consistent wins, slow and steady. And Jeremy is as good as anybody with that one.
Raise 50.
Tony getting a little frisky on the button here.
Right.
But when everybody folds, oh, no, we got a call. Someone called. Who's got that other hand?
Check it.
There it is. It's a good bet for a good board for a C bet if you're raising pre-flop. And he's going to do that, but it's a small number, 75.
Do you just shut down when you get called?
When the turn's another Broadway, you do. Yeah, that's a tough one to fire through. It's a tough one to keep betting on. But betting 100, this looks like he's begging for a call. It really looks like he wants a call. It's an interesting line to take.
Hundreds.
Looks like it's going to work.
And if you think bluffs can't work in this game, there you go.
There's one. And there's been a few.
Yeah.
We've also pointed out a few situations that weren't taken.
Yeah.
There's plenty of bluffs in this game, lots and lots of places. So those that think there isn't one, you're not paying attention.
That's right. Jeremy's better half in the room, but she's also joining us and saying, go Jeremy, supporting her man. And cool shout out here from Adi, who was on our live stream last night in our Even Bigger One tournament. First time up here in Dallas. He's a Houston player.
Oh.
Came up and played in our Even Bigger One tournament. It's a multi-day, no-limit tournament, and walks away as the first place winner out of 2,095 entries, 70,000.
Easy game.
$300 buy-in, 70,000 cash money.
That's worth the drive.
Great job, Adi. And he got to listen to the live stream on the way back home. So,
Oh, there you go.
yeah, just kind of zoned out with a nice check for 70K on his way home.
Not
you know.
bad, not bad.
Well done, my friend. Great to meet you, too.
And I'm having a drink for that.
Do not enjoy the tournament streets. No, thank you.
It's funny how people get into whatever it is that they're passionate about.
Yeah.
You know, the way that you found
Yeah.
your way into this game, and a lot of folks have left the 1-2 streets, and now PLO is their
Yeah,
game,
PLO,
and they
yeah.
literally cannot go back.
Can't
They're
go
like,
back.
I can't play that
It's
2-card
boring.
game.
It's
Yeah.
boring. It's like,
boring.
you know, you're not going to go start playing, you know, checkers after you've gotten good at chess.
Right.
All right, well, one top set. Nobody with spades here.
It was milk.
And we still dress like
We were
kids,
drinking
too.
milk all the time.
I drink
Chicken?
2 gallons a week.
Another 9. It's not going to get anybody there. A set should feel rather comfortable here after it's been checked through twice.
Doesn't matter what. I drink a gallon of milk a day.
Oh, my son knows.
Little $85 pot.
Nobody wants it.
Too bad we don't have the mics. to
Ned's
catch all
going
this
to
milk
get the pot uncontested. This is
I
not
call it Jerry. I
super
call it
uncommon.
$4.
But sometimes when people just don't have much of anything, you see this in Hold'em too, where a bunch of people limp in, nobody really catches anything but third pair or less, and nobody bets. Same thing in this game, it's just a little different.
There's certain foods that I
Jim's asking how many cards. I'm guessing, just like a lot of players who don't know PLO ask, you know, how many cards are you playing? You have to play 2 and only 2.
From your hand and
From your
3
hand.
on the board, no other combination. Just like PLO, all forms of Omaha, which would be anything more than 2 cards, have the same rules. You must use 2 from your hand, 3 on the board, no other combination. The biggest change that creates is that when there is 3 of a kind on the board, in Hold'em, any pair makes a full house. In Omaha and all of its variants, you must have a pair in your hand to make a full house. So as soon as that board comes 3/8, you either have it or you don't. You're not going to improve if you don't have it.
I'm not in charge.
Full
of
houses
it,
can
so
get
I
bigger,
can't,
but the hand is immediately decided right there.
Yeah, we've got a little
Yeah, this is a high-low
We've been to Austin.
variety game, so
We
you
heard
can play
about it.
2 of your cards for the high
We went to Austin
and have 2 other cards that you're playing for the low.
But each hand must play 2 specific cards. You know, you can play the deuce twice. Like if you have ace 2, 8, and ace 8 diamonds, you can play the ace and the 2 for the low, the ace and the 8 for the high. But you know, you must play 2 from your hand, 3 from the board, no other combination for both hands, or for either hand, either and or hand. However you want to phrase that.
Ned's got a hand you love to wake up in a 5-card draw game.
And that is, that one raises some eyebrows. Actually, that fold raises little eyebrows with me.
King, queen,
Ace, king,
ace.
king, queen, queen, ace.
So
At least
was
one
suited.
suit.
Diamonds were suited.
To not even see a flop there, you know, now that we have a couple pieces of evidence of him limping in 3 times from early position with strong hands, now I'm a little worried.
Now we're just tossing that one.
Yeah, and we're just tossing. Oof. Is it too big? Can't be too big. Right? It's a decent watch he's got on.
Yeah.
This game can't be that big for him. Of course, no game's too big when you're winning. But that one raises some eyebrows for me. That's a hand most people are going to see a flop with. That'd be kind of like just open folding a king queen suited, like in the small blind, and there's just like 3 or 4 limps. It'd be a little eyebrow raising, you know.
I can't raise this one. 20 to go. Yeah, 4's doing it now. 7. Todd, can you scan?
Still trying to put
Raise.
4 sweeteners.
50 now.
We're going to be nice, Mark. We're going to let him redeem himself.
Give Ned the boot. Nah, we're not playing that game.
He must not like queens because he just had them again and let him go, but it was 9 deuce deuce was the other combination.
I mean, I don't blame him for checking down that set of queens earlier when there is monotone board and straights Vail. That's normal, but a little concerned about that fold pre-flop. The big downside to that, just to state the obvious, is that if you see somebody doing that for a couple hours, then all of a sudden they just step on the gas, you ain't fooling anybody.
Yeah.
You know?
175.
160 is about.
160.
Oh, and then 160. I do enjoy joking around with that sometime when I know there's exactly 200 in the pot. I want to bet 284. What?
My daughter, who's turning into a degenerate.
See if the dealer's paying attention or not. They're like, no, sir, it's only 200. You're like, no.
You put money
Just two little black chips sitting in there, but I want to bet more.
Yeah.
JP turns the nuts. Becca turns the nut low, and some more draws. Oh, this is dangerous, JP. This is very dangerous. Yeah, you know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Becca just rips it in his face here. She'd be well within her rights to do it. But
big one brewing.
Yeah, this is dangerous, JP. Oh, he's gonna get away with it. Woo! Becca's got to make a huge call here. She does still have half. It didn't actually change anything.
Yeah, technically.
But man, this is a tough call for Becca if she's got that full pot bet. Because this is definitely a 6-4. He definitely has a 6-4 in his hand because of the way the turn played out.
Well, because he turned down the RV.
But does he have a deuce as well? That's
Yeah.
the question. Does JP have a deuce in his hand with that 6-4? And I'm not sure we have information to determine that one way or the other. But I'd be willing, I might have to say that this might have to be a call. Oh, well done, Becca. Well done.
45.
Woo! Woo! Ooh, that'll get your blood pumping.
Nice call.
She was turn bet. Too.
Nice call.
I thought you were getting recorded.
Oh, man, she was.
Wow.
Tough. Good pizza, man.
Good call, Becca.
Good luck. Have a good night.
Took a little bit of time, thought it
Man.
out, finds the call.
Good call, Rebecca.
That's a tough one. To quote one of my Irish friends, that'll put some hair on your ass.
The wheels only
Woo!
I just didn't pick it up.
I won't attempt to do an Irish accent.
On your arse.
Yeah, I won't.
Your
I'm not
arse.
even going to pretend to do an Irish
Yeah,
accent.
maybe Scottish, who knows? But
Yeah.
either way.
every summer I run into him and he just says something. You know, he makes a big call. Whoa.
That'll put some hair on your arse. Lightning bolts up your arse. I just thinking brave-hearted Scottish guys. That's too funny.
That's
Again,
a
that's
tough
the
call.
accent, right? Anything
Yeah.
somebody like that says at the table, it's just going to be extra funny.
Yeah, you say that with a straight face, you know, from South Dakota or someone with no accent. But if you're from Dublin or Edinburgh, you know, or like or from Boston, it'll be funny, you know. Or Texas, probably.
Yeah. Well, good job for our first dealer, John, keeping these players in line. Hard to do sometimes with this rowdy gang. But yeah, and JP and Becca played tons together as well over the years. Good friends. And she was letting me know she was excited to have her buddy JP on, and they were going to get after each other a little bit.
I bet.
He tried to, pull her off of, exactly something like she had there, and she made the call.
It is a tough call. Now, to go back to what I said on the turn, where I said I wouldn't be surprised if Becca jammed it here, that is one of the reasons to do that. If you jam the turn, you can't get put in that vice on the river should a ace or a 2 pop off. Now, granted, an ace is a lot easier of a call than a 2.
What did she have when the turn was there?
She had a bunch of draws.
Just
She had
all over the
flush
board, right?
draws, straight draws, and the nut low. And so when you're calling and going past a 1-to-1 SPR, which I believe she did, you have to have a damn good reason to do that.
Yeah.
And so, for example, if she shoves the turn and the river's a club, she's going to get paid. If she if she calls the turn and the river's a high club and her opponent checks, she might not get any value out of that very clear 6-4. Right? It's very clearly a 6-4. So, ouch.
This is the bomb pot. We had the ace of clubs got exposed, but
it
is a bomb, so still not fun.
Okay. But anyways, back to the point is that if Becca wants to jam the turn, she avoids that problem.
Okay.
That problem is not an issue. Now, granted, you don't know what you're shoving into because if he happens to have a safety net, she's screwed either way, and that would be ace 2-4-6. That there's no way it's going to change. But when Jays has a naked 6-4, if Becca improves, she might not get paid. So when you call a bet going past 1-to-1, you have to have a really good reason to do so, and I'm just being careful is not a good reason. Or I'm just going to see the river. That's not a good reason.
Well,
but
identical flop minus the suits here, and well, not identical, excuse me. Looks like it is if you just stare at it for a second, but ace 10-5 and 10-5-4. Graphics are going to get caught up here in a second to figure out who's got what here. There we go. Starting to see some hands here.
So now that we're dealing with bomb pots here, usually just trying to wait for the software to pick up. If you're in Jay's position last hand and that river comes down, and you're up against an opponent you are damn near sure is going to have an ace-2, take your time. You take your time with that decision. You don't just rip it all right away. Because if you rip it quick, and they might call quick with the second nut low. Let it sit there. Let them think about it. Let them, let it sink in that they don't have the nut low anymore. Then bet the pot. You have a greater chance of getting that through. Let them think. Let them think about how bad this is going to be if they have to make this call. Let it soak in. Let that one marinate.
Let it marinate.
Let it marinate. That's generally helpful if you're going to get it through. If you need to get it through like that, let your opponent think about it for a minute before you do anything. Plus, a better player tends to think the over-the-top tank, not over-the-top, but a tank and then a super aggressive action is Hollywooding and super strong. And they might give it more credit. They might give you more credit on the low end. So you might actually get it through if you do that. Might seem a little bush league, but something like that it can matter. In that situation, is a $1,000 half pot. It's a big deal.
All right, so that bomb pot didn't get too out of control there. Flush on one and straight on the other. Steve-O and Jeremy going to chop that up.
Like they did with the Peaks.
No, it's a sole person. One person.
Huh?
One person that's.
Jeremy's still leading the pack here. Tony's still throwing the party. But otherwise, besides those two, not a lot of movement on 6 out of 8 players. Not uncommon for the first 30, 40 hands of a live stream.
I don't watch a ton of Big O streams because there really aren't any, but PLO streams are kind of hit or miss, and it's just now that we're watching a Big O stream. The last time I watched a PLO, it was an all-in for 2 or 3 players almost every hand. I mean, chips were just going in the middle, and it was crazy. But watching this game, it just seems so much more methodical. There's a lot more thought process. Obviously it's a split pot game. It's still a pot limit game.
Sure.
But you just don't have just the crazy, almost like a bingo card action sometimes post flop.
Yeah, and it's a very different game.
Yeah.
With different, the things in PLO, you're always trying to get your opponent to fold out some of their equity.
Yeah.
Right. And in this game, you're not always trying to do that. Yes, of course, that's decent advice in any game to get as many opponents to fold out their equity as possible. However, we generally try to exploit that, and we get people to put money in with less equity than they think they have. It's kind of the inverse of that equation, instead of trying to get people to fold it out, push it out. So it just leads to a different dynamic. It's a different goal. It's not just sledgehammer and haymakers like it is in PLO. The analogy would be, it's like the difference between a Mike Tyson and a Floyd Mayweather.
Huge.
Both boxing, but both very different styles. Decent analogy for this game to PLO. All right, JP gets a piece.
I mean, the 280 say hi?
I'm sorry?
280? No, I mean like.
Pair and the ace deuce.
I mean, maybe that's what.
Hard of hearing, I'm sorry.
That little emphasis he's putting on chips is important. I will definitely talk about that in a video on tells on my website, doublesuitedpoker.com. I do chop these up and make tell videos and body language instruction and tutorials and stuff like that. That will be involved. That is generally a sign of strength. However, that little extra emphasis is telling of its strength, but not all the strength.
I don't have all of it.
Not all of it, but I got some of it.
I got a lot of it. Get out of my pot.
Generally not the nut hand, generally speaking. Generally. Not always. But, as soon as I say that, somebody's going to do that shit with the exact nut hand 2 minutes later. Mr. Collier, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I was going to say, you got another friend join us. Howdy, Mark.
Always a pleasure, Mark. Mark played on the last stream that I was lucky enough to play on and fold cards for 4 hours.
Yeah, you said you didn't run too hot on that one.
I just didn't run one way or the other. I just didn't have anything to play.
Yeah.
It was just sitting there watching everybody else have fun all day. I think I maybe played like 5-6 hands maybe. It was like Sean last time. There's only so much you can do with the Queen 9-9-6-2,
Yeah.
It's like you play Hold'em and you look at Jack 3 and 9-4 and 8-2 all day, and the one time you look down at ace jack suited, there's a 3-bet, 4-bet, and a shove. And, God damn it!
Can I turn these face up? Let's play blackjack.
Yeah,
Otherwise, this is trash.
And it's just never there, We all run a little card dead from time to time.
You weren't folding ace, king, king, queen, queen, were you?
No.
Okay,
no,
good.
no, I was not folding that.
Thank goodness.
I generally don't fold super premium high hands for like 2 big blinds, like ever.
All right, a lot of big cards in these holdings.
Rich chose to open limp the button, which is a little unusual.
So we've got a low board, and nobody has a qualifying low hand. Actually, Reach does with the ace-6. Excuse me.
Just ace-6
barely,
of
yeah.
spades. I mean, you're going to have the green light when you're the only one involved. But if you're going to play a hand like that, come in for a raise. Just standard, basic, normal poker. It's the same in every game. If it's unopened on the button and you're going to play, you should be coming in for a raise.
We're in the small pots.
Oh, I was going to say, damn, that's a lot of
That's quite a
information.
metaphor.
I was gonna say,
You never heard that? You never heard that before?
You could crochet that on a pillow and make $1 million.
No, that's an old line. That's
Home
not
sweet
mine.
home.
That's not mine. That's an old.
Insert
I
your
love
jokes
going to
about
people's
Becca
houses
talking
and they have
about
all those, you know,
crocheting
restaurants,
making you millions.
You know, I love my dog.
Got you.
Just all kinds of.
Dad comes over
All
and
kinds of bull.
What?
comes a human and you come over and what?
I criticize them. I mock them.
Is that an Occam's razor reference? Well done, sir.
Yeah.
This just reminded me,
All right, Jeremy, another premium hand from early positions. He's likely to flop a pusher. He knows that. Comes in for a larger number
Filled with it?
to set that inevitable push up on the flop. Give himself a better situation for himself. Pushes work better when the pot is bigger, so you want to come in for a larger number.
kind of humorous.
So heads up. Rich is going to have a premium low rundown hand here.
Takes the spatula and just got her up on the counter.
Swing and a miss. First person to bet this pot's going to win.
Check.
Generally want to stab there when the opener checks it. You generally want to take a stab there.
He's trying to get a game going. Who's that person?
Same thing. Jeremy says the same. He cannot check this twice. If he checks twice, he's bound to lose most of the time.
No idea who it is. 4 black cards, but they're not those. None of them are those.
It doesn't chase the low, right? He's got the 2-4, but not going to chase anything here.
Yeah, not going to chase there. So if he wants to get a little squirrely, you make a speech like that on a pro and then raise.
Yeah.
A, you're going to get a lot of laughs, and B, you're going to win the pot.
Yeah.
So we're going to go, wait, what?
You just said you had all black cards?
We'd be like, come on with the Hollywood, man. We'd be like, come on, it's going to work.
Yeah.
You know?
Supervisor for 17 years.
But if any of you are out there and you do that, don't do that to me.
I love it. Yeah, I mean,
Greg's going to pick you off at first. You're out.
I'll let you have it once, but then I'm going to see what it looks like when you bluff, and then you ain't going to get it twice. I'll let everybody have the bluff once. I'm the first person to tell somebody nice hand when you bluff me once, but I mean, it's going to have a hard time making the same trick twice.
uno mas. One more. Uno mas.
Thought I gave you 5.
Uh-oh.
I got 4.
You-
I got
uh-oh.
5. How many did you have?
5 went to the small blind. There we go. Okay, good. Phew. It's like the last card shouldn't go to the small blind. Phew.
Everybody yelling at me.
Nah, dealers are creatures of habit. And sometimes when they're dealing this many cards, they just start dealing out cards and they're thinking about something else because a lot of dealing is automatic.
And this is the only
Again.
5-card game in the room.
Again, Ned with the limping from early position. So I'd be curious to see when he actually comes in for a raise, what
he
exactly we're coming in for a raise with. If
What's his qualifying hand, right?
We've played 4 orbits, and he's done the same thing all 4 orbits. You know, this is, or 5 orbits now. You know, he's done this, I think this is the 4th time he's limped with a premium hand from early position. You know, Jeremy and Becca are going to notice that. They're gonna see that. So if he comes in betting here, they're going to know exactly what he's limping in early with.
Jeremy flopping the goods.
Yep, there he is.
Here you go. Look at these guys.
Jeremy's got,
I'm used to 9 seeds.
well, he's got a couple of pairs in there. We don't have a straight. No, he's got a straight, right? 2 pairs, 7s and 5s, 1 low. Rich is going to call with the nut flush draw on the second nut low. This is a tough hand to play multi-ways. You never know if you have all of it or none of it. Not to say you don't play this, but it is a tough thing. If you get a lot of action here, like it's a tough thing. Oh, Jeremy mucked the 7's full.
200.
That's what I meant. I knew he had the goods on the turn.
Yeah. So now that something's changed, Ned verbalized his bet this time, where last time he splashed it in there. The only thing that's changed is he picked up the nut flush draw. Normally your hand changes pretty hard. You know, there's a big change when somebody changes their behavior like that. Interesting. Very interesting. I like intriguing.
Which folds the ace-3, just gets out of there.
Just gets out of the way. And that makes sense, you know, because like here we have a player that's limped into the gun just about every orbit with a premium hand, and now is firing out twice into multiple people when the board changes too. So it's going to be an ace-2. At least an ace-2 every time. So it's pretty easy fold with
when you
with
only have the
ace-3.
ace-3.
Yeah, with just ace-3. Because now once the board pairs, you don't actually know if your clubs are good. So if the river is a queen of clubs and you're facing a pot-sized bed, you have no idea if you're smoked, getting half or what. It's a tough thing to play.
Make a pit stop to go there to sell and then leave.
I've got a lot of child support.
Ace-3 combos are actually one of the most overplayed or misplayed combinations among winning players. I was actually on a coaching call right before I came here. To the card house. We're having that conversation. That is a very easy trap for even winning players, professionals. These players, playing for a living, and he was having that problem. It's really messing up how we play the ace-3s, especially in a multi-way pot. It's a tough thing to do, even for winning players.
Yeah. You know what? Why do you put them
doing it again.
Anti-Semites know which houses to burn.
50's the bet.
He always told jokes, and he always told.
There's just not enough low rundown and good hands in the world to play these hands super passively. I believe it's the same argument that tournament players will make. You're just not going to get aces and kings enough to win a tournament. You know, you have to get in there and you have to create your own luck, so to speak.
No, you're good.
There's just not enough cards and not enough hands in the world to continually winning with a 0 aggression factor. My online playing friends, that was for you. Nobody with a 7.
Check.
100.
100's the bet. Proceed 4.
Ned making a C bet here. He flopped his key card. That is important for his hand. He's going to make a low about 3/4 of the time from this point on. When you flop a key card like that, which is a 4 in his situation, all that means is the card he's missing to make a wheel. But Jeremy with a very similar hand. No help to anybody.
Check.
Check around. Everybody bricks. Becca actually is going to win this hand if she takes this to showdown. But I don't think that's going to... This is a pretty easy bluff for Jeremy. Not going to do it.
Sixes.
Jeremy, you got 6s, girl.
Yeah. She shows the ace-king, but yeah, you've got a pair of 6s hiding under there.
These are the hands I was raising.
Open it up.
Uh-oh. Are we the only ones that see it?
Sixes.
6s. Or is that a 10?
Looks like, is it a misread?
Is it a misread?
It does say ace, king, 10.
Ace, king. There's a deuce in her hand. That's a deuce of hearts. Not a 6. It was ace, king.
Okay.
All right. Shame on you, software.
What's that?
It happens. It happens a lot. There's a lot of cards to sort through.
It is.
But anyway, to that hand, when Ned's betting the flop and then checking turn, it's never a 7. It's never like aces.
Right.
And so when he checks back turn and the river doesn't change anything, Jeremy's got to win that pot right there.
Yeah.
He's only got to get through one person. He doesn't have to worry about getting through Becca because she checked 3 times. She's not going to have anything.
Well, and again, I was going to ask you, are you surprised Rebecca's still in this hand? But now we realize it was because there was a card read
There was
error.
a deuce. Yeah, she had a deuce in her hand. That makes a lot more sense.
10, 6-6, whatever the other.
That makes way more
showing,
sense.
yeah.
But yeah, those check down hand when there's a check down and somebody wins with ace high or like a pair of 5s or something, generally speaking, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but like generally speaking, somebody made a pretty large mistake in the hand, because you should be able to pick that off as a better player, especially on the river. You got to pick up pots like those, because if you know how much was in that pot, we're just like a couple hundred, right?
$200, yeah.
So if you do that once a week, multiply that by 52, that's how much of a pay raise you get just by picking that off once a week, just once. You know, it's a decent amount of money.
Huge change in your annual game right
Yeah,
there.
and
Yeah.
that shit adds up. Huge. It adds up so much. Like, you know, you just make one little change and foil it out over a year. You're talking tens of thousands of dollars. This is the kind of nerdy stuff I deal with in coaching. Let's see how much. Let's one little thing. Let's trim the fat off. Let's see if there's one $20 call we can trim off, or there's one bet where we bet 100 and we should have bet 80 and got the same thing. So that $20 adds up over the course of a year. You know, little tweaks like that can make a huge difference. I kind of think of it like any other business with a P&L statement, right? You know, if you treat poker like a business, what are we getting with our bet?
Profit and loss, folks.
Yes, cost to revenue, cost to revenue equation. Yeah. You know, we're just if the product we're trying to purchase is a fold, right? Can we purchase that fold with a cheaper exposure? Do we have to spend more to do it? Does the amount we spend outweigh the damage or the cost if we're wrong? You know, we look at these things and move it up and down, and you know, you find 5 or 10 things in one coaching call. We can make a huge difference in somebody's game just by very small little changes. It doesn't have to be huge. You know, most of winning at poker is not the big fancy stuff. It's not the all-in moments. It's not the big pots. It's the tiny little details that separate the winners from the pros.
Yeah.
You know, for those of you who golf, I mean, what's the difference between a +2 handicap and a PGA Pro? Not much, but it's these tiny little things makes a world of difference. I mean, these are two totally different players. And, you know, it's just the tiny little things, a little percent. I mean, what if you get 1% better every day, you end up 37 times better by the end of the year, something like that? It's a big deal. Shout out to the British cycling team for coming up with that. Deep reference.
Where the alarm goes off.
Tony. That is adventurous. Don't try that at home, kids. King Jack 8-4 is asking for trouble. The other 2 kings in Todd's hand. Even more asking for trouble.
With a 10-6 deuce.
No, don't flop a king. Come on. Okay, good.
Yeah, we'd have to call the floor. We'd have to call the floor.
You play poker long enough, it happens. Yeah. You get a bit of maybe average one foul deck a year if you play full time. It does happen.
All right, now we got 2 players with trips. They both have an ace.
Both have ace-7. Ned's going to have a little bit advantage here because he can make a low, he can make a flush. But for those of you who like body language, I'd like you to refer back to the last hand that Ned played that was a bluff. And look at the difference between how he said that, what he did. These are 2 very different bets. These are 2 very different hands. One's a bluff, one's not.
And we'll see again if he shuts down. He does not. Continues.
You notice he didn't say anything now? He was confident when but he didn't say anything on the turn. That's a little bit of fear. That's a little fear. I don't know what that noise was. That could be lunch related. Ugh. Well, Ned's going to love his hand now. The longer this takes, the more he likes his hand, but that little hesitation is just a little.
He did a good job.
He knows he's not up against 8s full or 9s full.
Not up against 8s full, not up against 7-9. So the longer this takes, the more comfortable Ned should be. Double lunch related.
Full on indigestion.
He definitely had chili for lunch.
The pains of labor.
Now lean to the side.
Yep. Pointed at your opponent. He says no.
Okay. See you at the river.
There we got a juicy one brewing.
And if you're in Ned's position, what do you want to see here? Like, you don't even know what you want to see. You want to see a 6. You know, a 6 or 3 or a deuce. Not that. That's not what you want to see. Whoa, well.
Bad card.
Yep. See how different that demeanor is.
Ned slowed down. Ned slowed down, and now Rich said, "Oh, hold on, don't turn your hand over yet. I got it now."
See that change in demeanor from the indigestion on the turn to the guess we got no other choice now.
The baby is out.
Yep.
The labor pains are over.
Ouch.
We hit our dangler.
Huh?
Nice hand there for Rich. That's a nice 1450 in
a
profit.
This is a big pot. That'll help with that chili for lunch. That'll help that go down a little smoother.
Ugh. I mean, we got 3 full-on.
3 full tummy grunts. Ugh.
That is what this game will do to you, folks. But turns and rivers can change the way your tummy feels real quick.
Call.
Oh, okay, here we go. Let's go.
This is live, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes away.
Not live?
Oh, yeah, yeah. It was really not live.
Is the second straddle live?
And the 3 blind games now?
Yeah, I mean, well,
We've got
it's a
straddle. He straddled 20.
but it's not like ours.
No, 4.
No, it's
He
not
went
like
40.
ultimate. Does he have an option when it gets back to him?
So
Yeah.
all of our straddles
Yeah,
are live.
yeah.
All straddles are live now. We got the 10, the 20,
Yeah.
and the 40 on.
Well, I heard them asking that, but somebody thought, they're like, no, we're on 15-minute delay. He said, no, the straddles.
The straddles.
Are the straddles live?
And, you know, to be fair, most houses have different rules on
Right.
that. Everybody's got different rules, whether that 40's got an option or not. In Arizona, where I live, they do not have options.
Our 1-2 games don't have options.
Doesn't.
This game does.
The first straddle does,
First
but the second
straddle,
one
yeah.
doesn't. Yeah, that,
Yeah.
I think that's the standard.
It's just blind raise. You can blind raise all you
Yeah.
want.
What are you doing?
He doesn't-
These guys down there ain't
He doesn't like.
Steve-O with a big high rundown hand.
Cards?
He called.
Oh, I can't steal.
Yeah, I know.
I know, I
Chips
was
on
there.
there.
That's why I don't leave it.
That two
It's
is.
a
I apologize.
Sorry, Dave.
Rabble, rabble, rabble.
If I check out a turn, he'll put the 20 bucks in. Check.
Jeremy with an ace-2 rundown. Steve-O with a high rundown. Becca with also a decent high rundown. You want that pair at the top of your hand, not the bottom, though. Any PLO players out there will understand what I'm talking about.
For sure.
Make bigger hands when the pair's at the top,
9
not the
times out
bottom.
of 10, though, it would have been on top.
Not a hand I recommend calling a raise with. I most certainly am going to disagree with her coming in for just calling with a hand like this. I think this is a fold, but Becca and I have very different styles.
I've caused enough problems in this hand so far.
Oh, a couple people going to like that flop.
10-3-7, 2 spades.
Jeremy flopped the best of it. Jeremy's going to have the most equity here with ace-2 of spades most of the time. It won't matter what everybody else has. He's going to scoop up most of that equity pie right here. It's really hard for him to be below 45% with a hand like this. Really hard, no matter how many players are involved. So he is properly pulling here. This is a bet designed for lots of calls, to encourage calls and raises. You notice because he has all that equity, he's not just potting it and going like a PLO player. He says, I have best hand, say pot.
Still has the best hand.
Turns the high spade. He's going to probably continue this pull because he wants the nut low to draw. 200, 225, 250. I think it might be a little much. But half pot is the standard bet that a solver would approve of that bet if you have players that can make this bad call and call drawing at something like 2 pair in the nut low. It is like mathematically approved to give them exactly 3-2-1. I'm not going to say that's how it should be every time, but it changes with your players. But it is you'll see a lot of better players take that line on the turn with the nut flush, drawing at the nut low. You'll be betting about half pot.
Raising Jeremy's up at the top.
Well, after his god awful run of the cards last time I was here. Remember he had ace 2-3 with the nut flush draw and top set twice and went 0 for 2.
0 for 2.
ace 2-3 with nut diamonds or nut hearts or something. Flop ace 10-4 and got swept both times.
Those are brutal nights. Those are brutal nights. Yeah.
I sent him a message the other day.
That sucks. I mean, you don't see that hand very often. I mean, you might see it 2 or 3 times a week if you play full time. He saw it like twice in 2 orbits and went to the cage twice in 2 orbits.
Remember early on? Yeah, Nathan was hosting I think a 10K min buying game in Amarillo.
All right, Tony deciding to pump the straddle just a touch, just a little tickle with the double suited aces. Generally, you want to make this pretty large. Oh, 125. Or I thought it was 50.
Yeah, 125.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Did Ned just call?
Ned just called. What?
Wow. 125.
Oh, get the man stuck. I guess that's how we gotta open up a little bit. That is ambitious given his previous patterns. I'm gonna say losing that last pot probably had something to do with it. Tony
I
just
think so.
easy game, flops and nuts, 2 pair to back it up. Why not?
Yeah.
Fortunately, nobody's got much of anything here.
5 nut flush.
Ooh, see him look away like that?
Mm-hmm.
That's super strength right there. That is a good old reliable old school tell right there. Bet and look away. I got nothing more to look at. The hand's over for me. Generally, people are gonna have it when you see that.
So a couple hands in a row, I've seen players call with what you and I have talked a little bit about. When you see boards come out with 8-8, 7,
Yep.
a lot of those hands, you were kind of teaching me a little bit about some of these hands that you're willing to call pieces with, and a lot of those hands that in PLO players will call sometimes with. Sure. 2 8s in your hand, 2 7s, like
Yeah.
real good Big O players are typically not going to get involved in pots with those kind of pairs in their holdings.
Yeah, and there's good reason for that because the premium hands in Big O do not contain middle cards.
Yeah.
They're 3-wheel, 3 broad with ace, 2, 3, king, queen, et cetera, et cetera. There aren't a lot of premium hands
With 7s, 8s, 9s.
Excuse me. Yeah, it's got to be like ace 2, 7, 7, X, but even that's not in the better part of the spectrum of. So like if you're only playing 20% of your hands or like 25, which is like the standard 25%. There's just not a lot of hands that contain 7s, 8s, and 9s. There are a few, but of that 20% slug of cards, most of those don't have 7s, 8s, or 9s in them. Now,
And that can help you out when you're playing a player that you know is a good, solid player.
Yeah.
If you see a couple of those 8s on the board or something, and possibly that is a hand that you could be worried about, but you're not going to be.
Yeah, it's 2 8s are, according to a computer, quad 8s are the hardest hand to make for a better player. The tighter you are, the less likely you'll make 4 7s, 8s, or 9s, right? But again, that depends on the player.
Right.
So, yeah, people have, generally speaking, when you flop 2 8s, 2 9s, 2 10s, it's somebody paired a dangler. They paired the card that didn't really play. Like they'll have like ace 2 3 jack 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they'll just pair that other card.
Yeah, that was something that definitely stuck with me as a moment when we were talking about that. Like, okay, Reach laughing because he folded 3 deuces in his hand. The one time that hand actually works out on a board like that.
It's always the case card. Like
It's not quads,
It's
though.
always the case card.
Yep.
And that's actually going back to something we talked about looking at your hand. There are very reliable ways of gauging somebody's experience in this game. Being surprised by a case card is one of those things, because there's only 7 cards that go unused. It's always the case card. So, like, if somebody can't find a way of looking at their hand comfortably, they're probably not that experienced. If you're surprised by a case card or surprised by having 3 of something and then finding the 4th on the board, you probably don't play a lot of Big O, because these things happen all the time. Regular stuff.
Thanks, brother.
I saw a post just recently from Chance Corneth, who I used to know back in the day. We used to play a lot of cards in Denver when he traveled up there. And saying that he can gauge the most information by how somebody stacks their chips. And I'd agree with that, too. You see that in PLO games. And if you have a very comfortable, very regular way of stacking your chips and you're comfortable putting them together and breaking them apart, you probably have a lot of experience. Right. Doesn't mean you're a winner, but at least you spend a lot of time at a card table. I use the same line every time. Someone, you shuffle chips so fast, or you do it's a sign of an ill-spent youth, right? Like that's all it is. You just spent way too much time in a card room. But a lot of these things, little things like that, give away your experience level at the Big O table. 2 players flopping trips this time.
We don't know what that extra card is for Steve-O. One of his cards didn't read.
Well, it's not the ace of clubs, not the ace of hearts. So we'll find out. We do have a mystery card. All right, we're playing the trip game. Who's first to improve? At least one of them.
Big old card there for Rich.
Ooh, tossing those chips at the middle of the table. That is a strong sign. And a call. That other card might be the last ace. Well, Steve-O makes at least jacks full of 7s.
You're harassing my wife over there, Todd. was making comments to her about something that she was watching. Like, it was weird. I don't know
We
what
have a
she was
$300 bet. Not a pot-sized bet, but a $300 bet. This is probably now not the last ace.
All right, Todd, just because you got a haircut
Shoots
doesn't
in the
mean we
must.
want to see the back of your head. You can go ahead and sit down now. He was here yesterday, the day before. I noticed he was a little shaggy. Got a fresh haircut. He's going to get some camera time, evidently. Had no clue. Back of his noggin, just right in the camera view.
Block the nuts.
I never had me.
Thank you.
Never had, you said.
You ace 10
You have
jack,
the nut
all
to
them.
block the nuts. It's the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, well, we were chopping on the fly.
For those who like body language, you see how he's talking and smiling after the hand, and you
Never had me.
You can live by this rule. A genuine smile and a genuine laugh means a genuine hand. That means you don't have to worry about whether you made the right fold or the wrong fold. People don't talk when they're not comfortable. When people bluff and they get away with it, it's a release of tension, not a let's bask and have everybody show me attention. So that post hand dance there that Reese played there is confirmation that you made the right fold. It's a pretty reliable piece of body language.
Shannon did?
Yeah, you can take them. Well, you know, I only have so many. No. He was fine with it. I mean, he was fine. It was just, she was like, if JP wants to play, then just, I won't play. And then he brought you alcohol.
Yeah, that's probably like I said.
He was
I'm
being
sitting
very
in your
nice.
motorhome waiting for you.
Becca with another high rundown hand, or another high only hand. She does like to see flops with high only hands. And as somebody who succeeds in tournaments, she knows that these can have a big value. It's kind of, the analogy would be like playing a 4-5 suited and hold'em, or pocket threes. You're going to either flop exactly what you need, or you're just going to get right out of the way.
Completely whiff. And that's a pretty
Or-
damn good flop for
That's a pretty
for
good
holding.
flop.
Well, he's definitely a better and tighter player than I am.
She caught a lot of it, but not as much as you'd like. You want to see a king in that hand or a 7, but some of these draws are not to the
With
nuts.
3,000 widows.
She can,
Hey, I just got one
the spades are not the nuts, so she can make a lot of hands that aren't particularly helpful. And turning low is not going to help her cause either.
She said, I don't know nothing about
Steve-O with the set, he's going to bet quickly. That is a strong sign. He's betting as soon as it was on him, went right to the chips, threw him out there.
Thank you, Bill.
He's going to like that turn card as much as he likes the flop. Just get out of the way.
No. I was, okay.
And that is the problem with playing hands like that from out of position, when you still could find a favorable flop and not be able to continue. This will be one of my points that I make, that you shouldn't really be overvaluing those hands as much as Becca does. Now, Becca can take care of herself. I know, don't yell at me in the chat. She is just fine, pretty proficient in this game, can take care of herself, but that would be the one stylistic thing that I could argue against, that difference between her and I game there.
He's over. I saw him earlier.
So you don't really want to be drawing at things and playing hands that you could get what you want and then still have to fold.
Went on a trip.
So I question the wisdom of doing it to start in the first place.
Right.
We always want to plan for the most likely thing to occur. So when we play a hand like that, what is the most likely thing to occur is we're going to miss. We're gonna fold, or even when we get there, we're going to be forced to fold just like that. Therefore, we should just plan for the most likely outcome and just fold. Ned again limping with a huge hand under the gun. You have to come in for a raise with a hand like this. You're almost never flopping a pull, so you have to thin the field. You have to raise the size of the pot so that if when you do flop an inevitable push, you can get the job done. You can always take a push down into a pull, but you can't really pull people in and then all decide to crank up the pressure. It doesn't work that way.
Well, you're obviously not paying attention. I've had 6 buttons, I've raised them all.
So that might be a true story.
Tony pointed that out.
That might be a true story.
6 buttons. He knows the amount of buttons. Raised them all.
And 51. He might be right about that. Tony, I like that flop. Top pair, flush draw, gutter, and the nut low draw.
Ed with that ace-3 you mentioned earlier, it can get you in trouble.
Yep. Tony turns the best card for him. That would be an offsuit 8. That is the best card for him, making nut second nut.
Yeah, what a turn card.
I'd like to see a small value bet there from smaller value bet because we've seen Ned limping in with premium hands. He is likely to have an ace-2 there. So you want to give him reason to call the turn, not scare him off until the river. But it is difficult to predict what a player on the tighter side, what they will do once they get stuck. It's very difficult to predict how they will react to that dynamic changing.
Basket of
Goodies, yeah.
tub of health food,
The tub of styrofoam?
Yeah, like your health food.
Bag of styrofoam, that's a good
They're
one.
like, here, try this. I'm like, this
It's a
sucks.
bag of styrofoam.
This sucks.
That's impressive.
They have some.
Who's he calling a bag of styrofoam?
Yeah.
I've been called worse.
I'll tell you what, if you haven't been called worse than that, you haven't been living.
You bag of styrofoam.
Can you stack them?
Next argument, I'm just going to lob that out there and just, wait, what?
See who responds.
Just, wait, what? Huh? Is that an insult or a compliment? I don't know what's happening. Are we fighting? What's going on?
No button for Tony, but a nice hand again. All high cards.
One suited ace.
Well, I have children in the street, but I'm not.
$20 or
I don't like my children.
It's going to get through. That is important to note if you're sitting at the table and the players are limping for 20 and folding for 75. That is something you want to note there. What kind of hands would they be doing that with? What kind of hands would they be willing to limp in for 20 and fold for?
Just throw away.
Just throw away for 75. That's
Another $55.
another. You know, that's an eyebrow raise. That's something. If it continues to happen, you can find ways to exploit that. There's these tiny little nuances in this game where you can find ways to exploit people that make small mistakes. I mean, it's not a huge mistake, but it is a mistake. We got to make sure to keep an eye on that, and then we know that they're limping with non-premium hands. You know, we have to make sure to log that in our brains so we can use it for later.
The biggest smartass at the table is calling.
Yeah, Mason is 2, 3, 4.
Oh, no. I found one I have to fold.
Tony going to take this hand off.
I hope the flop would have helped tremendously.
JP limping in with a do not try that at home. Generally speaking, pairs lower than nines are going to be just about worthless in this game. Unless you have something like ace 2 3 5 5 or ace 3 4 4 5 or something like that. So if you have a hand like king king 4 4, those fours are basically worthless.
You tell the story. I want to feel the difference.
Becca's saying, yeah, I don't know how that would be taken. Bag of styrofoam. It's like, you're not a bag of shit. You're a bag of recyclable trash.
Bag of styrofoam. It's like, is that an insult or are we friends? Like, what's going on here? It's a good card for Ned. Not sure he's going to be able to stand any heat.
So they mutt my cars.
Good.
So you weren't going to play anyway.
Well, he was far away.
Check, check. That's a good sign for Ned.
Know how long we waited.
I didn't go outside to smoke.
Yep, good job. That's a good bet. Aces are going to be the best there most of the time. On the other side of that coin, if you happen to bet the flop with a set of queens or queen jack, you want to be checking back that turn, not trying to go for more value. For that exact reason right there is to bait the lead bet from aces or a lesser hand, or a jack X. You want to bait that lead bet, but if you try to go for 3 streets of value, generally they're going to sniff it out. A lot of times in this game, it's more profitable to get 2 easy streets than 3 hard streets of value. You know, 3 difficult streets of value. Even the worst of the worst tend to make decent decisions when the numbers get big.
Right.
And, you know, 3 streets of value is tough to go for. So if you can get 2 very easy streets, it's going to make life a little bit easier. So if you have a full house there against a player like Ned, it's helpful to check back the turn instead of going for 3 streets.
Like literally, we're like,
Ned did hit that dangler on the river, filled up, jacks full of 3s. Got him a winning hand, but he's dwindled down to just $815 here, so he's playing as the short stack.
Dude,
It's a tough game to play with a short stack.
Yeah.
As long as it took.
I mean, especially when some of the players have 8x
Yeah.
your stack.
Yeah, it's tough. You're not going to get any.
I'm just telling you that we did.
Oh, how do we put it? You're not going to get any movement when you're pushing hard.
Yeah, when you're pushing hard, they're going to assume you've got it every time. I mean, you're really getting after a hand. Like
A lot of risk, not a lot of value. Yeah. But also, the equities are so close together early in the hand that when you do eventually get it in, Todd flopping trips, when you do eventually get that short stack in, you're going to be getting it in at, basically a coin flip. It's going to go in pre-flop, which means nothing, or it's going to go in on the flop when it's like 52-48, and that's not really advantageous to anyone.
But it was a whole discussion at the table. Hey,
Interesting card here.
Oh, man.
Todd checks it.
Todd checks it.
Says thank you.
I would like to see him float this bet. You're probably... that's not. Well, that's the end of the hand. Yep, that's the end of the hand.
He bets 200. He hasn't done anything.
Check call, check raise is a super strong line. It doesn't get paid off very often in this game.
Everybody in the back.
Somebody has to have king jack specifically to pay that off. And
Right.
you don't have any information to say that's the case.
And what river,
Like, don't ask me.
besides an ace, if they have aces somehow or some ridiculous straight flush that gets, what river are you scared of there? Why bet him off the hand now?
Yeah, a lot of times, keep in mind if you raise, your opponent's calling with nothing, so there's no value there. That's a zero outcome. But if you either check to them, sometimes they bluff, so you get a +1 outcome there sometimes. Or you could do something creative, which I tend to do against players who have a little action bug in them, is you flat the turn and then lead small on the river, no matter what the river card is.
Exactly.
And they don't really know
That's what I really thought he was going to do there.
Yeah, you check call that 50 and then lead the river for like $30. And they go, what the hell? What? And they might just pay it just to see it. And it might be that's $30. If you make $30 that way, you make $0 check raising, right? I mean, zero further dollars. And so sometimes that bit of creativity can make a big difference in your week and your month. Certainly make a difference in your year.
Yeah, that's something you've kind of put in my brain just sitting here listening to you that, it doesn't sound like a lot. Everybody wants to play big pots,
Yeah.
but if you make that bet and you do it that way a couple times a week or a few times a month,
Yep. That adds
up.
That adds up. By the end of the month, that's a full buy-in. It's a big difference.
Missed opportunities.
All right, well, Todd should have liked that flop, but he's going to like that turn even more now.
7 bets 50. Call.
JP going to look him up here with a bunch of other draws and a couple of pairs.
Check.
See, no 10-8s, are there?
No 10-8s, and Todd checks here. After betting turn, he's going to check now. But that's a little strange. He made the straight. Oh, we didn't see it. That's why. 8-6, ace-4. He didn't see it.
Yeah, he went the high and the low and had not a clue.
Yeah, he didn't see it. Verified. Yeah, because that's very weird.
I know what I got.
Yes, otherwise, it'd be very strange.
JP's like, well, maybe 2 pairs good. I'll just turn it over.
Yeah, what the hell? What?
Todd's going to take one down.
It does happen. It happens a lot in this. And I always wonder how many people just throw their cards in and mucked winners they didn't know about. You never know how often it happens, but I bet you it happens a lot.
100%. I was at a table the other day, and a guy had just come off of 2 tables where he was belted and was so tilted. Comes in, it was tournament, comes into a cash game. Gets it all in, just ripping it, knowing he's behind. He's up against aces and queens. The board runs out, a 6 high straight. The 6 comes on the river. So aces on the turn has the wheel. When the 6 hits, everybody staring at the board knows there's a straight on the board. He was all in for 450. He threw his cards in the muck and walked away.
Oh, my God.
He said, what a bad run out. And everybody, like they're supposed to do, stays quiet because you're not supposed to tell a player to turn their hand over. The hand's in the muck, it's over. He just lost his buy-in right back.
What a bag of styrofoam.
Yep, what a bag of styrofoam. And I felt bad for the guy, but hopefully he's not listening and he never knows.
Nope.
I know who he is, and I'm never going to tell him that he walked away for $450.
Nope, that is poker Darwinism.
Plus my 50 because I was in the hand.
Nope.
I folded.
Nope, that is poker Darwinism at its best. No, thank you. Nope, you got to. What's the number 1 rule in poker? The only uniform rule in all of poker is what?
Don't talk about poker.
You have to protect your own hand, right?
Protect your own hand.
Protect your own hand. It's the only uniform rule we have in poker. You got to protect your own hand.
That is
I got no sympathy for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
None whatsoever.
10 minutes into
Yeah, Pez. The absolute worst idea to play after getting felted in a tournament is go straight to cash.
Seriously.
Exactly. My reaction exactly. I said,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a great idea.
Let me go on double tilt and then just come try to stack off real
Yeah.
quick or double up. And I mean, when the cards were turned over, the aces and queens, the guy's like, I have a flush draw, so that's all I got to hope for. So he had already shut down, already said,
Oh
I'm
my
losing
God.
the hand, and it was
So you
like,
just-
bro.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
It's like you just get a ticket going 30 miles an hour over. You know what? I'm going to drive 100 over now. I'm going to go all the way home at 120 miles an hour. It's a great idea.
Great idea.
What could go wrong?
Let me start accelerating right as I'm driving away from
Yeah,
the
let's
cop.
peel out from the cop and just dust up his car and then just yeah, why not? That's the same as going from busted tournament to a cash game.
What's going on, Pez? Good to see you in the chat. Eric Van Loosen again here with Greg Vail joining me tonight. DoubleSuitedPoker.com.
That's right.
Interested in learning more about Big O. He's also got 4 great
Go
books
ahead and use all those.
to check out.
My books are built for the Hold'em mind. I explain the game as a Hold'em player understands it. That's why the subtitles of the books are Winning Hi-Lo Concepts for the Hold'em mind.
Awesome.
So I put it in terms that Hold'em players understand. The point is to help you make the transition from Hold'em. Everybody knows Hold'em to this game. Tony loves that flop. Wishes his hearts were a little bit bigger, but we'll take it. He is now the only flush in play. Got better. Tony turns a safety net and a straight flush draw. A little surprised that Ned was in here on the flop. Okay. So that can be a tough spot for Tony. If you get raised right there, man, you want to make the sound.
Grunt. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a super strong hand. Turns a safety net. He will have the low no matter what happens on the river. Call that a safety net.
Awesome.
Even if you fall, you're going to get caught.
Pez said you gained a new follower on the old Twitter sphere.
Oh, okay. I'm not calling it X.
Yeah,
Ever.
I'm not either.
Nope,
I just,
it's Twitter. Piss off.
It's too hard to say. It's just
Not calling.
well
X.
because it's still tweets, right?
Yeah,
it's not
whatever.
X's.
Yeah, I'm not Xing.
I'm not
Whatever-
Xing you.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Never calling it Twitter.
Jedi saying if you're already making that decision, you're already in the back of the police car
Because you're drunk. God, we hope so. It'd be weird if you weren't.
Amen.
Still never been arrested. I need to get in a random bar fight. Get arrested.
What are you doing after this?
just for the experience. You know?
So sorry.
Uh-oh. JP over there exposing
How
himself.
dare you, sir?
6 of those 5 hours exposed.
Common occurrence. Nobody does it on purpose. Almost nobody. Todd with a very premium hand. You want that ace to be suited, but we'll take it. Reach says, why not? Steve-O looking to flop an ace. He can flop a pretty big hand if he does flop his key card of an ace. Nope. Reese just flops a nuts. Easy game. But not many backups for him. This is generally going to want to push pretty hard here. Does have backdoor hearts.
6 bets 150.
Now, if there was one low card on that board, Todd might want to peel there. Having 2 backdoor flush draws, and you never know what your opponent might have. They're making some weird blocker bet. They might shut down the turn. But with no low cards out there, you generally don't want to draw to a 10 high flush. And a gutter. But that gutter was to tie, which is a common thing. A lot of times, straight draws are shared in this game. Just, if you're going to get arrested just for the experience, at least do it doing something interesting. Go trespassing somewhere. Well, that would be depending on where we trespass, whether that's interesting or not.
I mean, go somewhere you're not allowed to go that you've always wanted to go.
That's a wide range. If trespassing,
but
is
it better be
interesting.
somewhere that's not going to get you in even bigger trouble, right? I mean, you
Well,
don't want to go felony mode, you know.
That's not very interesting.
You want to go. You still want to keep it to a misdemeanor, you know. We joked about the women's locker room when we were kids, but let's go ahead and keep you out of there with your clothes on, you know?
Can't do anything stupid like that. Yeah. That's not interesting. Break into a zoo. Now that's interesting. I think breaking into a zoo, whatever you do after that is interesting, no matter what. At least we'll make it for a good story in the newspaper.
Amen.
Well, now Ned's limping. See, this might be the stuck behavior. You see, now he's limping with all kinds of stuff. He's tried to lock it down, then now he's stuck. So now we're gonna open it up. This is
9-7-4-3 deuce.
This is where things get weird for tighter players when they start doing this, you know, and they get stuck and they now try to play a passive loose game. Things get weird.
And now he's betting with just a low draw.
Yeah, things can get weird. We like weird. Weird's fun. Tony's gonna call.
Keep Big O weird, they say.
Couple of weird pairs in there and a gutter. Now three weird pairs in there.
Obviously, Ned's just going to go with this hand.
Ned checked dark.
Why?
That's very
I don't
strange.
get it.
That's very weird. He checked dark after. I don't understand.
Tony fills up, so they're just going to end up chopping this.
But like, why are we betting river if you're not betting turn? You know, like we have to continue. This is never getting through. Like ever. That's never getting through. So in this situation, if you happen to have an ace-2 there, or I'm sorry, a 2-4 there, and you check back the turn, when you get led into there, after you bet the flop, check the turn, lead the river, that's a good time to raise and bluff for half, because that's a one-way hand every time. It's either a naked low, which is weird, very weird, or it's a full house. We saw that earlier with I think it was Todd had a set of tens. There was like ace 10-3, right? And then the board brought a low card. He checked. The board paired on the river, and he bet.
Yeah.
So we see the same behavior, but with the other half of the pot. So if you happen to have a nut low there, that in either situation is a candidate to try and free roll a fold, or free roll a really sexy value bet if you have like a jack or an ace with that 2-4. You know, it can be feels really good when you put in a raise on the river with the nut low and like third pair, and oh yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that feels good. It feels real good. Like value bet, boys.
Uh-oh, got celebrity status.
Hello, Mr. Sean Rice. How are you, sir?
Sean says, good show, guys. Love seeing Big O being promoted, and Greg is the GOAT.
Oh, thanks,
I
buddy.
thought you smelled a little funny.
You know what? I thought so, too. I'm only the GOAT because Sean ain't in the building.
That's right. So good luck to Rebecca and Jeremy.
I've raised a lot of hands.
Liked having you on last time. Good to see a familiar poker face. I mentioned that I recognize the face. Sean's such a recognizable guy, but I'd seen him, when I first started playing poker on TV on a WSOP years and years ago, and was like, man, that's so cool that we got him in the building, and he's friends with our friends. So
I backed you up last time, Sean. I knew you were card dead. I backed you up the whole time. Like, this is not normal.
True story.
He's not this tight.
He did. I hope you're running well wherever you are, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for joining us. Pez does have a good point. You want to get arrested, just the Yankees and the Rangers.
Storm the field.
Yankees and the Rangers are playing this week. Just charge the mound.
You know, they used to have prop bets, whether there'd be a streaker or not, and then people started getting wise and putting big bets on it and then doing it themselves, just paying the ticket. Pretty smart. That's interesting.
I was at a game where somebody passed around a hat, and they were looking for donations to get their buddy out of jail because he ran on the field. Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah. That's so good.
It was like the offering at church. Money was just going in that hat.
Oh man. Oh, boy. Check on the flop. Oh, there was a bet on the flop. Check on the turn. Breach makes his low, and it did change the established high. You gotta bet here. You can't let your opponent win the high with just like some random 2-pair. There's 10's up, 7's up. There you go, Tony. 10's up, 7's up, even Jack's up. That's a tough call if you have like Ace 5, Jack 10. That's a tough call. He's just going to throw in the call there with an Ace 2, but
chop it up.
Generally needs. What I was talking about was the other way around. I want the Ace 2 to bet there. Can't give a free high
high.
the other side of the pot to your opponent.
Yeah, it was something like a 10-7.
Yeah,
Right?
you don't want to just give it to him for free. Now, granted, it went check, bet, call, which is cool. You know, you got away. It was a bluff. I mean, the 10s and 7s got caught bluffing, but with no risk. But yeah, you generally want to put some pressure on your opponent. You can't let these random 2 pairs get these half pots on really wet boards.
A couple big announcements in the tournament streets. The Poker Atlas Tour is kicking off in just a couple of weeks. We actually have this Sunday on the 10th a $150 buy-in, 25K guarantee, 30-minute level. So it's kind of a prequel to the Poker Atlas Tour. A warm-up is what they're calling it, the Poker Atlas warm-up. That is this Sunday at noon here at TCH Dallas. Come over and get after it, guys. That's a low buy-in that we're going to obviously crush that guarantee. So look forward to seeing some of you folks out here on Sunday, TCH Dallas.
How about
Whose straddle is it?
How about this one?
Ray 75, seat 9.
Don't have a very good hand. I just want to make it.
Becca been pretty quiet for the last few hands, ever since that 6-2 incident.
Yeah, the big call.
Yeah, she's been pretty quiet. All right, Ned calling with another premium hand. That is a standard call. I'm not going to grill him on that one. You definitely don't want to be 3-betting from short stacks from out of position. That is a long story. You'll have to see the videos on my site for that one. That is something we explain mathematically.
Not a screen error here, folks. This is a super short stack against a 6K stack.
You know, neither player really going to like that flop, even though Tony's flopping bottom set. Generally, if you've played Big O more than 2 or 3 times in your life, you know bottom set is not very useful. It's usually a 1-out draw, usually.
Ned hits a card he doesn't want to hit here.
Neither player liking this hand. It's not uncommon for this to go check, check. Although I would argue if you're raising with a hand like 10, 10, 5, 5, 3, and you flop a flush and a set,
Really nasty.
why are we checking it through? I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? I mean, it's like raising with a pair of 6s and hold them and flopping 6, 7, 8 and never sneezing at the pot. I mean, that's what you're there for, is flop set.
Ned really taking his time to look at this. Like, do I have anything here? There's
No, not much there.
Body language. They're being rude to me the whole time.
Who's being rude?
Who's being rude? Call them out. I want names.
With my personality,
This is not the generation playing at this table I thought that really gave a shit about people being rude. You know?
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, even my generation doesn't. Well, I'm a millennial, so I was born in '85. So like we're kind of like,
I think
it's kind of half split because Facebook was invented with my first year of college.
Yeah.
So like everything was cool before that. You know, like everything was cool. Then people started getting offended.
85, you're still good, right? I'm
Yeah.
79, you're 85. We didn't grow up needing safe spaces, you know?
No, our safe space was the backyard, the
Absolutely.
woods, man.
Somewhere.
I drank out of hoses.
Absolutely. We're doing just fine.
Yeah, I grew up on a hockey pond in Minnesota, and yeah, we came home, we couldn't see. Simple as that.
Well, you still have your teeth.
Yeah,
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That just means you didn't go pro.
No. I didn't. I stopped playing hockey when I got to high school. Actually, I had other stuff going on. I like golf and karate and baseball too much. Hockey took up too much time, and I don't think my parents wanted to get up at 3 in the morning on weekends either.
I can imagine.
Ugh.
Steve, can push it out, but can't take it.
I'm so glad I live in the South in Arizona. If and when I have more kids, we're not going to be hockey players. I don't have to worry about paying all those pads, and it's an expensive sport for parents.
A good question from Pez. As somebody who knows dealers, I know a lot of dealers. Would you think dealers don't like dealing this game?
Ooh, I have an opinionated. I'm real
opinion.
real opinionated on this one.
Okay.
So my personal opinion is no. But some dealers have gotten so used to the habitual nature of Hold'em that they see this as working too hard and don't like it. But when you get good at it, it's the same pace as every other game. You saw this last stream where we got like 117 hands in 5 hours, which is no different than Hold'em. Yeah. It's the same thing. Also, why do we have an $85 bet when Todd has the naked ace the whole time and we're never blinking? There's no low. Todd, buddy, you gotta wait. You gotta bet this like twice, 3 times.
kind of know what, you know, what
So, is this the worst game to deal? No. One big reason why is there's multiple winners. You get tipped multiple times, and so you generally don't get just $1.
Becca says, nope, I don't think you got it, buddy.
Yep, and yep. If you're checking all the way through and betting the river, are you really betting like a 7x of clubs? No, you're not. I don't know what you're like. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't raise, to be honest with you.
Flush, straight wins.
Yep, that's a fairly easy call. And I know we were goofing off and talking about dealers, but like that's the reason why you can't be passive with the bluff lines that should look like value lines. You have to do the right thing. If you're going to tell a story, you better tell it right. And that was not telling it right. Becca's good enough to just see right through.
Yeah.
Right. But anyway, Pez, going back to your your question, dealers get tipped by multiple players in this game frequently because there's more than one person gets a piece of the pot a lot, and the scoops are bigger, so they generally tip bigger when that happens.
About, yeah.
So, like in Hold'em, your average pot is going to be way less than your average pot in Big O, simply because all the money gets in a lot, and then we end up chopping, and players are profiting just a couple $100 here and there.
Right.
But when one gets scooped, they tip way more than in Hold'em because the average largest pot, the right side of that bell curve, is way bigger in this game than in Hold'em. Those pots are enormous. So, no, it's not the worst game to deal, but that is an opinion. If you don't like getting tipped more and you don't want to have to work, or you don't want to have to calculate the pot in your head, then yeah, it sucks. But no, I think any decent dealer is not going to mind dealing this game. In fact, I know several who prefer to deal mixed games than Hold'em. They find Hold'em to be just monotonous and boring.
For sure. I know, our dealers too. Obviously, they work for tips, and when we have like the mixed games going in the room, and it's a lot of other dealers that are playing the game, and they know they're going to get taken care of.
Yeah.
They can't wait to get to that
Yeah,
table.
they generally
They're
make more.
like, oh, I haven't made it to that table yet, and they're about to cut me, whatever. And they're like, I hope I get it to make, because one, it's a fun group. It's a group that takes care of the dealers. But and Pez, when he's here, when he was here, living here, and I've been in just a few games with him, but the group that he played with a lot, and that I like to play with. So fun to be around, action. The dealers like playing those games, right? They don't like playing in that or dealing to that nitty 2-5 game with a bunch of Euro pros that tank and that kind of thing.
Super slow, and you're getting $1 a hand no matter what because you never make it past a turn. It's boring as shit.
And I think the only players that wouldn't, or the dealers that might not like dealing this game, are the brand new ones, right? Because they just don't know it. Yeah.
It's super complicated. I mean. Yeah, nobody likes when you first sign up.
Yeah,
come to a new job.
To deal 2 cards, right?
Yeah, nobody likes when you get to a new job being thrown in the most difficult, most complex part of that entire operation. So, Jason, no, that just means I have an excuse not to put kids in hockey. Being in Arizona, the only ice I want to see is in my drink. No, thank you. But yes, there is actually a pretty decent.
Didn't the Coyotes move?
They're gone.
Away?
Yeah, they moved to
Seattle.
Winnipeg, I want to say. Seattle's a new team. That's an expansion.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of Canadians actually that, used to. Anyway, a lot of Canadians in Arizona. So hockey's not nothing actually in Arizona.
I mean, you're a good-looking guy.
Yeah, fun games, man.
It's a curse, isn't it?
Even being around you guys, man, walking in the room, a lot of fun. Big action games. That's what makes it fun in the DFW area, that's for sure.
Ned flops a very vulnerable nut straight here.
Short stacked. He's continuing to just have to play the short stack.
It's tough.
What?
Whoa.
With that being said, my friend.
Because I don't have 2 spades, I'm folding? I mean, what's happening here?
Way down since the last time I played with him.
Help me here. Help me here.
I got nothing for that one. If we're not going to play the hand when we flop the nut straight, it's not like he had it's not like he had 10-7 blank blank blank. He had an ace-5 in there too. It is very strange. I'm going to have to give him benefit of the doubt that was a misread, but I don't think so. Tony does. There is another nut straight in there, but still, very unusual. Very, very strange.
They moved to Utah. That's right.
Oh, Utah. That's right.
That's right.
They got the hockey team. What's the name of the team? It's
Dorman Mormons.
Yeah. A buddy of mine lives in Utah, and he wanted the Utah Hockey Club or something like that. Some generic name, but. Yeah, that's right. Utah. Utah should have a hockey team.
Makes sense. Cold, mountains, let's go.
Yeah, I like Utah a lot.
So Pez is in Arizona and he plays at Talking Stick. Is that somewhere that you play? Because you're
Used to.
Used
They
to?
don't play in Big O anymore.
No Big
They-
O? Okay.
They have fixed limit Big O, which is not my jam. I
Yeah.
mean, I can if it's like the only thing going, and I, don't. I want to cause myself pain. Then yeah, I'll go there and play. But
Well, and you do come to Texas quite a bit. You've been to Austin. You've been here in Dallas. And then you spent quite a bit of time in San Antonio. I saw here in the chat, Streamlabs puts a link to play on the TCH live stream in Houston as well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
How is Big O in Houston, or is it
Never been
hard
there.
to find?
I've never played cards in Houston.
Okay.
Actually, I've only been there once or twice for not poker related. I've never. Houston's kind of a PLO town.
Huge PLO
Yeah.
town, right? Yeah, I played down there quite a bit and played in some PLO in Houston. A lot of friends are down there, but I just didn't know if there was much Big O.
If they have Big O, I'm unaware.
Yeah,
I don't.
probably an underground.
Yeah, I
yeah.
haven't done any business in Houston. I don't have any clients in Houston. Not that play Big O. I have a couple of. I have 2 professional clients in Houston actually that play for a living. They play PLO and other things.
All right, Jeremy getting in there with the 8-4-4-3-2.
He has been very quiet for at least an hour. He hasn't played much of a hand.
He's like, where are the ribs?
But going to take that advantage. Going to make a c-bet here. What he's looking for is this exact situation.
Exactly.
He's trying to buy himself a check back on the turn. That's exactly what he got. But that ain't going to get through. So in Jeremy's mind, it's and Steve-O, good check, sir.
Yeah.
You said call?
Yep, good check, sir. Good check. You get nothing by leading. You get something by checking. Once in a while. But also for those of you out there, that's a dumb bet. No, it's not. If you don't get caught bluffing, you're not bluffing
You're
enough.
not bluffing enough. Absolutely.
That is a quote from my friend John Beaupre. I'm not going
What'd you say?
to say that came from me. Yes, so it is a tough thing to sell though. If you bet flop check turn when nothing changes, it is tough to sell that you're going to have aces full. That's usually not a straight. It could be aces up on the flop and then you checked it back, but it's not a straight. So that's if you have any aces full there, that's going to be an easy snap call. Very, very simple call. I'd be willing to bet if I asked Jeremy about that, I'd be willing to bet you his answer would be, I paid for advertising. That's probably what he would say to that. Seeing as he hadn't played a hand in forever, it's not a bad idea to show up bluffing the first time you fold every hand for 2 hours.
All right, so half the field is stuck. We got half the field in either profit or evidently Steve is now dead even with his slice of pizza over there.
That sucks. Nobody likes to be even. Why is that? Why do we not like to be even in poker? Like, why does that hurt more than losing a little bit? I don't know.
I know when I just didn't want to rebuy and I've grinded down to like an $80 nub in a 1-2 game, and I just was like, people just could tell I was frustrated. They're like, Eric, you can cash that out. And I'm like,
these are good for.
You mean I don't have to get this all in?
Yeah, these are redeemable for American dollars.
Yeah. Because I would rather be stuck the full buy-in than go home with $80, I guess, tank of gas.
Of course, getting exactly dead even does feel good when you're stuck heaps all day. That feels like
that's
the
when
best.
you get in the hole deep and early, when you climb out of that sucker, it definitely feels good.
Yeah. Now, so normally I would say this would be an out-of-line call from Jeremy, but he is in position on a player he wants to see flops with. So you're going to see better players take flops with subpar hands in this position quite frequently. Now he's checked 2. Jeremy's going to take the lead for the same reason he bet the last flop. He wants to control the momentum on the turn. Now Tony opens and then check calls flop. It's not going to be a super, super strong hand most of the time. Jeremy looking for the deuce of hearts. That's the card he wants to see. Turns a jack, helps nobody. He's going to go check, check. And Tony's going to have this entire pot. And Jeremy doing the exact same thing as he did last hand, only this time he's going to save himself. And controlling that turn by betting the flop to realize his equity and make the best decision possible. We call that playing the river perfectly. We bet flop so that we can play the river perfectly, and that's what he did 2 hands in a row.
I made a jack on the turn.
And there you go. There's the link in the chat to play on the Dallas stream. And if you don't want to click on that, this is who you contact. The lovely Miss Mallory puts together our live streams. You can scan that QR code, take down her info there. Shout out to Mal Pal. She was just floating the river with some friends from TCH here recently.
Ray Soul.
I was really excited to see her win that tournament a while back. That big one here.
When she didn't even plan on playing.
Yeah, I always root for. We're gonna call that the home team.
Absolutely. To the tune of $211,000. Not a bad little bink.
Not a bad little bink. It's not too long ago, Mallory, that that put your entire bankroll on the table in a cash game I was playing here.
Yeah.
You know, it was like 5,000. You said, "This is my whole bankroll," and I felt real bad when you jammed it in when I had the nut hand on the turn.
Yep.
Until you won.
Until you won.
Oh man, that was not too long ago. Lots have changed in the good ways. Proud of you. I always like to see that. Not for the hit and run. Screw that.
Yeah. How about this flop for Rebecca?
Rebecca's going to flop the joint. She's going to lead out into the field. Just going to bet and hope for the best here. There's not much else you can do with a naked nut straight like this in a mega multi-way.
No flush draw either.
No flush draw, so just take it down.
The other option you could take here, and that better players will favor sometimes, is not betting there and letting the field play out and see what happens. If there's, all hell breaks loose, you might actually fold that hand. But if it gets checked all the way around, turns a blank, sometimes you make a small value bet, you get called by lesser hands because they don't believe that you'd have the nuts to it. So there are a couple of options,
Freshman 20.
both with upsides and downsides. Downside is if you have to bet twice, everybody knows exactly what you have. It's very hard to get paid 3 times, which is where down bet comes in. Down bets come in. That's in chapter. Ooh, that's in volume 2. I don't remember what chapter. I think it's chapter 2, volume 2. We talk about down bets.
Good question, Jedi. They tried to start letting people float in the Trinity River up here in some spots, but man, I don't know if I would trust my my butt hanging out of a tube in the Trinity River. No, thank you. But normally people go down to that San Marcos area, New Braunfels, and float down there. But people have been floating actually west of Fort Worth a little bit, and I'm not sure if that's Brazos over there or what part is there. But yeah, there's some opportunities. But I know the big group from TCH went down there to San Marcos area.
It's fun. Queen Jack 6. Ooh. A little something for everybody here. Jeremy with the big wrap. Steve-O with 2 pair and a couple of gutters.
Yeah.
Open ender with the King 10. That's going to be Jeremy and nobody else.
3 pair for Steve-O.
Jeremy's going to try and get some value here. This is going to be a reasonably sized bet. 150, about half pot. Same thing as the last time he returned the nuts. Going to bet half pot, trying to give somebody 3-1, which he knows is going to be not the right price to draw at a set or 2 pair. So anybody who calls this bet will be making a mistake no matter what they have. This will probably just get through. And there we are.
Takes her down. Nuts are good.
So bet size manipulation is something that once you get really good at this game, you can start manipulating the price other people pay. No different than any other game. You do that in PLO too, and hold them if you're good enough. And knowing what people's prices are to draw at all these different kinds of hands really helps you manipulate those bet odds. If you know it's 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, whatever, you just make sure to give them half that or less than that, so that no matter what, they're making a mistake. Win, lose, or draw.
Yep. Pez, you are correct. Floating the Trinity River is crazy AF. I think the only thing that floats in that river is turds and dead bodies. So gross. No, thank you. Now, if you get closer to the Fort Worth side, I've seen people paddleboard and do stuff over there. But the Trinity River down the Dallas side, man, it's just no, thank you. It just doesn't seem any kind of water you want to fish out of or swim in. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, well, if you can't swim, you're definitely not fishing.
No, heck no.
I mean,
You'd be surprised though.
Nope. No, I don't want to be surprised. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Whatever's in that fish, you just cook it right out,
Gross.
man.
No.
1, 2, and 9. Stand your
I mean, people eat squirrel. People eat all kinds of rodents. You never know.
Boil the shit out of it.
That's right.
Ain't nothing going to survive in boiling water. Gross.
Our neighbors to the east over there in Louisiana, man. If it crawls, if it swims, if it flies, they'll cook it and eat it.
God, I love Cajun food.
I do
man.
too.
Oh my God, I love Cajun food so much.
I'm going to Lafayette, Louisiana in September, and I think I'm going to gain 10 pounds just on
good
old Cajun
If
food.
you don't gain, then you didn't do it right.
Let me out flopping.
Heads up.
He says, "Let me out flop him with a premium." All right, both players are going to be happy with that deuce. Neither with much on the high yet.
230.
how much?
JP says low's good enough. If you don't bet the flop, I will take the lead.
Is pair sevens the high right now?
It sure is. Now, if nothing changes, I'd really like to see how JP plays this river card. Ha-cha-cha. Is that a club? That's a club. Everything changes.
I wanted to check.
Yeah.
Ace 3 and a pair of sevens.
That's going to be good enough. That's a really hard thing to get a value bet on. That was proper from both players. For those of you out there saying, well, this is an easy bluff to make, it's not. People that, if you have the nut low, you're just going to call. Like, you're not going to get somebody to fold the nut low there after they bet the turn. They're just not folding ever. So a lot of times you end up value owning yourself there. You know, somebody just has kings and fives with an ace 3, and they're just like, all right. They call with half the bet, and oh, wait, nope, never mind. I guess I'm getting 3/4. So, no, that is not the right place to bet if anybody out there was thinking, why didn't he bluff that? Now, if there was no low available, it's a different story. Totally different story. 3 winners now. Steve-O got ground down into the negative category. Now Ned throwing the party.
I just got quartered.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody tell him good hand. He's like, I got quartered.
Oops.
Oh, man. That reminds me. One of the times we had a Poker Atlas tour, we had some dealers come in from out of town, and this poor dealer,
It's a little difficult.
sweet as could be, but she didn't realize that in a hand, when somebody wins a 3K pot, there's a loser of that 3K pot, and she would say things like good hand. And she'd
that's
said
the
to a
worst.
guy as she's shoving him a 4K pot, nothing funner than a runner.
Oh, no.
Well, the player
Oh.
who suffered at the runner beat was not happy, and he lit into her for about 15 minutes,
yeah, I bet.
made her cry, and she came in the break room and was talking to me and was asking about, is that? And I said, you can't say that to
Yeah,
a
you
player.
won't do that again.
You know?
Yeah.
And she was coming from the blackjack and the other table games where there's, it's against the house,
It's-
right?
It's the house. It's not, players aren't
Nothing
the house.
funner than a runner,
Oh, God.
Pick the wrong guy to say it to.
The one that gets me is when I cash out and the cage is like, congratulations. I'm like,
I'm stuck.
I'm stuck balls. What the? You don't know how much I'm in for.
I'm stuck 3K.
All right, congratulations. Oh, God.
It's funny because they just
75.
That happens too. Sometimes a player at a 1-2 table have like 3K and it's
Yeah.
like, damn, you're
And
running good. The
they're
guy's like,
buried.
I'm buried. I'm stuck
I'm
2K.
Buried 2K.
Yeah.
Thing.
yeah. And,
So we're grinding, trying to get it back.
I don't even know if it works. Right? Like I mean,
All right,
We got
Jeremy.
kings and threes.
Yeah.
This is a problematic peel because you're not gonna like the turn card, like no matter what. And there's only 4 cards in the deck you're really gonna like. Maybe an offsuit 5, sure, but that's still worth half. So this is a very problematic peel from out of position. Don't do that at home, kids.
Yeah, PLO will tell you that 2 pair often not good. Not
Yeah.
good here either.
In Big O, it's 2. So that was a callback to when I said earlier is that 2 pair can never be your primary plan A. In that situation, 2 pair was his first and only plan.
Yeah.
And that's never good. Like, even if you have top 2 pair, you just got to check fold there. 2 pair can never be your plan A in Big O. You're asking for trouble. And you're going to get it most of the time. Like, again, the most likely thing to occur. Always plan for the most likely outcome. And there's only 6, 7 cards in the deck you're going to like, so the most likely thing is you're going to check fold anyway. So just get rid of it on the flop. Save that money for tank of gas or something.
I found out a couple days later. Oh my god.
There's
I
that.
didn't even know where the pilot light was.
Slides that come out, makes it like a park.
Is it a Class C or a Class A that you have to?
One called 20.
Just a regular driver's license, I think.
You know, the,
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about the RV, the motorhome.
Yeah, no, I don't have to have it.
Yeah. Just,
No, but I'm saying, is it a Class A or Class C motorhome? Oh, A, okay.
I thought we were talking about misdemeanors still. Class A,
Yeah,
Class C.
I'm like, I don't even.
Thought we were talking about streaking on the baseball field
It
again.
was a Class A felony? No, motorhome.
Yeah.
What?
7 called 20. 8 called 20.
All right, we're all limping in there. That's a very eyebrow-raising completion from Todd there. That is a hand that we've talked about multiple times. You're gonna flop a push most of the time. You do want to take the initiative there. No one with a 3. Becca's gonna pretend she got it anyway with her backup ace, queen, and hearts. It's a reasonable semi-bluff there because most 3s are just going to check call anyway. They're not going to check raise you. So even if you run into a 3 here, you have enough to back it up. You can beat the 3, and you can also keep it going too if you happen to get called. Standard bet, standard bluff, even though we could see it's not really a bluff, but in Becca's mind, it's a bluff.
I like anytime you can take a pot down early, bet it when it's good, when you're not super nutted.
No risk.
Get everybody else out of there.
No risk poker.
Yeah.
Feels like I've been up by these but finally came back. Yes.
25 whole cards and no 3 is wild to me. I actually quantify that in volume 4, by the way, Pez. I have a whole chapter called the Math Lab where I show you the exact chance that somebody has a 3 in that situation. So if you're sitting there with aces and you have 4 opponents, depending on what the trips are, it's wildly different if it's 3s to 8s or 10s or like queens.
Oh, that's
Wildly different if it's, 3 deuces or whatever. But generally it's going to be a little bit better than like high 50s percentage that somebody has it, as in trips or better with 4 opponents. With 3 opponents, it's generally about a coin toss, whether somebody has trips or better. So you can manipulate that. If you know the chances of somebody having it, and these players in this situation are going to fold if they don't have it, you can inverse that, flip it around and tailor your bet size to make sure that, you're making money no matter what. It's in book number 4. We're not going to spoil that for you, but volume 4. It's on my website, doublesuitedpoker.com.
JP's in the big blind, probably why he's even in this hand with the 9-5-2-2-2.
Deuce. Not going to stop him from representing the nut low. Problem is here is there is an established high there, and that established high does scoop him. So you don't want to get any action here. So if he is called there, he's got to shut it down and be done with it.
He shows the trips.
Says, "Gotcha, boys and girls."
Oh, you never smile.
I've been working on it.
Got him.
I thought, really? I think I was married to your sister.
Say what? Jeremy going quiet, still at the top of the leaderboard. $1,800 profit to his name today. Still got the double straddle going. This is common for Big O games. Most Big O games have multiple straddles or at least one. You don't see, not like in Hold'em where you see games that they're just 1-2 and nobody ever straddles,
right?
Or 2-5, nobody ever straddles. In Big O, all pot limit games play double the stakes. If it's 5-5, pretend it. Think of it like 10-10 because there's going to be straddles almost every hand. It's just I don't know why that's different in Omaha games where you'd think that you'd have to force the action in other games like Hold'em, but that's not what happens in these games.
4 players.
All right, Jeremy finally woke up.
Check.
Well, nobody's going to really hate that flop. Steve-O's not going to like it, though. Check all the way through. I'd imagine that Jeremy's not going to let this check through a second time. Generally speaking, if you have the nut low, yep, here he goes. He's probably going to push. Oh, he's going for, he might be doing a two street move here. He's trying to get, because nobody sneezed at the pot on the flop. It's checked to him again. He's going to try and get a couple of calls here, and I bet you he's going to be a bigger bet on the turn, or on the river.
It's the obvious call from Becca's holding here.
Yep. Flush comes through, but it does pair the board. Now this is what Jeremy was representing. He didn't bet the flop, he's betting the turn. He's just take his half pot. Would like to see him put a little more pressure on Becca there, but he can't know that Becca doesn't have an ace-2 in there, and a lot of times he's just going to value on himself. So I understand the check back, but the board pairing makes it a little tougher for Becca to call a bet there. Be interested to know what his plan was. He probably was going to pot most blanks, I'd imagine. But that's usually what that small bet on the turn sets up. As it sets up, gives you the ability to push super hard on the river and represent whatever happened on the river. Or if he happens to river like an 8 or a 10 and actually make a strong hand, he can, he can really pressure it, and people aren't going to think, oh well, you definitely bet the turn with a gutter, but why you can't have ace-2 because you didn't bet the flop. So there are a lot of lines by making that small bet on the turn that Jeremy can set up for a lot of his range can be rather opaque, right. Cloudy and blurry if he makes that small bet on the turn and then blasto on the river.
Now his 4-card, did you say his name is Kenny?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so he says
Kenny.
He's getting his fix tonight.
Oh.
He's watching.
While playing Mark's game.
While playing in another game.
That's a good game. But it is not a sanctioned TCH game, so I don't know what you're talking about. Well, hello to everybody at that location.
Wherever
that location you happen to be watching from. It's a good game, man. It's a lot of fun. Big O, I mean. Not that game.
No shade being thrown to any of our, like we said, competition brings out the best in all of these clubs, I think. And there's definitely some other good clubs in the state of Texas. Poker is alive and well down here.
Yep.
And that's why your butt always comes down from Arizona.
Why I have Talking Stick right next to my house, and I come all the way out here. Speaking of competition, this hand's got some competition.
It does.
Both players like this flop. Ooh. Becca with the verbal salvo. What you got over there? That is indicative of exactly what she has. Strength, but not all of it. Is that she feels the need to say that. That generally means, we saw that earlier with
check now.
Who was? Oh no! And now it's going to be boring.
Chop a Rooney.
Yeah, Becca's going to lead small. Yep, that's great with the. Yep, boring. We all call. Lame. No blood. Yeah.
He's like, let me make sure that 4 is not a spade.
Not a spade. Wait, it's still, yeah, okay, fine. So pretty indicative of, that Steve-O was raising a soft hand on the flop because Becca has the nut flush draw plus the hard hand.
Yeah.
So when she gets raised there with the hard hand and the real draw.
Steve-O has the nut flush draw.
Or sorry, it was the other way around.
Yeah,
Sorry, I had the other way around. It's a strange thing when she's sitting there with the big soft hand. Excuse me, I had it backwards.
Yeah.
When she has the big soft hand and she's raised, that generally means Steve-O has the hard hand. But then when he doesn't bet the turn, what are you doing? So it's not the hard hand, or he just got really weird, which is what just happened.
So Steve-O's hand there too, right? His low cards were ace and 7. So had he had a better second low card, would it just been mandatory almost to barrel again on the turn? Like, why are we checking the turn?
I think so. Yeah, I think if you get led into and then you get this speech like that, and you're sitting there with 2 pair, the gutter, and the nut flush draw, and you get that speech, it's like, what's the top of her range? Like 2 10s maybe?
Yeah.
So I don't think you're gonna get a whole lot of resistance there, and you could actually get like the set of 4s or set of 10s to fold if you pot it. So it could act as a weird merge. And I don't have any of this information if Becca doesn't say anything.
Right.
So take that notes, kids. Don't answer questions nobody asked.
Everybody rescan.
Joshua in the
Everybody has
chat
cards.
saying great tournament last night. Sometimes we like to see it all the way through. I agree. You know, we can't control if the players want to chop, and when it gets down to 4, that's definitely not when we usually see chops on our bigger tournaments. Usually it's 3 or less, but players made a deal and worked out well, I think, for everybody. But yeah, I always want to see these guys play it out. Thanks for tuning in, Josh, and hope you're enjoying a little something different tonight. This Big O stream.
Yeah, play cash. That works out for everybody.
Absolutely.
I am not a tournament player. Don't know anything about it. Do not enjoy them. I do enjoy cash games, though. I want that to matter. I want that dollars to make. You know, it's just something weird to me about no cash value right there on the thing I'm betting. It's very weird.
You mean playing 8 hours and winning like double your money?
That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Or
There's
17 hours.
Yeah, tournaments, there's nothing.
Multi-day tournaments.
Tournaments offer me nothing I care about.
See,
like nothing that I value. You know, fame, fortune, glory, trophies. None of these things have no value. To
I
me.
agree,
just don't
but at the
care.
same time, running deep in a tournament, my God, it feels good.
No
God,
thanks.
it feels good.
No thanks. No,
I know.
No thanks. I play like 4 a year. I play a couple of tournaments
Hey.
at the series every year, and that's
4 more than some people. Some
Yeah.
people just absolutely hate even the idea of it. So
I hate the idea of it.
Yeah.
I still play 4 a year. I feel obligated to play the 10K Big O every year. I couldn't make it this year, but had a family thing this year. But
Tony gonna win. Got a 7. Everybody gets out of
got
there.
a 7. Got a 7. I can't help myself. As a professional, I've got to say, don't show your cards to pros. Like, you can't give people who make a living mining information free information. Don't do that. There's nothing to be gained. It's only -1 outcomes. There's no +1 outcomes to showing cards. Unless your goal is to really piss somebody off. Then there are a few +1 outcomes that you can send somebody off the deep end, but that's not the game I play. I don't subscribe to that kind of strategy. You know what gets people really upset? Losing. Just make them lose. Just win. They'll get upset on their own. There's no reason to poke people. I don't know.
See, Joshua has reasons. He says all he plays is tournaments. Wifey not a fan of the cash bankroll loss. So, hey, understand.
More power to you. I know poker.
Happy wife, happy life.
Happy
right?
wife, happy life. I as a newly married. God, 18 months now, I guess, so not newly married, I suppose. I don't know. Been together almost a decade. Happy wife, happy life is the truth.
Pez might be speaking a little truth here. Yeah.
Josh, there is no way the tournament streets make her any happier. Yes, babe, I lost again. Yeah, you know what, Pez, I'm going to agree with you there. There is something that just irks me the wrong way about doing something routinely and losing 80% of your outcomes and being like, yeah, this is good. I'm going to keep doing it again. Yeah, or 10%, yeah. Just like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go fail again today because I'm doing things right. That just doesn't sit well with me. Ooh, Becca likes that flop. Number 2 low draw and nut flush draw. A gutter in there, too. JP's blocking up half the gutters, though. Becca bet after she's checked 2. You're almost always going to bet here when the field checks to you with ace-3 of hearts. As long as you have a plan for what you're going to do if you're going to get check raised by every player, then we got to bet there. But if you don't have a plan, then not a fan of the bet. You got to have a plan there. What happens if I get min clicked? What happens if I get, what happens if I get called in every spot and then turn the nut straight? Well, that's nut second nut. So what's the plan now? As long as you can articulate your plan, I like it.
You immediately draw $2,000.
All right, just hitting the 3-hour mark. Still about 150 folks tuned in. Thank you all again for joining us on a Tuesday night, doing something a little different. Got Greg Vail in with me tonight, and we are doing a Big O game. Got Rebecca Thompson and friends put together this great stream tonight. Got our second dealer of the night, Miss Brandy, and I'm sure we'll have one more before the night is over.
JP with a big high hand. Probably, again, like to see you come in for a raise, JP. I really like to see you come in for a raise if you're going to play that hand. Tony says, I got you. Going to raise it up with 1 suited aces. Ace, 5, 6.
So we had $10,000.
Generally, if you have an ace-ace-5, you want to have a 6 with it, or 7. You generally don't want to play a naked ace-5. It's not very helpful. You got to have some sort of backup.
They just know what we drew in markers. They just pay. That's all they pay.
Jeremy getting in the middle of these two.
You put your chips on the deal?
He really likes being in the middle of these two players with the momentum to his right.
We do this for 2 days.
No 7.
No one's got it 7.
Your markers.
Not the flop you're looking for with ace-ace-5.
Gave us our money for our
Quickest way to mess up a good hand is to pair your lowest card.
Play 10,000.
Oh, they thought we'd play. Yeah, this is 1980. They thought we'd play 10, 15, 20,000.
JP gets away from those queens.
Yep, and Jeremy just mucks his ace-2 right away, and the reason he did that is because he has no real draw to high. And being out of position on a player that's going to push the action, you do not want to draw it half heads up. So he's just getting out of the way. Small risk, no problem there, no blood. But if he calls there and turns a low and has to face a lot of action, that can be a lot of blood for not a lot of profit.
He was fucked up more than
Tony Z Tank says, I'm not a big pre-flop raiser. Bill Boston talks about it. Who's Bill Boston?
No idea.
It's Billy freaking Boston.
Hey, hey, Ma.
Hey, Ma, Billy Boston.
All my roommates in college are from Boston.
Hey, Ma. Hey, Ma.
Hey, the way they talk to each other, they'd be on the phone
when they get
screaming.
angry?
They'd be screaming at the phone. Are you on crack? Oh, are you on crack, Mom? And he's like, all right, Ma, I love you. See you soon. I'm like, what the what is... Man, these people, it's a different breed, man.
He told me not to raise. I ain't going to raise. That's a little New York.
That might even need New Jersey Sopranos, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. A little combo.
About it.
Bada bing, bada boom.
What do you
right?
know
Yeah,
about
what do
it?
you know?
What do you know about it, huh?
But, you know, tell us why, Tony. What do you think about that?
Put some respect on Billy Boston.
We don't know
who Billy Boston is, so we're
he may
just,
be en route to Dallas right now. I may have to make a run for it.
Yeah, we can just make up some random legend and it'd be good. No shade.
Yeah,
because we don't know who we're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, once again, I'm in the booth. My name is Pez, and this is Jimmy Ray next to me. Sorry about that, Billy Boston. Sorry, Pez.
Jimmy Ray.
Just kidding.
Oh, Josh, Omaha's a dream. My brain doesn't work. It can, and I can train you. That's what I do.
Yeah. If you can do Hold'em, you can learn that game as well.
It's just a different way of thinking. I've taught almost 200 clients from the last 8 years. I've heard that a lot, and I can fix that.
Because I went over there.
Rebecca flopping top and bottom pair with an ace-4. This is going to, you want to press this a little bit. You do need some low flush draws to fold. And she's going to get this one through. Not a terrible thing. Kind of makes you pucker up a little bit when you bet and get 2 calls. Some concrete shoe fittings.
You might be right, Joshua. If Billy Boston makes it here, they may be looking for our bodies in the aforementioned Trinity River.
Yeah,
you know?
what are you gonna do about it, huh?
Oh yeah.
What size concrete shoe you wear, huh?
Well, now Tony, really, again, Tony, I was just laughing at Billy Boston's name more than anything. But tell us what he says, because
now there's he said he makes the argument any raise pre-flop is minus EV. I can disprove that mathematically. Okay, actually, I'll take that argument. I can back that up both logically and mathematically. I talk about that in volume 2 and 4. Actually, we talk about that exact topic and how exploitable that mindset can make you.
Well, and we've seen some of these players tonight that literally will not raise,
and
so
they get it.
You're not alone.
They back themselves into some corners. That are tough to get out of. And I do actually talk about that in my opening chapter of Volume 2, actually, why that's... And I have a chapter in Volume 2 called Limping is Losing, because I can prove that, why raising pre-flop is not minus EV. But it's a fun argument to have. I was told there'd be no math. Sorry, buddy.
But I was told there would be no math. Yeah.
Stayed there for 20 years.
Good. Yep, good.
I was there when it
Big old flop for Tony here.
Big old flop. That's. I mean, this is a deceptively weak flop for Tony.
Right.
It looks so strong.
Huge, right?
Yeah, it looks so huge, and it's just not. Because how many cards do you have to the nuts? The 9 of hearts. 2 of the last 4s.
Right.
2 of the last 4s is only to half.
expensive.
So it looks so much bigger than it is. Like it's a big hand if there's like 7 people in the flop.
Right.
Then it can be a big one.
I opened that
Rooms
room.
are very.
I mean, you're salivating if this is PLO.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. You're just
This
like,
is high
let's
only.
go.
Yeah.
Ned turns nut low and sticks those chips way out in the middle of the table. That is a strong,
Noticeable.
That is a strong tell, by the way.
Very noticeable.
Yep. An extended elbow is generally seen to be a strong tell. Generally, I do
Flexing your tricep evidently is a tell, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, extended elbow.
Extended all the way.
Extended arm. It is, and locking that elbow. It's generally a strong name or a strong tell. Tony, my books are called Scoop. Volumes 1 through 4. You can find them on my website at doublesuitedpoker.com.
This is gonna make good TV.
Oh, did that go check on the river? Oh no.
No, Tony did go all in there.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. I'm like, that can't go check. You can't do that.
No.
We don't run it twice in a row.
No, yeah, they don't run it twice. Yeah, they're asking me at it. Okay, what am I doing?
Catch you, sun moon.
I just don't know how much it is.
And Joshua, no lie, those alligator gar. People actually eat those nasty sons of bitches, man. Those are gross fish, but they
Is that
swear
that
by 'em.
nasty ass dragonfish thing with the giant nasty
It's a
teeth?
big,
and
long fish
Yeah.
with
that-
what looks like an alligator's mouth, right?
It looks like a
nasty teeth.
like a pike took like
Yes.
like a pike from the north took a
Yeah.
took a swim through.
And
the
they do have
Chernobyl.
sharp teeth. They do have sharp teeth. They don't attack people. They can bite, but they don't attack. Yes, this is Greg Vail
Yeah, with an I.
with an I.
V-A-I-L.
V-A-I-L.
Yes, but
Not Vicky Vale from Batman.
yes. God, I got that when I was a kid. I did not understand.
Yeah.
Because that was the Adam West Batman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that was way before my time.
And then the original Batman, that was her name too, and the one with Jack Nicholson and
Oh,
Michael Keaton.
89.
89.
Like yeah, 89.
Yeah,
That was a
89.
good one.
That was a
That
great
was a
one.
great Batman. This is very cartoonish. I like that one.
Yeah, I was
I ain't
like,
crossing that river ever worse than anything.
I grew up a big Superman fan, so Batman and Superman went well together.
How cool is that? Tony, that's playing tonight, actually gave him one of your books.
Oh, you gave it to him. That's not cool. Make him buy it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
Closest thing to eating a dinosaur.
now you just
Yeah, I
have to
don't
get
want that.
volumes 3 and 4.
Volume 3 and 4.
Complete your set, Tony.
Volume 3 is I start to build the professional game, and Volume 4 is what I feel that tops off a professional game.
Awesome.
There are plenty of things that I teach that I did not publish. So I saved a few things for those who get coaching and those who join my website.
Yeah,
So.
join the website, doublesuitedpoker.com, and again, you can get the books cheaper there than you can on Amazon.
Yeah, and Amazon's a bunch of thieves. They started out when I first published my first book, they were taking like 40%. Now it's up to like 60%. A bunch of thieves.
Tony, Top Set Tony, that's the new nickname.
Yeah, this is a relatively dry board. A set of kings can finish with the nuts on a few different runouts, which is tough to do. A set usually is not the nuts, but now any card 7 or lower and the king will be the nuts. So it's a very strong set of kings. Where if the board was like king 10 4 5, that would be not a very strong set. But 200, Jeremy's going to make that call and feel the need to see what's going on over by the bathroom mid-hand.
She's really helpful.
Blank.
Heads up.
The house is full.
Yeah, see, now I'd really like to see a small bet from Tony. You're just not going to get paid off by anything that's calling turn.
Or 600?
600 full
Yeah.
pot. You're not getting called. But then again, Jeremy employs down bets more than anybody out there. So if you try a down bet on him, he's just going to laugh and go nice hand and fold. But that does open up the mythical down bet bluff that me and him geek out about a lot. Anytime Jeremy or I get a down bet bluff through, I don't know what he's thinking about here. Anytime either one of us get a down bet bluff through, we immediately have to text the other to brag about it.
But it's off the
I don't know what he's thinking about. He might legitimately think Tony is airballing with a hand like Ace-Jack-10, but he only has a pair of deuces. I wouldn't. Or no, he has a queen. I'm sorry, King-Queen. He does beat bluffs, but
he had Tony's number earlier.
Such a fucking light call, Tony.
yeah, I mean, I've seen him make bigger calls with less, but I mean, if he's putting Tony on just an Ace-Jack-10 type of hand, he's going to have more value than he thinks. But this is not the time, Jeremy. You're going to get plenty of times. This is not one of them. Come on, you got this.
Yeah, that's where you know we got a table full of geriatrics.
There we go. Okay. He wanted it. To his credit, you know, for those of you out there that think that's, you know, ridiculous Hollywood, it is not. I have seen him make many calls. I've seen him make a call with ace high before. He wasn't right, but actually that was in here. That was in the stream. Remember we thought there was a misread on the cards? Right. And he made sure that we're like, no, that has to be wrong. He has to have a pair of kings. And he's like, no, bro, I had ace high. Like, no, that's what I had. But for those of you out there that think that is a little weird, no, if Jeremy is putting Tony on an ace jack 10 type of hand, then yes, you can make that call. But I think you need a little bit more information to do it. You need to see that he's been doing it. You need to see him show a couple bluffs and have it look the same, and Tony just hasn't done that yet today. So I would not care for that call at that moment in that spot, even if he was right.
What he said, and I'll show you the message.
Where was this? At
Choctaw.
They don't care how fast.
We would rather you play 4 hours
Yes.
at $25 a hand
exactly.
than $1,000 a hand.
Anybody need anything?
I said, you should lose your fucking job.
What the hell is he talking about?
If we're opening it up.
I think they're talking about casinos.
I don't know. I think he's bitching about rake or something, which I'm probably going to agree with whatever he says. But like, that was just not the direction I thought that exchange was going.
With the rake they're taking. We'd rather you lose $25 a hand for 4. Yes. I said, tell me you're kidding.
I'll
me.
remember that.
No.
That's what he is. What he's talking about. He's talking about rake. That's the people that a similar thing would be somebody saying that paying rake is better than paying time because you don't have to physically pay the rake. You know, where time is so much less.
Wouldn't give us a line.
Trip 10s.
And I think another 10-5 was in the muck.
Oh,
Oh, no, there it is. Steve-O has the other 10-5. It's in play.
Oh yeah, we got 2 boats here now. A bigger boat.
These two better stop messing around. They're gonna back Todd into a low.
I stayed there for
Todd's
12 nights.
thinking maybe I'll back into King's full if you let me.
Yeah, you can't mess around with flopped and turned full houses when there are a myriad of overcards available. You just can't mess around with it.
$13 in 12 nights. And didn't comp it.
But at least they got the low draw and the vulnerable hand to fold there. But now Tony's going to have a pretty decent advantage here if he had a 7. But Tony's like, wait a minute, I got raised. I turned the nuts and got raised.
The rhythm method?
This could get ugly.
Yes, that's the deal.
Because he's only concerned about 10-7 ace-2, and you're going to have to show me that one.
Right. If you're on the rhythm
Wouldn't be surprised if he ripped this in back at Steve-O. God, that feels bad if you have 10-5 there and then you get ripped on. Nope, just going to walk the dog a little bit, set him up, turn a low, and see what we can do.
JP evidently just learned a new word, algorithm, at the table.
Now that's going to cause some problems because that's what Tony wanted to see. You have to lead here. You have to lead here. You can't let somebody, if he has a hand like ace-2, 5-5, you can't let him make an easy call here. You have to just lead right into him because you're just not going to bet worse. Yeah, you're not going to get bet worse to bet. The only thing that's going to bet is going to be an ace-2 with something. And you don't have any value there. You have to lead into him there once you've got the low. Because Steve-O's not deep enough for that to matter. He's only 2,200 deep with 1,000 in the pot. He can't, blast him for 5,000. You have to lead there and force Steve-O to make a bad call. Because he's going to call.
What sizing do you think there needed to be put
about
up?
3/4 pot.
3/4 pot?
Yeah, I'm going to lead for about 6-ish, 600-700, somewhere in there.
Meat left on the bone?
Yeah, because we got to force him to make a bad call, and if we just pot it, he's only calling with the same hand, or like 10-5 ace-2, which again, 0 value there. So if he has 10-7, he's not folding.
Yep.
But you have 10-7 ace-2 or ace-3, you have to force him to put money in when you're going to get 3/4 or the whole pot right there. That you have to lead there. If you're going to call the turn, you have to lead blank rivers. Only downside to that is that you really don't know what to do if it comes jack or higher. That's tough. That's very, very difficult if it comes jack or higher. That is the downside of taking the line as suggested.
Okay, evidently they were talking about some Pai Gow, so something a little bit out of our wheelhouse.
I can't
but
even spell Pai Gow.
I can't either.
I don't even know what that means.
Everything's double decker.
Where was this, Benicia?
Todd limping in late with a very strong holding. I would like to.
It's out in the country.
Yeah, I know. I went there for a tournament, and I'm like, damn, this is out here. It's south.
Like to see Todd come in for a raise
Going back like
with a hand like that.
16, 17 years ago. We used to
Five
get a
players.
bunch of us to go out. What kind of guys group end of May?
Yeah, still making some good time here. 82 hands through
End of
3
the
hours.
Table. And I'm not a big craps player. And some guy shows up at the other end. You're not supposed to have your phone at the table.
All right.
Well, he's like one of these guys.
Todd,
like, obviously
Gonna
connected.
like that flop. You always like it when you have an ace-3 combination and flop your key card.
And they rope off the table.
Check to
I've
JP
never seen the extra
on the
large
button.
chips, $25,000 chips. They were orange. And I'm
Yeah,
afraid
JP
to
with the
roll
5,
dice.
7, 9 there.
Yeah, I don't mind this bet. You generally you have a hand like that and got a lot going for you. The field checks to you. A lot of times you can thin out some of the same draws. You know, you can thin out a lot of the 7-5s and 3-5s by making a bet here.
He's like, maybe he broke even, but I literally was, my hands were shaking. I'm like, I don't want to like.
Rick run
set
out. That is a
this
good
guy.
sign for Todd. It goes check, check on the turn. You turn kings up. Got to lead. Well done. Yep, have to.
I've never seen those chips since. Never seen anybody play them.
Money's a relative commodity.
All right, he's going to take that one down.
It was very relative.
Do you think
You played a
Greg has an opinion on the action on the river? Yeah, I got opinions. Yeah. BB argues ace, ace, 2-3 wins part or all of the pot 42.2% of the time. I like to see receipts on that one. It gets scooped 57.8% of the time. You might have to prove that one. That's based on a lot of subjective information. The observed reality is a little bit better for optics, but I think it would still be best not to raise. I'm going to have to see the mathematics of that argument, just what the final number is.
Is there another card we're missing? Ace, ace, deuce, 3, X,
yeah.
you know? 5 card.
So just putting that out there, we don't know what variables are introduced in that equation. Like it gets part or all of the pot 42% of the time. Based on what? You know, is that based on heads up play or three-handed or how many players see a flop? There's a lot going on there, and I understand you're probably just quoting from a book that I'm unaware of. So that would be a awesome conversation for a beer, actually. But it is probably outside the privy of this live stream.
They thought we wouldn't like each other. They don't know shit from Shine Hollow.
I'm sorry.
And there is the massive hand. Ned gets the best hand you can have, and again limps under the gun. This seems to be a very reliable pattern.
I'm a people.
So you can have a hard time making things, a really hard time making positive things happen when you're just routinely limping from early position with premium hands.
6 players. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll take anything.
Monster flop for Ned. Ned again flops a a large piece of the equity pie. Is going to have the best hand no matter what everybody has.
Crept back over the $1,000 mark, so he's not with that kind of nub stack anymore, comparable to these other players.
And going back to what we've talked about, when a player routinely is limping in early and then pots a flop like this, it's just going to be ace-2 of clubs like every time. You know, there's not a whole lot of mystery to that when you take this line. And I do talk about this a lot in my second book, why I claim limping is losing. Most of the time, there are extenuating circumstances, and I put that as a chapter in Volume 4. But as a general rule of thumb, yeah, you don't want to be limping too much. And then most certainly not all the time. Oh gosh, that's a fold in some houses actually. That's where you take your cards forward like that. That's a fold in some houses.
I heard that too, Joshua, and I about that in my pants because I've never heard shit from Shinola in my life.
I don't even know what that means.
I got a new saying though out of it.
Yeah. Now this is a tough spot for Rich here when this player bet into him twice and he has the nut low. and just a pair. It's good fold, sir.
know you had
Don't show him. Oh God, don't show that. And look at you. See, Jeremy's looking right at it. Note that for later.
Yep.
I've got you, bud. Yep. One big thing, one piece of advice you can take from a professional to the rest of the world is watch the players who are focusing on what's happening after the game. Yeah. Pros will always listen to your conversations because when you vomit out all that crap post-flop or post-hand,
Right.
all of it is the keys to the castle. Or when Jeremy's not involved in his hand, and he makes sure when that guy shows his hand, he's like, what are you doing? And in his mind, he just breaks down everything he just did. You know, that hand, you got you. And also, Pez, thank you for calling back to my strong tell of the elbow extended. Appreciate that. Or confirming that for the third or fourth time. Not all the time, but most of the time, yes,
Right.
that is.
You can really see that
is-
horseshoe and that tricep there, that elbow extended.
generally means that a player believes himself to be strong.
That's why he had to get up with the massage gun. He extended a little too hard and had to use the thermogun over there. This is probably the first stream I've seen that they've had a massage gun at the table, so it tells you.
That is pretty gangster.
It is,
just
yeah.
bringing the massage
They're just
gun.
passing around. All right, who's got the sore knee today? Who's got the back problem?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, great job from our last dealer, Brandy. We got Joe joining us. It's our third and final dealer.
Yes, I am.
I will be home tomorrow, but I won't be at Talking Stick Pets.
That's funny.
I haven't been there in, man, a year and a half, 2 years probably was the last time I was there. They don't play Pot Limit Big O anymore. They don't play the Pot Limit Mix game very often.
Is it just right outside of Phoenix?
It's in Scottsdale.
Scottsdale. Yeah.
It's in Scottsdale.
All right.
Don't start the false tell game. You don't want to start false tell games with people who are good at that. Once I know that you can do false tells, this shit's on. then we're going back and forth and false tells. Oh, it's war. And the fun kind too.
The fun kind of
the
war.
fun kind of war.
100%.
Oh yeah, let's reverse tell and meta game and all kinds of buzzword fun. This is high double board bomb pot, right? Are we doing
High?
It's
Yeah.
just high. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my preference. I double board Big O is a nightmare. 4 pots as soon as you deal the cards out. I think ultimate high, ultimate low. I think it's a little too complicated for the general public. I prefer bomb pots just to be high only.
All right, I indeed have a new saying because John Dew says Shinola was a turn of the 20th century product used as polish, and that's why the saying is you can't tell shit from Shinola.
Wow.
And the more redneck you sound when you say it, the better it comes out.
No, yeah. Well, no,
Shit on a shingle.
from Chanel. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I like
Great
that. All
info,
right.
guys.
I like that. I like
John
that
and
kind
Joshua,
of war. Yeah, thanks,
both of you guys, with some great info.
Shit on a shingle.
Shit on a shingle.
You know, I do know that one. My
Yeah.
my dad was in the Navy forever, and I've heard that more times than I can count. He just, when we go camping, that's what he calls a sandwich, no matter how decadent the sandwich is. I'm like, Dad, this isn't a bean sandwich on an aircraft carrier, man. Take it, drink, reverse tell is a massive plus. Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I'm just so comfortable right now when I'm taking my drink. you know?
Yeah.
I must have the nuts.
Because I feel the same way. I don't know why I like studying body language so much, but like,
I don't want to see it.
yeah,
because I
it's a fun game. Once I realize somebody's watching for tells, you know, and they're actually looking and they know what they're looking for, yeah, you open up that can of worms and it's an all-day battle, and man, it's fun to see how many fake tells they can get you to buy. It's a good time. I like it. It doesn't happen very often, but it's a good time.
So I've only had this work a couple of times on bomb pots in the Hold'em game. Unfortunately, we don't get to play the PLO bomb pots. They make us play the stupid 2-card, and I sit out often. But
2-card bomb pot, that sucks.
You know, it's an all-in. You know, it's still no limit. So I've noticed that some players will stare and lock in on the board that they're playing after they rip it. Well, I tried to get that tell off a player the other day, and unfortunately, he had one eye that faced one way and one eye that looked the other way.
That's funny.
And I was like, which one am I looking at? I don't know. I can't tell. It's like his eyes were. So, God bless him if he's listening. But I didn't get a tell, is the moral of that story.
I bet not. All right. Ned for the top 2 pair. He's going to have to be in the blinds to be playing that piece of cheese. All right.
Queen 9-4 rainbow.
JP with the Jack 10-10. 2 cards wasted, unfortunately.
So the 3-piece is going to bet out for 40. A couple of callers.
I like this peel by Becca here with 2 pair and a gutter and in position on the field with that backdoor clubs. It's a good peel.
How about another pair for Ned? That is not a deuce of hearts. It's a 5 on the turn.
And the flavors are really good. It is a pot of clubs, yes.
It's to be 265, yeah.
Oh no, Pez, we got a few of them now, actually. Jesus. Cancel me now.
That was a long time to check. That's generally not 2 pair. So I wouldn't be surprised if Becca tried to steal this one, thinking she has the best hand. Yep. Good job, Becca. That is generally, if you bet flop and check turn when nothing changed, that's generally going to be like a King Jack 10 kind of combo. It's generally not queens and nines.
Call. 165?
Yes, sir.
So Becca's probably believing that if any card 8 through king comes through, she's probably not going to sneeze at this pot. That's a good, no, that's not the card either player wanted to see. But that, oh no, that ace can never be good for the queens and nines. But it's going to be good enough, I think. Is there too many pairs for a low? Yep.
That's going to win the high.
That's going to win the high. The queens and nines are going to get it. Oof. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's like you don't want to value on yourself into that ace, but the bet flop check call turn, the ace probably isn't going to help that range, probably. But since Ned checked his option in the blind, you never know what kind of weird low components involved there. That's a tough one. I'm not going to be too hard on Becca for that one. That's a tough one to be able to pull that trigger properly and with good information. You can do it and guess and be right, but it's a tough one to repeat.
Grab those cards, boys. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's a really tough hand to repeat success there.
All right, so just 2 players right now in the green.
Todd mucking a rough ace-4 from early position. That is standard. You do not want to get involved with hands with multiple key cards from early position.
Jake Carby 86, you might be a hand or so behind, not sure. JP wasn't involved in that last one.
Becca bumping it up with a premium rundown. No takers? No takers. That doesn't happen very often.
Tony the Tiger getting out of there.
Yeah, we don't have many walks in this game. Not very many at all. So that is unusual.
So I thought that Stassi said that they were going to make.
So they're only making deuce to 7 for the tournament. They're only
made
making.
It sound like they were going to make a set for us.
So those mixed game plaques that I brought in earlier.
Oh, no, it isn't.
They're only making ace to 5, deuce to 7, and Badoogie. So if you want more than those games, let me know.
Yeah.
Not much change in the leaderboard, except the losing players have moved upwards a little bit. Jeremy still with the big win. He hasn't moved much since being up. He was up 1,800 was his high point. Not a lot of movement. Not uncommon when you're the big winner and everybody else is basically even. You don't really want to be the one to be the mover in the shaker when that happens.
Good.
Oh, what is the
roundabout?
What is the biggest Big O pot Greg has won? You know, I'm not sure. The one that comes to memory, a couple years ago, I used to play a game out in Tyler, Texas that we were playing 50, 100, and I think me and my friend Mark got into a pot that I think was.
About 20 years.
I think we both got 40K in the middle. I think. Woo! I think it was. Yeah, so 80 probably somewhere in there. 80K, I think. That was just that one big game, though. It's not. I mean, it's not like I played. The game doesn't run anymore, so yeah, probably around that neighborhood.
So I know you play in a lot of different games around, and not every game you play in, I imagine, has players that are as experienced as these,
no, of course not.
or as skilled as these players.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're watching a stream with players who play this game around the clock, all the time, with each other.
Yeah.
That's why, for some, I know that, you know, if this is boring to you, I understand there's a lot of learning to be done from this game we're watching, though, because these are, you know, some of your best players here, especially in this DFW area. And of course, we got players that have come in from out of town, but you know, you're not seeing huge losses, you know, really yet, because these players aren't playing out of control like you might see in some Big O games.
And nobody's stuck huge. Yeah. You know, and that tends to happen. Everybody out there is aware of the dynamic that when somebody gets stuck huge, get your seatbelts on. You know, and that's not happening right here. So there's going to be a lot of jabbing and ducking and dodging, not a lot of haymakers going on right now. So Todd flopping the nut flush draw. He's going to go ahead and lead into the field. This is the higher variance option of the two because of this right here. Because when you lead with a soft hand, a lot of times when you get raised, it's by the hard hand. This is the set or the top two pair. You're going to get raised here a lot by those hard hands, and then you have to call with the draw from out of position. I'm not saying you should never do it, but it is the downside of the high variance option here leading into the field. However, bet more, win more.
Risky to be re-raising with bottom set?
Not necessarily. It could buy you a check back. It could also, you know, buys you a lot of power, but it can sometimes, you know, blow up in your face and you just get called down by a set of jacks. That's also possible.
And he's continuing. He's going.
Still going for it. This is.
I think he said pot, right?
I'm going to give this one to Jay. This is pretty ballsy because he can be check called by a better hand here, and this one takes some guts, and I think it's going to work.
Yeah, obviously he picks up the hearts to go with. No, there is no hearts.
No hearts.
Sorry.
Just this diamond draw that Todd
diamonds.
has. From what I know about Todd, I'm wrong. I was going to say I think this is going to get through, but I'd be wrong. It looks like he's made up his mind. Generally speaking, you want to have a little bit more than this to check call, getting 2-1. You want to have like
King and a 10 would be great.
Yeah, you want to have like 2 gutters here, you know, rather than just the 1. I mean, he's got 2, I suppose. The 10 is, but none of them are to the nuts. Even a 7's not to the nuts. Only a diamond is. So I think this is a little on the loose side for Todd. But I understand.
Set of 5.
Yeah. You're gonna win this pot, Todd. You got to do it on the river. Yep.
Wow, he did get bailed out.
Now, for those of you out there who like, you could bluff there. That is really hard to do.
I missed a bet.
But it would.
Thinking, well, if you got 10
But it would
keys,
make sense
what do
there.
I
If
gotta do?
Todd leads the river for about half pot, it looks like Ace King 10 because he led flop, check called, turn. It looks like Ace King 10.
You cannot call an all-in.
But man, that's tough to do because your opponent can just have a hand like 10-9, or he could have King 10-9 easily. So that's a tough one to do. I mean, more power to those who can. It's a lot easier if you have like a 2-4 right there.
Yeah.
You happen to have like Ace 4-6, whatever, you know, so Ace
Right.
Ace 2-4-6. It's a lot easier to make that bluff because on a flop of Queen Jack 5, it's difficult for your opponent that raises flop to have a 2-3 component, you know.
Well, you hear Jay kind of beating himself up there, saying, I missed a bet there. You can't call an all in. But it's risky, right? I mean,
you fire a third shell there. It's like you might as well not have a set. You might as well just have air because it's a bluff. You know, it's a major bluff if Jay bets the river.
I'm pretty sure checking bag is
JP, he's already
Joshua
trashed me
Bart
about my
says,
body.
"Do I have charts for positions?" No.
multi-table tournament. Yeah, that's not Greg's
No,
thing.
That is not my thing. Also, I want to just do a little exercise here about charts for Big O hands. So there are slightly more than 2 million combinations of hands. that you can be dealt. I don't think that'll fit on a hand chart.
2 million.
Yeah, there's just slightly more than a couple of million combinations, so new. That does bring up a decent point that a lot of times players will look for answers for which the answer doesn't bring them any value. You know, like what's the right answer in this? Are we get the exact bet size here? But when it's not actually what we need to worry about, we need to worry about the reasons why we do things. You know, and this would be a perfect example. Wanting a hand chart, which wouldn't actually bring you any benefit. You know, it's not going to help you out with your pre-flop game. But I can. I can help you out.
165.
Becca flopping a queen 10 draw with the draw at the bluff. Nobody really has much of anything here. This might just get right through. Yep. There is power there in betting the naked ace when it's on the come. So when it's just the flush draw, there is power behind that bet because it disincentivizes people for calling with like king high and queen high flush draws. Now, granted, if somebody has queen 10, ace queen 10 of hearts, then whatever. But you generally can get lesser flush draws to fold. But if you play it passively, you're going to give them reason to call later. So there is power on betting on the come with the naked ace.
But again, I can check.
But then again, it's like that's a real gamble.
He's counterfeited this. Oh, you don't have to worry about anything. You check back and win. You don't need to bluff with check.
Well, but then that's exactly what happens is
I just feel good that I got Jeremy's validation.
If the pro says so, we're good to go. Jeremy is one of the best. I'll vouch for him. Him and I have a very, very similar thought process. We're very rarely far apart on most decisions or most opinions. We generally play the same type of game. He's very good. He's very effective. And usually gets the best of me when we play. That's for sure.
I'm just a beginner, so I can't opine.
Another walk for Becca. That's two. I think she's been the recipient of the only two walks.
Only two we've seen, I think, right?
Man, that's frustrating in Big O. Because, like, you never get walks. Like
how bad are these combinations of hands, right?
You don't get a lot of... Like, in Hold'em, this shit happens all the time, right? Walks happen all the time. But not in this game. Everybody gets 5 cards. Generally, somebody finds an excuse to play.
It's been a long time since I had a nuts that got raised. Fucking do.
Pez, yeah, Todd probably did bring his own chair.
I think there's a chair behind him, and for a second there, it looked like it was like this taller,
it looks like one of those gaming
extended
chairs.
chair.
Yeah, it looks
but
like
I think
one of
there's a chair behind him that's giving it the look that his chair is tall. Yeah.
We'll just say he brought his own chair.
Yeah.
He brought his own chair.
Because I feel like
God, how funny would that be? You see somebody roll in their own chair and out of the parking lot.
I want to say we have had a player bring in a chair before.
No way, really?
Just one, yeah. Maybe not for the stream, but in the room.
Was there?
Yeah, see, it just looks like there's an extended.
Oh yeah.
Right, because that's just a chair that's up against the wall.
That's,
somebody was sitting in it.
That's less fun.
Oh yeah.
Why did the ace for high fold? Somebody just open muck aces? Is that what we saw? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Josh. So if we're referring to aces that folded pre-flop, that is quite common actually. You have a junk hand, you have ace queen 9-6 with no suit. You're going to be folding a lot of aces combination in this game. You know, ace 10-8 something. You know, 10-8 6. We're folding those hands. You don't want to be playing those hands pre-flop.
Yes. DQ did it, yep. Plays on that other stream down there in the Austin area.
JP unfortunately flopped too much of that. The same problem in this game as you do in Hold'em. Sometimes you can just flop too much of it. It's tough to get paid when you have all of it.
She's bored. She's watching Housewives of Salt Lake City or Sister Wives or something.
Haven't thrown this up yet, but we do have a cool promotion, and don't do these often enough, so take advantage when we do. Lucky Table, Lucky Seat promotion this Friday and Saturday. Starting at 4 p.m., goes all the way through midnight. 4 grand prizes of $3,000. They're doing 1 per club per day at Las Colinas and Dallas locations. Click on our link, texascardhouse.com, and this Lucky Table, Lucky Seat promotion will pop up. There's a lot more info, a lot more that goes into it. Too much to read on air, but cool promotion. A couple big prizes, though, and then a bunch of small ones as well.
Maybe she's getting some ideas.
House money is the best kind, right? When they just give it away.
That's always fun.
No, literally, that's her go-to.
That's my favorite.
Women killing their husbands.
Someone else is raising this.
Rich coming in with
Always tells me like what they did
the ace 2 9 9 queen. We've seen that hand come in a couple of times now.
You know, missing
Todd calls
bodies.
right behind him with a decent ace 3 combination.
Gilgo Beach murderer.
Yep, yep. I thought you did it on its own. No, that's okay.
Do we need to dim the lights?
Jeremy wakes up with an ace 2-2 combination. You generally don't want your pairs in your low component. Like you don't want to have a pair of deuces or a pair of threes in your low component as your primary option. Creates a problem of you don't want to pair anything. And that's not good when you have a set. Todd with 2 pair, just whipping that right in the muck after the Rich's C-bet gets through. So for those of you who think you can't bluff in Big O, I refer you to the previous hand.
I've seen a couple good ones tonight.
Yep, C-bet is very important in this game too. It's very important. You have to do it. You have to take pots down with no contest. You have to do it.
Look at there. JP is up a trip to Taco Bell, $10. Rebecca got herself unstuck again, so maybe a little shift in things here. Yeah, we always go when the people have small profits. We always do amounts of Taco Bell trips that you could possibly make.
Yeah.
Better than being stuck, that's for sure.
All right, Todd.
20 is on. 6 and
Bunch
9.
of spades.
I need 6 and I need you to see.
Generally don't want to have the ace, the king, queen, and the jack. Best hand anybody else can, best flush anybody else can make is a 10 high flush. But you're going to play those based on the value of the ranks by itself. So not unusual. You know, you can play a hand like ace 2, 3, 5, 6 if they're all hearts. You know, it's just because the ranks are worth something here. Having ace, king, queen, jack is worth a lot.
One time can we get Tony? 3 against 1.
Yeah, I think, Josh, with the hand you're talking about, I think the guy that had the aces, that the rest of his cards had no draws, nothing else to go with, and the odds of waking up still having aces be good by the time he got to river were just not good.
Yeah, you're you don't win pots with 1 pair in this game. So when you don't have anything other than just aces, you're generally going to be on the back end of all the equity. It's a very quick way to lose a lot of money.
Back on Front Street.
Thank you, Dick.
Hello, Betty.
So yeah, you're going to see that a lot in this game. You're going to see people folding, you know, 2 pairs and over pairs. They're not. As a Hold'em player, you're used to that hand having a significant amount of value. In this game, 1 pairs and over pairs are like tiebreakers. They're just not that valuable. We're not trying to win pots with 1 pair. Now, granted, there's plenty of times where we run fancy-ass plays with, you know, middle pair and top pair and stuff like that. But as a general rule of thumb, you don't want 1 pair to be your plan A. You know, you want 1 pair to be like your 5th plan. You know, is a royal.
Have you ever been dealt? Have you ever been dealt a royal
yes,
flush?
Yes, I have. I've actually been dealt.
Are you serious?
A 6-card royal down to a 9 before.
Oh wow!
Playing Big Easy.
The 9 to the ace.
Yeah, 9 to ace twice. I've had it twice. That specific hand. That's how much online I played during COVID. But yes, I have. I've had a straight flush in my hand twice. I've had a royal in my hand.
My goodness.
Offline and in real life once. I've also seen a royal on a board once before. That was cool. That was back at Casino Arizona in about 2005. I was playing 4-8 limit hold'em at the time.
I can see how that could confuse some people.
That was
right?
weird. Yeah, royal around the board. Came in order too. Ace all the way. Ace king.
Still got to play 2 cards, folks. You don't have a royal.
Yeah, there was a dude with a 9 too. He was pissed. He was really mad. Oh, this is
Didn't
like
have the 8-9, unfortunately.
No, this is like 2004, 2005. I didn't know anything
Right.
back then. I didn't realize how cool that was.
Both players holding a jack. Neither player has a 10 with it.
Yeah, this gets checked twice. I'd be willing to bet you Jeremy's going to bet any board pair. He's going to bet any diamond. But an absolute blank, he's probably just going to take his showdown value and go with it. You don't want to turn your hand into a bluff when you actually have value.
We did get a river.
That's a blank.
3.
Yep. Probably just going to let this one go.
Check. Showdown.
Yep.
Say ace high. Say ace high. Aces.
He said say ace high. He could beat ace high. Tony could beat ace high. Yeah, but this
he caught a crab on the river, right?
This is another, to back up this point, Josh, is that aces just, one pair just doesn't have a lot of value in this game. And you can see that there by, you know, by Jeremy not betting at all. He's not going to put any money in there with just one pair because that was his primary plan was one pair. The rest of his draws were not that great. So yeah, it's just not what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to get money in with overpairs in this game. We're trying to draw to the best hand is what we're trying to do in this game. We're trying to risk very little to win a lot. We're trying to get our money in with little risk. And when you put a lot of money in with one pair, two pair, and types of hands as plan A, it's you're risking a lot to win not a lot.
Push your 10 in, Pod. We gotta keep this game square.
All right, straddle, re-straddle, triple straddle on.
There we go.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen any big setups or any big hands that just happen. You
We
know?
haven't yet.
A
We
lot
really
of times
haven't.
in this game, you just 3 or 4 people just punch a flop right in the face, and all the chips go in. It's a normal thing in this game, and it has not happened at all today. There's a big hand. Jeremy min-clicked the raise, trying to keep the pot under control from with a pulling type of hand.
Can you step away while you're on your phone, please?
Thank you.
Oh, Jeremy flops what he was basically looking for. Couple of spades. Yep, kind of do a pulling type of bet here. He wants to encourage 2 players on the looser side to peel with non-nut draws, and that's exactly what he just got to happen. That's an effective pull by Jeremy. Turn is an 8, adding more outs to Jeremy. He's going to make the nuts with most of the cards that don't pair the board in this situation. Ugh. Ugh.
Ship it. Crowd favorite here, boys.
That was
Yeah.
the card you were looking for.
Yep, and that's the card of death for Jeremy.
Talk about this motherfucker here. 36 plus.
36.
36 nuts.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum.
Says, give me some, yum, yum.
$80 with ace, ace, deuce 3.
Tony, $5 of that is mine.
Ace,
Oh, was it a club?
deuce 3.
Oh, look at that. That's
There we go.
That's a meaty pot with that piece of cheese.
Got a little. Maybe that will loosen it up there, Professor. We got a little shit talking going on now.
Yeah, you know, a lot of,
This was your only card.
you know, sometimes we all think that straddles are going to loosen the game up. And, you know, it's not always the case. And you'd think it would be.
Yeah, you really
know,
would.
you'd think it would be, but putting more money in pre-flop doesn't necessarily equate to a better game. It doesn't equate to a better or more mistake-filled game. It also lowers your SPR way down, and when you're playing this deep, you know, you generally want people to be comfortable with a small pot early so that they make bigger mistakes later. But yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. You'd think it would, and you know, sometimes it's just not the case.
And Sinister Garden saying, what we need here is we just don't have players that are, I don't think, that reckless tonight to get you the action needed there. Flopped a royal in Big O, potted the flop
Got
with
called.
the absolute nuts and got called 4 ways.
I mean, dare to dream, right?
Dare to
Yeah,
dream,
Dare to
indeed.
dream. Same thing with Tony here. Dares to dream, flopping a full house. Jeremy has an ace-3. Could get in a little bit of trouble here. You generally want to fast play hands like these. You don't want to peel cards. Oh, man. Tony's just letting this one go. I don't understand that one.
3-8. Do we have a low?
That's weird. That was a very strange
Is
pot.
that the low? 3-8? Ace-6,
Yeah.
deuce, 3-8.
It
for
just
Jeremy?
checked all the way through. That's very,
Jeez.
very strange. I don't.
Well, I mean, that's letting a player with a really weak hand.
I suppose, yeah. I
Get
mean,
there,
I guess
right?
Tony might have been trying to check raise him, but just you're not going to get a check raise in on the better players very often. If you do, you're just going to get one bet out of them.
Right.
You know, and I have in my second book, I have a chapter called Check Raising, You're Doing It Wrong. And yeah, that's one of them. It's just you don't want to be check raising a flop like that. Not on a better player anyway. On some goofball that can bet whatever, fine. But yeah, that's generally with better players, it's generally a good idea just to bet your own hand. The irony of trying to get tricky is that you end up revealing what you're trying to do, because everybody tries to get tricky. That's everybody's first thing they learn, right? You know, is to try and get tricky. But generally, it's best to just bet your own hand and allow people to come up with their own reasons why they're going to do something wrong, because they'll do. And that's what losing players do, is they do things for very bad reasons. So you have to give them a reason to do something bad. And check raising is not the best way to do that.
We'll relay the message back to Becca next time that with all these awesome skilled players, we need 2 goofballs.
2 goofballs.
Maybe I'll join the stream. I'll be the goofball. See what I've learned in my now 3 times in the booth with Mr. Greg Vail. But yeah, maybe that's what we need. Just a couple more goofballs on our table doing some crazy shit.
Yeah, and you know, it also is the live stream creates a special dynamic.
Yeah.
You know, no one wants to look like a fool.
Thank you.
That was a normal bet there with that hand, but nobody has anything to compete with, and that's nobody's fault. Nobody's like
Cards not cooperating on some of these flops either tonight, yeah.
But then again, the last time I was here, and I made sure to put this video on my website with absolutely no educational value of when Corey flops absolutely nothing on a flop of 9 deuce deuce and makes a steel wheel on quad deuces.
Yep.
Where we were called the card out. Sorry about that.
That was wild.
Ugh. So, you know, they do happen, but, you know, I like to say that coolers happen more often in Big O. But it's unusually quiet because nobody's stuck huge. But somebody takes a... Whoops. Hey, we got our first misdeal.
Somebody move the button.
So generally speaking, yeah, it's a lot of times the cards do the work for you. There's anybody who plays Big O out there knows that, you know, sometimes every third hand 3 people are all in, and other times it just doesn't cooperate like this. And, you get a very tame game. But yeah, nobody wants to look like a fool on a live stream. So people generally play their best until they get stuck and they forget that they're playing on camera. We saw that last time. I remember the guy the poor soul that, was it Joe was his name, I think? Poor soul with the quad deuces who had deuce deuce 3 6 9 and came 9 deuce deuce, got none of it. And we saw that with him. As soon as he got stuck, he really opened it up and started, you know, started splashing around. And he paid for it.
Did not work out well, yeah.
No, it did not.
Was he like in the 4 seat or somewhere?
He was in the 3. Yeah, he was in
okay.
Jeremy's seat.
Yep.
Yeah, that was... He knew it, too, on the river. When that 4 clubs came on the river, he just, like, sat back and goes, well, I flopped quads. Oh, shit.
Yeah, the feeling of...
Oh, man.
Calling whatever the bet is and just not feeling good about it with quads.
You can't. He even had the 6 of clubs in his hand, too. He had the 6-3, too. So he qualified for low with the 6 of clubs. And... Bleh. Not a lot for anybody on that flop either.
Becca's gonna fall asleep over there getting that massage.
Reach turns nuts.
Absolutely.
Fortunately, nobody's got much else. Tony has the ability to draw at the naked ace. I haven't seen whether or not he's going to do it. Nope, didn't even think about it. Thinking a pot that small, you're probably not just going to worry about that. You could, if you had a good low component, you could draw and have the ability to bluff all high diamonds.
Yes, sir.
It is a bit risky. It's a bit outside the lines for my taste, but on that board. So yes, this is TCH Dallas
You can see the Dallas skyline right now on the table with Reunion Tower right there, the ball in the middle. It's got like a Gothic kind of vibe with the fog, with the gray. I like it. We just changed the felt here for this Poker Atlas tour that's coming this month.
I do like the view flying into Dallas, though. I do enjoy that view.
It is a pretty skyline for sure, especially when it's lit up.
Yeah,
all the colors. A couple new bridges they've built over the last 10 years.
20's on.
So, and I'll be at the other campus down in Austin in about a month's time. I think it's September 3rd.
Yeah, you guys are doing a stream down there.
Yeah, Becca's bringing a whole crew of people down there to do a Battle of the Sexes. So 4 guys, 4 gals, and we're gonna, me and Amanda Chang are gonna split the box in the commentary. So we're gonna keep with the trend in the commentary booth, and so that should be a fun one.
Are we going to get to see Greg Vail on stream anytime soon playing?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I don't have one scheduled yet. Yeah. But I mean, I love to play on them. They usually want me on the mic.
Yep.
But either one's fine with me. I mean, I can play anytime. But you know, these live streams are coaching gold. They really are. They're such a valuable resource for me personally, and then for anybody who wants to go back and see how these games are played. And you know, it can be, you know, just like how it used to be back in the good old days when we'd watch, you know, the old WSOP when nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
You know, you really pick up on, you can use it as study material for sure to look at what people are doing, how they're doing it, how they think, how they react, what kind of bet sizing, what kind of hands are we folding. You know, even those little things like that can be the thing you need to, you know, dip your toe in the water.
For 2 hours from 6 to 8.
Sorry.
It's up to you guys now for the rest. I did my best.
Yeah, there's no doubt you can learn from watching streams. You know, sometimes you learn a lot of what not to do's in some of these games, whether it's a hold'em game, a PLO game, or Big O mixed games. But when you've got not only professional players, but somebody who plays for a living and has put out the kind of content you have, it's definitely something valuable. So I really have enjoyed it. This is the 3rd time getting to do it with Greg here at TCH Dallas, and did watch the last time that you were on in the Austin stream. So excited to see another one.
Yeah, I'll be spending a lot more time in Texas coming up here. So anytime you guys need me, I'll be here.
You heard it first, guys. Greg's gonna be spending more time in Texas. So if you're watching this going, I don't know about this Greg guy, I think I could take him.
I'll be in San Antonio.
You'll have your opportunity.
I'll be playing in San Antonio.
If Ernie walked in here right now, I'd ask him how much it was.
You want some?
I'm
Todd
to that point.
It's gonna check call this bet here.
I can hook you up too.
Tony getting a little freaky here. Oh, that could spell the end of Todd's hand.
I don't know what it costs.
Pretty good card for Tony. He fires another shell healer. It probably worked. Nope, didn't do it.
You're all good.
I think Tony's going to get there with a small straight. Is that a 6? Yeah. If you're betting the flop, I'm not sure why you're not betting the turn.
It's controlled by DPS, and they can come in your barn and.
I mean, you have to bet here. I mean, if you bet flop, you have to make a bet here.
That is 600. That's so
my brother, God rest his soul, he had a briefcase.
Not much for Tony here. There's not a whole lot he can do with that run out. Quickest way to bust up a good hand is to pair that bottom card, and that's what happened again. It's kind of a strange line from Tony. I'll give him that. That was either creative or goofy. I'm not really sure which one. I've never met Tony before today. But usually if you're going to bet on the come on the flop and turn a deuce, he's going to make a hand with all the cards 8 or lower. So usually you bet again there, especially when a player like Todd, who likes to play his low hands pretty passively, it's a really good chance he paired his deuce there and is going to check fold. So you have some extra fold equity there. It's a lot. When tighter players, when there's a deuce on the turn of the river, an ace or a 2 on the turn of the river, that's a pretty safe bluffing opportunity against tighter players. Not saying you should do it every time, but if they check, call a bet, turn a deuce, you can get people to fold a lot. It's scary. It's kind of scary to do sometimes, but it is. You need to have that club in the bag.
Absolutely.
Josh,
cool. Glad to hear you had a good time there, Professor, playing that mixed game. A lot of the bigger mixed game now is going on over there at the sister club of ours down the street in Las Colinas. We've got the two clubs, the TCH Dallas and Las Colinas, but sometimes they'll spread some of those big mix games. And obviously, Rebecca hosts her Big O game here on Tuesdays and a Dramaha game on Thursdays. So keep your eye on Poker Atlas, and would love to have you back.
Super sexy flop, but nobody's got a super sexy hand. Nobody's got any part of this, really, other than the weird set of deuces and a live 4. But on a monotone board, there's not much you can do. But Tony knows you get this hand checked to you twice, you probably got a piece of it. So it helps to throw in a bet here, because usually when you get checked to twice in pot limit, that pot size bet on the turn is going to get through a high frequency, like a high amount of times. There's just not a lot of hands that are going to call a bet after checking twice on that board.
Bottom set.
It's a good bet. It's a good bet whether you have it or not. That's a good line to take.
Well, and Tony, remember, we did lose that little 15 minutes. He was kind of down. He and Jeremy got in a couple of big hands. We had that little 15 minutes where the stream kind of cut out. We came back, and clearly the guy in the profit and the guy in the loss column had gotten into it, and that was Tony and Jeremy. Tony's now climbed all the way from down 1,600 or so. He's now back to up 400. His stack is swollen to 7.4. He added on a little bit too, so he's got the ability now to play in some really big hands against some of these bigger stacks. So we'll see if he keeps this momentum going. We got another hour left, folks. So thanks for tuning in and listening to myself and Greg Vail do this fun Big O stream. Don't get to do it often. Great chance to learn a little something new about a great game.
Appreciate the compliment, Josh. That's the teaching people this game. I have learned that you can really. People can learn a lot if I just explain my thought process, and that's what I get to do here. Even just things that are just basic things that we get to talk about on these streams. It's stuff you're not gonna hear on the table or in other places. But if you're interested in learning, check out my website, doublesuitedpoker.com. I do have well north of 500 videos on there with several hundred hours of material. There's enough to keep it busy. And all my books are going to be in video form. I have 1 and 2 already completed. I'm working on the rest.
You think Rebecca likes that flop?
I think Becca's going to like that flop. She's going to have to push pretty hard here, because she's going to have to charge people for the low draws. She's going to charge another 8. And she doesn't have a whole lot to back up this 8-6, so she's going to have to press this a little bit. Now, if she had a hand like, like the mega hand, like ace-2, 6-8, turn that into ace-2, 3, 6-8, or ace-2, 3, like ace-2, king, queen, 8, something like that. You might turn it into a pull, where you encourage people to come in, but when you flop a naked full house like that with not much backup, sometimes you just got to win the pot.
Tony getting away from an ace-deuce 4 there. She goes full pot.
Right, and that's a perfect example, is that if she turns it into a pull, that ace-2 is going to come along and could just yank half the pot from her for nothing.
But he knows he's drawing it only half and going to have to put a big chunk just to get half, so just get rid of it now.
And that's an effective push, is that when hands that will call small bets are folding to big bets, which furthers our interests, and that's an effective push. So well done, Becca. Straddle and a re-straddle on again. Becca's doing what I suggested earlier. When you're the first person in the pot, when you have an all-high component, she had king, 9-9, something there. She folds that hand. You generally don't want to be the first person in an early position in the pot with an all-high hand. It's just kind of sloppy play. If you're opening late, different story. But you generally don't want to be the first person in the pot from early position with a hand like that.
80. Bad.
All right, Jeremy's going to take the same strategy he's been taking when he's in position on a lot of these players. He's going to be making smaller raises pre-flop. He's doing this for pot control. He's not losing value. He's just deferring it till later, because he's going to get most of that value he's, quote, sacrificing, which he's not, but he's going to get a lot of that value later should things work out. It's a lesser risk for the same reward. Lower your cost, same revenue. So now a flop comes paired, gets led into. Jeremy's out of the way. He loses less money than if he had opened for a pot-size bet. Controlling your downside is just as important as extending your upside. Money not lost is no different than money won.
So.
This guy's tough.
All right, turn is a 5, and that JP's bet's going to get right through.
Don't
show your cards to pros at the table, guys. Psst, don't show your cards to pros. Don't do it. Don't do it.
We've got on our normal, no limit hold'em streams and especially our tournaments. One of my favorite buddies that I play tournaments with, his name's Lego, and he always just gets in there and says tisk tisk anytime somebody shows cards, because if you're at a final table, you're playing for heaps. Don't show your cards to these guys because they're going to use it.
In this game, information is just as valuable as your own bankroll. You should treat information as money. Moses to irrigation. My lovely engineer wife just built us a automatic irrigation system from scratch.
She built it?
Yeah, she built her water
yeah.
heater too. Just randomly, just knocked out a wall in the garage and built her water heater. I'm like, okay. I go out of town one time. She's like, hey, I'm gonna remodel a bathroom. Is that cool? I'm like, yep. Yeah. You guys think I run good in poker? Wait till you meet my wife.
One time.
Well done, babe.
Yeah, PLO answering that for you. But yeah, on the list they have at Las Colinas a 5100 mixed game. It's just kind of hit or miss when it runs. I don't play it, so I don't know what nights it runs, but I've heard it gets pretty juicy.
Yeah, and I will agree with that statement. I love it when you show me all the cards you want, but yeah, it's treat information the same as money. Don't give it away for free.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're not going to tell the players we're playing with at the table don't show their cards.
Yeah, show me one. What did you have there? Oh, show me the other one.
Yeah. Oh man, the trick I always use if a player doesn't want to tell me what or show me what he had, you just tell them what you think they had, and
then
you
they
do it enough,
wrong. Yeah.
And then they say, "Oh no, I had it." And you're like, "Oh, okay, thanks for the free info."
Oh, Ned just sucked out something hard here.
Indeed.
Man, I don't know why this bothers me more than it should, but when you have 3 pair and you pair the other card, man, that pisses me off. Come on!
Not that
Then
one.
you get bet into, it's like, really?
Not like that.
Really? I have 3 pair and you pair the 4th card? Really? Nice hand.
Well, Mo, great job. I'm impressed. Your hubs obviously speaks highly about you already, but that's good stuff there.
Yeah.
Well done.
Right?
Well done, Greg.
How good do I run?
Yeah, he runs good at everything.
Yeah. It's routinely with somebody, oh, you're so lucky. But, bro, you haven't met my wife.
Yeah. I think I run good on the tables, bro.
I actually met her at a poker table, too.
Heck yeah.
Even better.
That's running good, too.
Yep. One of my favorite stories to tell. When first time I met my wife, she called me an idiot. It was great. It's perfect. Match made in heaven.
That's actually my goal too, is to be, because I usually act a fool when I'm out, and I try to make people laugh, and often at my own expense. So if I can get you to call me an idiot,
yeah, that's the fun part.
And somehow
the whole
make
point.
you interested, yeah.
Just make a fool out of myself just to make you smile. Happy wife, happy life.
Amen.
All right, a bunch of Colin. See, you know what? Going back to the straddling thing, when we have multiple straddles and all it does is make everybody just call the straddle, I have to question whether it's increasing the action. It's
juicing pots, but not increasing action.
Not really. Yeah. You're just like playing kind of a bomb pot, right? So I don't know. I'm not really one to ever take off straddles, but if that's the effect it's causing, not my favorite.
Yeah, nobody's really put in any big raises pre.
It's not like you're getting raises out of it. Not my favorite. And this is just for this situation, but it's a cause and effect thing. We're trying to cause more action. I'm not sure it's causing more action. Not with this group, anyway. Not right now, where sometimes it does.
100.
Steve-O turns the wheel, makes the bet. Ned kind of sheriffed him with the nut flush draw on the second nut low.
And
it's generally not going to work out well.
The 10-4 got out of there. Full house folded.
That's a pretty good value bet right there from Steve-O. You bet the turn. Board paired. He's got to get called by less than a wheel, which is not much. Oh, well done, sir. That's the right bet. That was the right bet size. You have to get those little value bets paid off. That makes a huge difference in your year. Well done, sir. Remember what value betting is. It's getting called by less. So every point in time in poker and your opponent has less, you've got to get them to put money in when you have them beat, no matter what hand you have. It doesn't matter if you have the nuts or you have caca. You got to get them to put in with a wet caca. Like, it has to be worse. And there, he has to target hands that are less than ace-3.
Yep.
You have to target ace-6 or so. What type of hand? Like, if he has ace-10-6, what's the biggest bet that ace-10-6 would call there? Yeah, about 1/4 pot, maybe. 80 bucks, 100 bucks. Pretty good. Pretty darn good. Well done, Steve-O.
What about to that point, a hand that strong when they are, when there is all that money out there? Is that a good spot to try to raise from that, one of those straddles?
Oh
there?
gosh, yes.
Yeah, right.
It's. I mean, I keep.
If
pressing,
we're straddling, let's take advantage. Right?
I keep pressing the limping is losing thing, and yeah, I'm going to agree with that. He needs to raise the ace, king, queen, 3-7. Yeah, of course.
Double suited, yeah,
and
absolutely.
And keep in mind when you have multiple straddles on, all raises act as pushes. So you're just helping your own cause. You're just helping out your own cause, and if we're going to play, might as well play right.
Yes, sir. Call 20. Option. Checks.
I'll have a minute. Please.
4 ways.
Becca flopping top pair.
I heard somebody in the background say, I want to play, but I don't want to play on that stream. I don't want evidence to be out there.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be made a fool on stream.
C2. Sorry, I didn't know.
Yet again, another flop where the whole field didn't really have much. That's not normal for this game, actually, where you have 3-4 players take a flop and one pair is the best hand. That is very unusual for this game. A lot of times you're making decisions like folding 2 pairs and folding half wraps and all these kind of, like, you have a lot. Most people have a lot. Just the cards aren't working out. And you can see that by the spread of wins and losses. That nobody's took one on the chin. And that's, it's just a function of, it's just...
Yeah, haven't had those big train wrecks yet tonight.
And anybody who plays Big O knows that there's like one train wreck an hour. That's a normal thing. It just sets up. When you have 5 cards, everybody's going to have something, and it just sets up routinely. And that's just not been happening tonight. Now I say that, all hell's going to break loose.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
We're here for the blood.
20 bucks.
Ned limping in again, sticking with his pattern. Another massive. So this is just a habitual thing now. He's not broken this pattern all day. I don't think Ned has raised pre-flop all day, and he's had a dump truck of hands.
100.
But he's limp called. Big
call,
raises.
Yeah, limp call, check, fold. Super aggressive,
Well, could we get some sort of disaster here?
Yeah, I just don't. There's so much.
A lot of players sharing cards too. Kings.
Ace-3 is going to like that. And he has the naked ace of spades. He's going to probably do the same thing he's been doing, straight arm potting it. Yep, hey, what do you know?
We can see the veins.
Yeah, straight arm pot. It's a strong tell. It's pretty reliable. And JP just beat him in the pot there. The $500 bet with Jack, Ace-3, which is super sexy, by the way, because Ned has been limping in with all kinds of premium hands and then potting flops. And having an overpair with Ace-3 is, I don't mind it. I don't mind it against this range at all.
Jeremy gets out of the way.
Heads up.
Not much left. Oh, not much left.
Fast acting.
And this is going to be the problem with short stacking.
Short stacking, right.
Is because now he's betting 405 and creating a 2K pot. I mean, he's not folding. Like, it's not going to work. But if this bet was for 1,200 or whatever, it would work.
JP would fold.
They'd fold so fast, and now he's just going to. I mean, it's going to work, but a lot of times you're just going to get called by a low flush there.
Yep.
Like if JP has like Ace-3, Jack, 10, but he has like the 10 of spades in his hand, he's not folding, and you're just going to lose.
Yep.
And it just happens to work out that way. And when you see this, when it works out, the player, Ned's not going to be like, oh, I've messed up here, or I've made a mistake, or because when you're dragging all the chips, you think I won, so it's good. But like, that hand can go a lot of different ways, a lot of bad ways, just simply because he's trying to short stack in a game where everybody's got him, got him out chipped 5-6 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that playing in tournaments. It's like that playing in just no limit hold'em cash games. When you're super short stacked and you got players with mounds of chips all around you, your ability to, slow play or bluff people off of hands, it's just not really there because you can't get him off strong draws. He survives that one.
He survived it,
and he's now back in the profit. So good for Ned. That one worked out for him. But
any flush calls there because he's getting 5 to 1. He's not folding. If he has ace 3 and any flush or 2 pair, he's not folding.
If he didn't bet that original card, Jeremy obviously would have gotten that flush there and probably would have been the one making the call.
Wouldn't have folded.
Yeah.
He would not have folded. And it's tough to pick up on those kind of things. And I have to reiterate the point from earlier is that the reason why it's such a problem is because the equities run so close together early in the hand, and the earlier you get, the closer they are. And and that's also why you see a lot of good players check calling with top set in this game on wet boards. You see that a lot because they know that they're just flipping a coin against the big soft hand. It's just 52-48, and nobody wants to do that. So if you're routinely getting all your chips in at 52-48, 55-45, there's just nothing to gain by doing that. But Jeremy's going to try and gain flopping middle set here, but without the ace of clubs in his hand, he's going to be careful here. And I think we're going to see what I just talked about. Jeremy's probably going to check call and try and draw a safe card because he knows ace, king, queen with clubs is the better hand.
Do I amuse you?
He's going to try and draw a safe card. If he does, he'll lead, which he didn't. That is not a safe card. If this turn card had been a low card, you probably would have seen Jeremy lead for full pot. But nope.
Our friend Asit joining us. What's going on, Asit? How you doing, buddy? What country or state are you in currently? You're always across the pond somewhere. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Gross spot for Jeremy.
25.
That's good. Yep. So what Jeremy is looking for is the confidence in his voice. He asked him how much. I do this too. Where how much you playing? If the dealer says like, oh, he's got this much, I asked him because you want him to. Because he heard when he says he starts confidently, got this much, got this much, got this much.
Okay,
A genuine statement is a genuine hand. I'm a little surprised he's taken this long with this decision. He has the hand he's representing. It's not the full hand. It's not the ace, king, queen. But ace, queen is good enough with clubs. And since he cannot account for the ace of clubs, it does make sense that he's going to have ace, queen, and clubs here. Now, if he had a naked ace of clubs in his hand, this might be a little tougher decision. But I'm a little surprised that he's taking this long with this decision.
Yeah. I don't care.
Unless we have a misread.
Right, but pull one is.
It's always possible.
Wind it too.
Well, no, that's in.
That jack of clubs or jack of spades is like.
Well, but if you aren't.
A queen of clubs, it might be different, but no. He's going to get away from it.
Yeah, well, this thing goes dead a lot.
I'm going to ask Jeremy what he saw. He saw something he didn't like, but.
Queen king. Thank you. Queen king. I had the Broadway and
I had ace, 10-10.
I had the nut club draw and Broadway.
Oh, I know you have a club draw.
And I had Broadway. Swear to God on my life.
I'm good at
I
had ace, 10-10. I flopped the
was
set
thinking ace 10.
A little frustrated with the turn card there, and understandably.
But Jeremy did get all the information he needed.
Every single bit of it.
Every bit of it for free. Jay did not have to say that. And you'll hear me say this a lot. Don't answer questions nobody asked.
But I had ace, 10. I flopped the set of 10s with 2 aces in my hand. So
but now Jeremy can continue this conversation because he got everything he needed. Now he can just be cordial and not sure I want to tell people I just check called with a set and I played perfectly proper. Not sure you want to blow that out there because what if one of the newer players goes, oh, the pro check called with a set and check folded to turn. Oh, why would he do that? I guess I should look it up why he would do that. You just educated somebody.
He's super solid. Like,
yeah, and that's, you might change somebody's whole outlook. And
yeah, he's not a player I can get one over on.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, not a fan of giving away that information. Not to say I never talk. I mean, I do, but generally try to keep it a little tighter lip than that.
Another big hand for Jeremy. Ace, ace, jack, 10, 10.
Isn't that the same hand he just had? Ace, ace, 10, 10, jack?
Similar.
Like,
those aren't. There is an overlap of those two. The Venn diagram has an overlap.
it's the ace of hearts.
I think it was just different colors. I think it was exact hand.
Nah, you can't bluff that one.
Ouch.
Yep, can't bluff that one. He knows it. He's not. He's probably not going to get out of line here.
I have literally the exact
hand.
Yep.
Ace, ace, 10, 10, jack.
That's hard to do. That's really hard to do, actually. Get the same 5. It's not the exact same 5 cards, but like get the same hand. It's not like in Hold'em. That shit happens all the time.
Yeah.
I would figure out the chances of that, but I don't know how.
All right. Well, that's going to make Reach our big winner so far of the night. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, that last couple of hands took a big chunk out of Jeremy's profit. Todd throwing the party now at minus 1.4K. You know, if you told me towards hand 110 that the biggest loser would be 1.4K down, I would say I call that bet.
Yeah, I would too.
I would say I doubt that.
And the biggest winner as well, right? I mean, I know
1,000. I'd say you're on crack. There's no way.
Rebecca on a stream or two ago that we did won 3 or 4K. You know, that was kind of the bigger win.
Yeah, how much did Corey win last? I mean,
yeah,
8, 7, 8K. That was brutal. Corey just every big pot went his way, and he played many a big pots. They all went his way.
The trial is set, the judge sets it for January.
But going back on the bad game to deal argument, this is hand 110, so it's not going any slower than a Hold'em stream.
It's over 4 years out.
Dude,
like
ace, ace, 2, 3, 1 suit.
20 seconds later.
Good enough for a raise.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Why is there 15?
Pretty decent 2-3 combination there. You generally don't want to be calling raises with a naked 2-3. You want like a 2-3-4 or, you know, 2-3-4-6. You want some backup behind that 2-3. And 2-3-4-5 is that.
I think I can do that.
Nobody likes that flop.
There you go, Steve.
Oh, and the lack of c-bet. Rich is going to lose this pot because he chose not to c-bet the flop. He would have won this pot if he had bet the flop. And now he just checked his opponents into a better hand. There's pretty big irony there. Is being careful ends up losing him the pot. And we're going to check call. Don't do that at home, kids. C-bet the flop.
They're out. But
so this line that Rich is taking forces him to win the pot with his cards, not with his actions. And you don't want to do that.
2029.
Got a 5. Your diamonds are good. Get done.
Got a 5. You are a winner. Got a 5.
Now see, this is a very telling thing here by Rich, is that he was more interested in showing the bad beat than he was about winning the hand. Because if he'd been out there to really, you know, do the right thing and to win, he would have bet the flop and he would have won.
Yeah.
You know, winning a small pot is better than losing a big one every time.
Now, Steve-O's an experienced player, but that's also something as a player you don't ever want to do is before the player turns their cards over, don't tell them that they're diamonds or they're straight or anything are good.
No.
We're human. We make mistakes. Allow your opponent to fold the winning hand if he so chooses.
I couldn't agree more.
Don't tell him that his diamonds are good if he has them.
I couldn't agree more. Because I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Your diamonds are good. What?
Oh,
diamonds?
I have.
Oh,
you're
I do
right.
have diamonds.
I do.
Or like when someone says, I have X, but I don't have a low. And they go, oh, 7-8's good.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't let your cards talk.
Oh, I think I do have a low, yeah.
Cards speak when they're face up, so let them.
Yeah. Allow your opponents to make mistakes.
All the things I say here, all the advice I give here, people probably think I never say a word when I play cards. I talk plenty when I play cards, just not about cards.
Yep.
You know, there's no reason to give people advice that, you know, that's for free. Information is just as valuable as the dollars we use to win it.
Pez, I agree with exactly what you just said, and that's why the more I watch this game and walk by the table and watch Rebecca and them play when they're out there on a normal Tuesday, you know, this game does intrigue me a little bit just because, you know, it seems like if you really learn it and you get skilled at it, that your losses are going to be less, and you're going to have, you know, maybe not that monster win that you dream of, but you're going to have plenty of chances to win a good chunk of money, you know.
Yeah, and I can make this argument both practically and mathematically. Would you sacrifice all big wins if you won 85% of your sessions?
Exactly.
I hope that answers yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, I love the high variance style.
Because we're degens, Pez, and I'm with you, man. We love it, right? I mean, there's that part of the just getting one over on somebody and just murdering a table. You know, like that feeling is great. But how many sessions are like that? You know?
Yeah, it's not normal. You know, keep in mind the high variance style is advantageous in single pot games because you derive more of an advantage by making people fold out their equity. Not the case in this game. High variance actually leads to big losses, big wins, and nothing in the middle. You know, if you take a lower variance style, not every time, but you fold in more low variance style, you don't lose any value on your top side, but you do bring up the floor a lot on your downside. And so, as anybody knows in a good business, when you cut most of your costs and keep your revenue the same, your profit goes through the roof. But you didn't have to actually change anything except cut some of these costs that you didn't need to do. And by costs, I mean dumb plays, you know, or high variance plays or unnecessary style. And I do ask this a lot of my clients when we have a line that you get to pick high or low variance. So some hands you can play both ways. And when they pick high variance, the first question I'm going to ask is, was this truly necessary to win today? Was this line that we took, is it necessary? Is there a better option? Is there a better option with lower risk? Is there a better option with more information? Is there an option that gets your opponent to fold more without risking more?
Right.
We ask all these questions, and if it passes the scientific method, we can do it again. But the high variance style is going to lead to a lot of big swings and a lot of gray hairs. And it's not always the right idea. Now, granted, there are plenty of times I'll advocate for the high variance line and approach. But generally speaking, it is not the default setting in this game. Where it is the default setting in Hold'em and PLO. Or it should be. It should be.
Big old juicy flop for Steve-O. Queen, queen, deuce. That's
and
what
Jeremy.
he's holding.
And both Jeremy, and
does
Steve-O
too.
have the same hand. So we are going to be in the battle of Plan B.
Right.
Jeremy, not going to get out of line here. Does not want to flip a coin against the 4 danglers. Standard play. This is a normal, experienced grinding call here. I want to see what you do on the turn because the turn will change the nut hand.
And it does.
He wants to see what he does, and it did help him. It did get him. 200.
Ace.
Oh, Jeremy, a check, bet, call. Okay,
yeah.
That's a good sign. All right, now Jeremy's going to think, what's the biggest number I can get out of Queen 2 and Queen 4? He decides it's 300 into 800. I like that number. Because you're thinking, if your opponent's sitting there with Queen 2, is he going to fold 300? Is he going to fold for 800? No. And yes, probably. There it is. Well done, sir. Well done, Jeremy. That is the difference, ladies and gentlemen. That is the difference.
Jeremy says, I flopped it. And Steve-O's thinking to himself, yeah, I did too.
Yep. And Tony, to your point in the chat here, that is the low variance approach. In this situation, yes, you would have won more if you just stepped on the gas and gambled, but that wouldn't have been a particularly high advantage situation for Jeremy. In this situation, the lower variance approach gives him more information, more control, and he gets to affect his opponent's actions much more. All of those 3 things equate to a higher win rate and a more reliable line. So that's a perfect example, and good job for pointing that out, Tony. Seriously, that is the difference right there. That was a good example.
We have somebody named Made You Rage, Bro, has joined us.
All right.
Well, he says, hey, Greg, great commentary tonight. I hope it hasn't made you rage.
Thank you, Rage Bro. Yeah, yeah. thank you, appreciate it.
Don't rage on us, right?
Yeah.
Steve-O going to get right back on the saddle with ace, ace, jack, jack, 5.
Who lost the last pot? Oh, okay. So he's coming in raising? Okay.
Just coming in for a call.
Oh, yeah. It's an aggressive call. It's an aggressive
Very
call.
aggressive.
All right, JP coming raising from the blinds with a bit ambitious. Probably getting a little bored. Steve-O going to go ahead and call with his aces combo. For those of you thinking, why isn't he back three betting? You do not want to back raise in Big O. It's a bad idea. I do call it the cardinal sin of Big O, is back raising with aces. Very similar to doing it in Hold'em. You know, when people limp 3-bet, limp 4-bet, everybody knows what you have. And when we have 5 cards, you don't want to tell people what 3 of them are.
That's a little graphic error there. I do not think Rebecca made the call for 100. I think she's folded.
I highly doubt she's in there with that hand.
Joe's looking down, but
Tony has flopped a 3/4 wrap, I think. Yep, missing the ace. Yep, 3/4 wrap. I think Steve-O is going to call this bet. That is ambitious. Changes nothing. See, now I have to ask Steve-O, if you call here and turn an 8, what's your plan? Turn the second nut low and get checked to. What's our plan here? Now the high variance route is to blast it here. You have to ask yourself, what's your fold equity? I agree with this. I think this is the right answer. Not just because I can see the cards. If your opponent leads flop and then checks this 8 that doesn't change anything, does that sound like an ace-3 to you?
Does not.
Does not sound like an ace-3 to me. And also, it's probably not a set either. So there's a good chance you can get a hand like 2-pair to fold here and get a call from a hand like exactly what Tony has. This is pretty good, but looks like Tony's going to get away from it. Well done, Steve-O. Well done. You got taken for a ride in the last hand by one of the best, but that was good. That's a tough trigger to pull.
Becca knows he's happy now. He cracked a little smile. Yep. Happy pizza over there.
Yeah, it's a tough trigger to pull. I got to give Steve-O credit for that one. It's tough to actually right after you get hit over the head. It's tough to go in the next hand and just play the next hand well. You know, a lot of times you got that your heart pounding, you're frustrated, you're thinking about what I could have done differently, or could I have folded, or damn that guy. So it's hard to just suck it up and make a real gutsy play the next hand. So well done. Yeah, Tony, you generally don't. Try not to go to war with the better players. It's kind of an unwritten rule in professional poker is that we don't really go after each other. And it's not because we're afraid of each other. It's the same concept as picking your game. You know, it's game selection. You know, you really don't need to go to war with players that you don't really have a big advantage one way or the other. And pro wars, it's actually my wife's one of her biggest pet peeves, is when pros pick a pro fight with her. It's like, there's all these goofballs. Why are you fighting me?
Yeah.
You know, and there's some logic in that. We don't generally go after each other, unless the deck just sets it up.
So does she still play a lot too?
Not so much anymore.
Okay.
The game in Arizona, that she's a fixed limit hold'em specialist, and the game's not really there anymore.
Gotcha.
So, but she might get in the Big O streets, and we're out here in Texas a lot more in the coming year. You might see her make a alley-like return to the ring down in San Antonio. Pretty big flop for Tony, man. He's got Todd backed into a corner here with that double gutter.
Yeah.
And none of them's good. Yeah, they're only for chops.
Needs the 8.
Needs the 8
That's
only.
it.
The 8 and the 8 only. And even then, he's not going to be in great shape against the Ace King Jack. Uh-oh. This is what you're looking for if you're Tony.
Clubs to go with.
Tony's going for the check raise. It's going to work. Oh,
yeah,
this is going to be painful. Yep, rip it. Make sure you got clubs. Yes, you do.
Hammer time, right?
Hammer time. That's exactly what you're looking for. You're targeting another nut straight. You bet the flop. Check when you get there. That's exactly what you're looking for. Well played, sir.
I don't think you're all in. I don't think.
38, and then 8 times 4 is 320, so 3120.
Well done, sir. Well done, dealer.
Yeah.
3120 is the bet.
I mean, the rest is going in regardless.
Yeah. We have our first big one.
There you
Let's
go. There's your setup right there.
We're good. Yeah, we got it.
Oh, that sucks. When you have the naked nut straight and your opponent just trapped you. Bear trap sprung.
All right, gentlemen, no more action. Running it out, okay?
$7,800 pot, and Tony cannot lose.
He's got king 10 and all of it.
Oh, swing and a miss. Breaking ball, strike 3.
Oh my goodness, free roll.
Free rolling.
That is what you were
and
looking
then
for.
some, right?
And then some. That is what you're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking for to risk nothing to win everything.
Todd can breathe now.
Yep, and that's, I mean, that sucks for both players. Like that is what you're looking for. You try to find one of those situations a week where you're risking nothing to win heaps.
Goodness
What do you
gracious.
think? What do you think? When you're in Tony's position, your opponent says, "You want to run it twice?" What do you think? What do you say?
Never.
No? You say, "I want all glory, death or glory." There's no death.
If I'm in Tony's spot, right?
It's
yeah.
glory or boo-hoo.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've heard both ways.
I'm not going to assume that I'm up against just a naked ace jack, though. I'm thinking set,
Well,
something,
he pots it. I mean, yeah. I mean,
ace jack plus maybe something that he
shows
wanted
you.
to just,
He shows you a naked ace jack. Do you say, "I'll take my shot"? Because if you run it twice,
oh yeah, then you're right.
You run it twice, you're probably going to hit
Gonna
once.
hit one of them.
Probably.
You're right.
So you're going to take your probable 3/4, or you're going to take your swing at the fences at all of it?
Probable 3/4.
Really?
I think.
I go the other way,
Yeah.
actually.
I originally thought it. You've now talked me into it. And now you're trying to talk me out of it.
No,
again.
I was just an opinion. I don't
No, I
think
know.
in the
I know.
long run it doesn't matter one way or the other.
Right.
In the long run, it makes no difference. But you know, do you take your free swing at the fence, or do you take your probable profit in a big pot like that?
Yeah.
I guess it's a matter of opinion. Tell you what, though, if I don't like the person, once.
Yeah. But
Once.
3/4, you know, for a pot that juicy,
It's
right?
big.
I mean,
yeah, it's
big.
you know that extra 3/4 is worth just slightly under 2K. So or that extra quarter, you know.
And I thought about that when you said that because I was like, wow, you know, in a game just like Sean said,
finally some violence. Yes.
We haven't had it yet, so I was like, maybe that is the time to say I want 3/4 of a big pot because we
A
haven't
big
had
one.
it.
Yeah, it's possible. It's a matter of opinion. Again, mathematically, it makes no difference long term.
No difference, yeah.
None whatsoever.
Big flop for Todd here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, man, if I see that, sometimes I'm like, Max Payne. I want to see it. I want the whole thing. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. Steve-O trying to.
Hello.
Whoa, nut.
It's going to be 450.
Maybe he did.
450 is a bet.
We just Instapotted it. Just Instapot with, nah. You got to target a lesser hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. You manifested.
Thank you, Steve. Oh, that's right. That needle right in the ear. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
I was waiting for a repot.
I know, me too.
Yeah, even a pro like Sean, he's tuning in. He wants to see some violence.
I want to see some violence.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. And then we get no blood. No blood.
I had king 10. Waitress is here.
Did you
I don't know
really?
if you need another drink.
And diamonds?
I want to see on the hand like that. I want to see Tony stand up and give me it once, and then the best Mortal Kombat voice, fatality. Yes.
Finish him.
Brick. Don't. And then do your best. No.
Damn it.
Tony says, I'd run it twice just to get the other guy stuck. Yeah, I mean, you can hit it twice. There's a lot of outs. You can definitely hit 11 or 12 outs, whatever you had. You can hit that more than once.
10 to go.
I've seen it happen. Seen it happen 4 times.
Guys. Tony, we're on you.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything.
You ever see that crazy hand? It was like high stakes poker back in the day where I think it was Andrew Roble or something like that. Was like way behind and ran it 4 times and got all 4. Or like he missed a huge. It was like he had over half the deck and ran it 4 times and whiffed them all.
Crazy. If I have, I'll have to go back and look at that one.
I'm sure
That's
it's
nuts.
all over YouTube. But the guy had like, it was like a huge draw and just bricked all 4 runouts. It was insane.
Yeah, one of our Hold'em streams here, you know, it was a 20 or 30K pot. Guy got it all in, absolutely toast. Needed the exact same card to hit on both runouts with 1 card to come, and he hit it on both.
Twice.
Yeah,
That's so gross.
Yeah,
How many ace-ace 2-3s are we going to see tonight? That's like the 4th one. That's not normal. Becca flops the nut low at least. Let's see what we have. 6-7 something.
Graphics getting caught up. Yeah, we got 6-7. Another card under 10, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah,
674. All right. Checks around. All right, so if nobody bets that flop, Becca's going to love her hand.
Roble and Antonius,
Yeah,
okay.
YouTube it, everybody. It's entertaining. So I like this line from Becca a lot. That was a very dangerous board. She doesn't have any notable clubs or a 5. With a big pot and a large field, it's easy to run into a buzzsaw there. So she checks it, nobody bets. Now she loves her hand, pot the turn. I like it a lot, actually.
And pay no attention to the board there. It was actually 4-6-7.
4-6-7, 2 clubs. So I do like that. Now, if that had been a heads-up pot, she's going to definitely push the flop. She's going to pot it. But with 5-6 people or whatever it was, you got to be very careful with a hand like that. It's very easy to overplay ace-ace-2 in that situation. You know, especially with no clubs. You know, because somebody with just ace-2 of clubs has you in pretty bad shape. Or just like ace-2 and 2 pair. You're actually in worse shape than you think.
All right. Hand number 117, getting close to closing time.
All right, 10 to go.
Todd must have a hot date. He's putting his chips in a rack.
Uh-oh.
I think Jay grabbed.
Whoops. Jay's got
Jay
6
got
cards.
6.
Oh,
6 fingers.
Pick one.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like it's all random. I mean, if you haven't looked, just pick one. Yeah, I don't like when you kill the whole hand and missteal. And that's it. If you haven't looked, just pick one. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's all good. And then you have to complain about the card you gave away. That's mandatory. You have to be like, oh, not that one. Have to. Otherwise, you're not a poker player.
I would have won.
I wanted that one. Steve-O.
See you later, Toto.
Steve-O doing something I really do not care for, which is calling raises out of the small blind with a 1 key card hand. This is a mistake intermediates and beginners make a lot. I do not care for this.
3 ways.
Keep in mind, everyone's a loser from the small blind, and I've had that one proven to me mathematically, which I did not believe, by the way, when I was told that. And I had a guy prove it to me with years and years of stats. So with
in this game, calling out of the
in Big O, he had years of stats on hundreds of players. Not one of them was a winner from the small blind.
Calling raises from the small blind.
So I not for that reason, but that's more reason for it. It's just generally not good poker to be calling raises with 1 key card hands from the blinds. The analogy I could give you is like cold calling a raise from the small blind with like deuces or 3s. You know, just like
you just have to flop.
You have to flop a set, and even when you do, it's going to be bottom set. So like, and you're going to be out of position anyway. So I think that would be a decent analogy, or like calling raises out of the small blind with like king 9 offsuit, and when there's a raise and like
king 9.
Well, like if there's a raise and maybe 2 or 3 callers, then it would be a similar mistake.
Right.
Like it's just sloppy. You know, it's not a habit you want to get into doing. So fold those 1 key card hands that absolutely need that key card. Now, if you have a hand like ace 3, king, queen, jack, you don't necessarily need a deuce to win the hand. But if you have 2, 3, you need an ace. If you have ace 3, 4, 5, 6, you must have a deuce to win this hand. So you generally don't want to call a raise from small blind with 1 key card hands. It's just sloppy and unnecessary.
Yeah. It's funny you just threw out randomly king 9. We talked about king 9 a little bit last night just in the Hold'em tournament, because that's a hand that Card Player Magazine did a thing on probably 20 years ago that I remember to this day reading, just about how much freaking trouble you can get in with that stupid hand, out of position, playing it against raises, just in Hold'em. That is just not
I think the important takeaway from that is that Hold'em sucks. Play Big O. More cards, more fun,
more options,
more mistakes, more money. And it's also way more interesting.
That it for sure is. How
Top
about
set for JP?
Top set, yeah.
Right.
JP, I'll double check with Austin to see if that guy, if anybody drops.
135.
So let me know.
JP might be coming down to Austin.
I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a battle of the sexes stream. That's going to be fun.
And tell him if anyone drops on his side to let me know from the guys.
Just going to bet and take it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in Galveston. I was just gonna cut across and
Yeah, and I'm going to Houston.
Cut across.
God, I could listen to JP just
Right?
say any, just tell me a story.
Well, you
I
know-
don't even care about
You're going
what.
up
Boy, I
and
tell
I'm
you
going-
what, man.
You're not a native Texan, but the fact that he's talking about being down in Galveston, I could just cut across.
Cut across. Right,
This great, big, old, beautiful state of Texas.
Right, set and tone. You know.
Absolutely.
God, I just talk to me. Just read the phone book. I don't care, Jay.
Absolutely.
I love the Southern accent. It's great.
Oh, it makes stories that much better.
It's just funnier. It just makes things funnier. I just cut right across, right there, man. I grew up in Minnesota, so
Yeah.
we didn't have that kind of accent.
No.
When anybody talks like that, we're like, where are you from? Like,
Good girlfriend of mine's family was from Minnesota, and she learned to say the word dad. And she's a Texan, but I gave her hell her whole life because she said my dad. And I don't know what kind of Minnesota accent that is, but she dad. There was like an E in it.
What? That's weird.
And but between that and the Oda, Oda.
Oh yeah,
Minnesota.
don't you know? The
Don't
O's
you
get
know?
real long.
The
Don't you
O's
know?
get long, but yeah,
No.
I'd never heard dad, and I was like, I don't know how to spell that, but I'm gonna bust your balls.
Oh yeah, let's go on the boat. Don't you know? I never picked that up. I never picked up that accent. Although when I was young, I did say Mercedes instead of Mercedes for some damn reason.
See, that sounds like something a redneck would
Yeah,
say.
right. My parents give me shit for that
I'm
for
driving a
so
Mercedes.
long, and I was like, "That's how they're like, where did you get that from? Like, that's not how we talk here. That's not how we talk anywhere. Like, where did you pick that up? I don't know.
We're not folding the ace, king,
Okay,
queen
now
this
we're
time.
calling. He folded that hand earlier, so what's changed? Oh.
You know what it was? It was actually king, queen.
That's
ace,
right.
wasn't
That's right.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Ultra premium is what it was for the high side.
Straight arm bet. Yeah, straight arm pot. It's a big hand, guys.
And show them the
Don't-
goods.
Yep, show them the goods. That's a reliable. I'm glad we're seeing that straight. That's a very reliable strong tell, especially from beginners. That's a very reliable strong tell. Is when the betting with the straight arm, putting those chips way out there. Extended that arm.
Speaking of Minnesota and your kinfolk up there, we did have a really good troll. I got to give the guy credit last night. Guy was engaging with us in the stream during this awesome tournament we had last night, and he was like, "Hey, I'm about to head up to TCH Dallas. You and RJ doing a great job in the booth there. You guys want any food? I'm gonna go pick up some food, whatever."
Okay.
We literally talked about food, being hungry. We put in an order with the guy, and about 20 minutes later, he's like, "Oh, guys, I'm actually in Minnesota. There's not a Taco Bell anywhere near me."
Oh, that's funny.
Totally trolled
That's
us. So
great.
if you're listening, well done, brother. He got us.
Well played, sir.
He got us good.
Yeah, well played. I like
But we
that
were even
line.
like, "Hey, we'll pay you. We don't even need it for free."
Yeah, you
but
buy, you fly, we buy.
We thought,
Yeah, oofta. Yeah,
that
oof,
Minnesota?
That's Minnesota. Oofta. Oofta. Oh, goodness.
"Oh goodness." It's like, I'll take shit. White people from the north say for 1,000.
For 1,000, Alex. Oofta.
Oofta.
Let's go play some euchre, Big flop for Ned. Flop both his primary and secondary key card, which would be an ace and a 5 respectively. You're going to make a big hand a lot of times when you flop both key cards. So he's drawing at a safety net. Kings aren't going to do much for him, though. Ned betting right out. And not much. The other hands just didn't have much to connect with. A lot of times there's one big soft hand, a couple of aces up, but it's just not. Cards aren't cooperating tonight.
Yeah, but I mean, if they had blows, you could just do like
And the one time they did, we had no blood.
We had the option for blood, we just didn't get it.
Yeah.
There's only a select.
Todd escaped, literally.
No, we had the option. They gave us the option whenever they opened LC. Also, some people will go and apply it.
Helmuth versus the loose cannon is another great one. Tony, you're not narrowing it down, sir. That's like half the clips on the internet with that guy. Helmuth versus the goofball.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I don't know. Although I do routinely talk with people I teach mental game to, is the Phil Hellmuth syndrome. It's, I know it, therefore you should know it. Therefore, I'll act as if you already know what I know.
Play your opponents like they have all the knowledge and skill that you do, right? Like,
yep.
They never do.
It's bad news. It's bad news. That is, psychologists call that projection. And I do think a lot of people use that term to win arguments. But yeah, when you're projecting that you know that because you know it, therefore somebody else knows it and act accordingly, you are stepping into a bear trap a lot of times.
So it is Phil Hellmuth versus Ernest Wiggins, but he is referred to as the loose cannon. Ran it 4 times.
Ernest?
I'll
That's a name
check
you don't
that
hear
out
very
later.
often. Ernest. I actually know a couple of Ernests, just strangely enough.
Ernest Goes to Camp.
Yeah.
Grew up watching that movie.
Oh, yeah. Ernest Scared Stupid was like my
Yeah.
favorite movie when I was a kid. Oh, my God. God, I must have watched that 1,000 times. My poor parents had to listen to that movie 100,000 times when I was a kid.
Yeah, God, that guy was so annoying, but funny.
Jim Varney?
Varney.
Oh, my God, he was so good. He was so funny. Big flop for Steve-O, too. Becca's not too terribly thrilled with the kings and deuces, but she does have that naked ace of spades should a high spade peel off, but that'll be the end of this hand right here.
Hello, Steve-O.
Yeah, now if Steve-O, he wants to get real tricky on Becca. If Becca checks here, I really like to see him check this back and sell the fact that he doesn't have a wheel. Because Becca's just not going to fall for this. She's not putting any more chips in unless she has a wheel.
Is he only betting this just because of the spades? Just doesn't want to.
Probably. Yeah, he probably
there's
just.
a third player in there.
Yeah, probably. It is. I mean, it is a reasonable bet. He is betting like, what was it, half pot when he bet? But it's just Becca's not gonna. And a player as tight as Ned's been all day, he's just not gonna. You're not gonna put. I would advocate for the really sneaky check back here, and try to sell it that. You know, you don't have a wheel, and then try to get paid off on the river because Becca's just not going to pay that off unless she has the exact same hand. And there's no value in that bet when the only thing that pays you off is the same hand.
Thank you.
But it's a tough spot. It's really hard to turn a wheel there, get checked to, and not bet. Like it's really, really difficult because you just don't want to check it back, have a 6 peel off, or like have a spade peel off and get bet into, and you go, ugh.
Oh, dag. Oofda.
Oofda, don't you know?
I've yet to visit the great state of Minnesota, so I will have to. I don't think I will be venturing up there in the wintertime.
No, you need to go in April or September, end of list.
Gotcha.
Just, ugh.
Same thing with Michigan. Haven't been up there yet.
Yeah, same thing.
Not going in the winter.
April and September. That's your time. Michigan, there's a lot of same climate. Well, I guess Michigan's pretty big, so it depends on where you're at. But Minnesota's just a lot of wet, a lot of wet, a lot of bugs. Ugh. It's hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold.
Yeah, it's funny. You often don't think about places like that, or at least us down here. We think we're the only ones with mosquitoes and bugs, but
oh god,
there's so much water up
it's
there.
So much worse.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it till I went back for the. I mean, I only go back for like funerals and weddings and stuff, but I went back in 2018. I couldn't believe it. There's so many bugs. It was nice to reaffirm that I left for good reason. Even though I was 15, I had no say in the matter. But it was
95.
Interesting card here. Steve-O with that ace of clubs.
Yeah, this is not the time to throw in the naked ace because the low's already there, and Jeremy's got 2 pair and the second nut low. He's going to call him down here. You just can't. It's not the right time for the naked ace bluff. People with nut low just call. And there's
He does have the Jack-7, so he's got a better 2 pair than Jeremy.
Well, Jeremy Rivers a wheel, so that's going to be the end of it right there.
Yes, he does.
And yeah, it doesn't work, Steve. You know better. You know better. And you can't make that happen with the nut low when the low's already out there. It just doesn't work. Usually it takes people a few times of running and making that mistake to realize that you just can't do it with the nut low. Now, there are times when the low is available that you can pull that off. And Jeremy did do it last time I was here. I pointed it out that it's very rare that you can do this, but this is one of those times. And I did make a video on my site, doublesuitedpoker.com. There is a video outlining exactly when and where you can run the naked ace bluff when the low is available. Yeah, and Mr. Sinister Garden. That sounds like a really cool band.
It does.
Yeah. Giving your opponents too much credit is a huge leak. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Some call that monsters under the bed syndrome. You know, but you're right. It absolutely is a big leak.
Checking out what the temperature was. The coldest I've ever been. Now that Joshua lets us know that he's a Chicago native, and why I will not go anywhere in the Midwest in the winter.
Yeah.
December 9th, 2013, -3 degrees. I went to a Cowboys-Bears game, Soldier Field, and it was miserable.
-3 ain't
Game
nothing.
time
That's-
temperature, I think, was 0 with the wind chill. It was like negative something, and it was. I had 4 pairs of socks on,
You know,
and my toes were just numb. It's brutal.
-3. You know, down in the South, they have a saying for that. Oh, bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
I mean, oh my God, they're in Minnesota.
Whatever. Hey, you killed
Multiple factors below 0. I mean,
yeah, it was brutal.
Oh my God.
Well, it's
-10,
funny 'cause
-20. It's, oh my God, it's so bad. Your nose freezes. Like the inside of your nose freezes. No, thank you. Never again.
the next year, I went to a Packers-Cowboys game, which happened to be the infamous Des Bryant catch.
Yeah.
No catch in the corner of the end zone. I was in that damn corner of the end zone. My
No
friends
catch.
have told me I am not allowed to ever go
No catch.
to another game. Shut your mouth. But anyway, Des caught it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Anyhow, long story short, they had a warm front. They went from like 4 degrees the week before to 24. So I got to experience Lambeau, not as miserable as I got to experience.
Oh, I've never been to Lambeau. I
It
really,
was
it's
amazing.
on the bucket list.
Oh, the fans were amazing. I mean, obviously I didn't like the outcome of the game, but the fans were great. I had a blast, absolute blast. Had a huge bratwurst dog with macaroni and cheese on top of it.
Oh,
cheese
yeah.
curds.
That's my favorite
Yeah.
thing. My wife just laughed at me because she knows that's right up my childlike alley.
Yep.
I love mac and cheese is a perfect topping for anything.
Anything.
And since the last dinner we just shared together when we went out for dinner, I did order a steak with mac and cheese, so I can back that up.
that pairs so well together.
Oh, it's the best. I love
You
it.
give me the option of asparagus with my fancy ass steak or mac and cheese. I'm going mac
and cheese every time. It's a better vegetable. It's just a superior vegetable to asparagus. You know, my wife's just laughing at me right now. I'm several states away, and I can hear her laughing.
That macaroni is a vegetable. He sure as shit did.
Yeah, and I also bacon is my favorite vegetable. I say that all the time. She rolls her eyes nonstop. She's like, God, you're such a guy. You know what we also haven't seen a lot? We haven't seen any bomb pot super chaos. But like with 5 cards. Yeah, Becca. Yeah, let's get a bomb pot 5 card.
Absolutely.
Let's do get 5 card bomb pots are brutal, man.
Did you say 5 card because you read Sinister Guard?
No, okay, all right. I gotta own up to this. I'm actually stealing from Amanda Chang. She said that last time.
Okay.
She said I was just reviewing the last live stream, and I think they said that about that. So
Sinister Guard.
Yeah, Sinister because it sounds like
Soundgarden
and Savage Garden.
Savage Garden.
Savage Garden.
Savage Garden's the one that had that kind of cheesy pop song.
I like that
really
song.
popular.
No, I liked Savage Garden when I was a kid.
What was their song?
It
was a huge hit.
Which one? The ballad?
Yeah.
Truly, Madly, Deeply. She did read, Truly, Madly, Deeply. And then that, the other goofball song, that Chickacheri Cola. Whatever that.
Truly Madly.
I could probably know the lyrics.
1993.
Yeah, well, yes, that sounds about right. Savage Garden.
That's when they started. I don't know if that's when that came out. Australian pop duo. I was definitely a Chris Cornell and Soundgarden fan, but yep.
Yeah. We're packing it in. That was the last. 5 hours. That was the last one.
We hit our 5 hours. We got nothing. Well, thank you guys for joining us again. Eric Van Loosen here on Tuesday nights, joined this week by Greg Vail. Greg, thank you for joining us again. Rocking the Double Suited Poker patch on his shirt. That is the website, doublesuitedpoker.com. Greg Vail comes to help us learn more about this awesome Big O game. Looks like he put the headset back on. Are we going to get it?
Nope.
What?
Took it off.
Oh, you son of a gun. What a tease.
Oh, man.
Joe, you're teasing us. But we had a blast again. Third time I've got to do this with you, Greg. A reminder that Greg will be down in Austin doing a live stream on September 3rd.
I think it's September 3rd.
Okay.
Yeah,
down at TCH Social with Amanda.
Well, I'll be on the mic with Amanda Chang, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So great stream tonight. Learned a lot more. Didn't get as much blood as we have had in previous streams, but we had a good time, and definitely check out the 4 books that Greg has written as well as the content, and make sure if you get the books, you're getting them on his website, doublesuitedpoker.com. Much better deal.
I appreciate that.
All right.
We always want to support authors. Don't buy on Amazon, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys and gals. We will see you until next time. We're out.
Peace.